pg 336. Chapter 44, The Metaphysics of the Love of the Sexes. Ye wise men, highly, deeply learned, who think it out and know how, when, and where do all things pair? Why do they kiss and love? Ye men of lofty wisdom, say, what happened to me then? Search out and tell me where, how, when, and why it happened thus. Burger. This chapter is the last of 4 whose various reciprocal relations, by virtue of which, to a certain extent, they constitute a subordinate whole, the attentive reader will recognize without it being needful for me to interrupt my exposition by recalling them or referring to them. We are accustomed to see poets principally occupied with describing the love of the sexes. This is as a rule the chief theme of all dramatic works, tragical as well as comical, romantic as well as classical, Indian as well as European. Not less is it the material of by far the largest part of lyrical and also of epic poetry, especially if we class with the latter the enormous piles of romances, which for centuries every year has produced in all the civilized countries of Europe, as regularly as the fruits of the earth. As regards their main contents, all these works are nothing else than many-sided brief or lengthy descriptions of the passion we are speaking of. Moreover, the most successful pictures of it, such, for example, as Romeo and Juliet, La Nouvelle Héloïse, and Wertherhave gained pg 337 immortal fame. Yet when Rochefoucauld imagines that it is the same with passionate love as with ghosts, of which everyone speaks, but which no one has seen, and Lichtenberg also in his essay, Über die Macht der Liebe disputes and denies the reality and naturalness of that passion, they are greatly in error, for it is impossible that something which is foreign and contrary to human nature, thus a mere imaginary caricature, could be unweariedly represented by poetic genius in all ages, and received by mankind with unaltered interest, for nothing that is artistically beautiful can be without truth. Rien n'est beau que le vrai seul est aimable. Boiled. Certainly, however, it is also confirmed by experience, although not by the experience of every day, that which as a rule only appears as a strong yet still controllable inclination may rise under certain circumstances to a passion which exceeds all others in vehemence, and which then sets aside all considerations, overcomes all obstacles with incredible strength and perseverance, so that for its satisfaction life is risked without hesitation, nay, if that satisfaction is still withheld, is given as the price of it. Werthers and Jacopo Ortis exist not only in romance, but every year can show at least half a dozen of them in Europe, sed ignotis perierunt mortibus illi, for their sorrows find no other chroniclers than the writers of official registers or the reporters of the newspapers. Yet the readers of the police news in English and French journals will attest the correctness of my assertion. Still greater, however, is the number of those whom the same passion brings to the madhouse. Finally, every year can show cases of the double suicide of a pair of lovers who are opposed by outward circumstances. In such cases, however, it is inexplicable to me how those who, certain of mutual love, expect to find the supremest bliss in the enjoyment of this, do not withdraw themselves from all connections pg 338 by taking the extremest steps, and endure all hardships rather than give up with life a pleasure which is greater than any other they can conceive. As regards the lower grades of that passion, and the mere approaches to it, every one has them daily before his eyes, and as long as he is not old, for the most part also in his heart. So then, after what has here been called to mind, no one can doubt either the reality or the importance of the matter. And therefore, instead of wondering that a philosophy should also for once make its own this constant theme of all poets, one ought rather to be surprised that a thing which plays throughout so important a part in human life has hitherto practically been disregarded by philosophers altogether, and lies before us as raw material. The one who has most concerned himself with it is Plato, especially in the Symposium and the Ph. Drews. Yet what he says on the subject is confined to the sphere of myths, fables, and jokes, and also for the most part concerns only the Greek love of youths. The little that Rousseau says upon our theme in the Discours sur l'Ingolite, ed. Bip, is false and insufficient. Kant's explanation of the subject in the third part of the essay, Über das Gefühl des Schönen und Erhabenen Sex, of Rosencrantz's edition is very superficial and without practical knowledge, therefore it is also partly incorrect. Lastly, Platner's treatment of the matter in his Anthropology 1347 sec. Every one will find dull and shallow. On the other hand, Spinoza's definition, on account of its excessive naivete, deserves to be quoted for the sake of amusement. Amor est titulatio, concomitante ideacaus extern eth. 4, Prop 44 Dem. Accordingly, I have no predecessors either to make use of or to refute. The subject has pressed itself upon me objectively, and has entered of its own accord into the connection of my consideration of the world. Moreover, least of all can I hope for approbation from those who are themselves under the power of pg 339 this passion, and who accordingly seek to express the excess of their feelings in the sublimest and most ethereal images. To them my view will appear too physical, too material, however metaphysical and even transcendent it may be at bottom. Meanwhile let them reflect that if the object which today inspires them to write madrigals and sonnets had been born 18 years earlier, it would scarcely have won a glance from them. For all love, however ethereally it may bear itself, is rooted in the sexual impulse alone. Nay, it absolutely is only a more definitely determined, specialized, and indeed in the strictest sense individualized sexual impulse. If now, keeping this in view, one considers the important part which the sexual impulse in all its degrees and nuances plays not only on the stage and in novels, but also in the real world, where, next to the love of life, it shows itself the strongest and most powerful of motives, constantly lays claim to half the powers and thoughts of the younger portion of mankind, is the ultimate goal of almost all human effort, exerts an adverse influence on the most important events, interrupts the most serious occupations every hour, sometimes embarrasses for a while even the greatest minds, does not hesitate to intrude with its trash, interfering with the negotiations of statesmen and the investigations of men of learning, knows how to slip its love letters and locks of hair even into ministerial portfolios and philosophical manuscripts, and no less devises daily the most entangled and the worst actions, destroys the most valuable relationships, breaks the firmest bonds, demands the sacrifice sometimes of life or health, sometimes of wealth, rank, and happiness, nay, robs those who are otherwise honest of all conscience, makes those who have hitherto been faithful traitors, accordingly on the whole appears as a malevolent demon that strives to pervert, confuse, and overthrow everything. Then one will be forced to cry, wherefore all this noise? Wherefore the straining and storming, the anxiety and pg 340 want? It is merely a question of every hand's finding his gret. Why should such a trifle play so important a part, and constantly introduce disturbance and confusion into the well-regulated life of man? But to the earnest investigator, the spirit of truth gradually reveals the answer. It is no trifle that is in question here. On the contrary, the importance of the matter is quite proportionate to the seriousness and ardor of the effort. The ultimate end of all love affairs, whether they are played in sock or cothurnus, is really more important than all other ends of human life, and is therefore quite worthy of the profound seriousness with which every one pursues it. That which is decided by it is nothing less than the composition of the next generation. The dramatis person who shall appear when we are withdrawn are here determined, both as regards their existence and their nature, by these frivolous love affairs. As the being, the existentia of these future persons is absolutely conditioned by our sexual impulse generally, so their nature essentia is determined by the individual selection in its satisfaction, 1. by sexual love, and is in every respect irrevocably fixed by this. This is the key of the problem. We shall arrive at a more accurate knowledge of it in its application if we go through the degrees of love, from the passing inclination to the vehement passion, when we shall also recognize that the difference of these grades arises from the degree of the individualization of the choice. The collective love affairs of the present generation taken together are accordingly, of the whole human race, the serious meditatio compositionis generationis futur, equa itrum pendent innumer generations. This high importance of the matter, in which it is not a question of individual weal or woe, as in all other matters, but of the existence and special nature of the human race in future times, and therefore the will of the individual appears pg 341 at a higher power as the will of the species. This it is on which the pathetic and sublime elements in affairs of love depend, which for thousands of years poets have never wearied of representing in innumerable examples, Because no theme can equal in interest this one, which stands to all others which only concern the welfare of individuals as the solid body to the surface, because it concerns the weal and woe of the species. Just on this account, then, is it so difficult to impart interest to a drama without the element of love, and on the other hand, this theme is never worn out even by daily use. That which presents itself in the individual consciousness as sexual impulse in general, without being directed towards a definite individual of the other sex, is in itself, and apart from the phenomenon, simply the will to live. But what appears in consciousness as a sexual impulse directed to a definite individual is in itself the will to live as a definitely determined individual. Now in this case the sexual impulse, although in itself a subjective need, knows how to assume very skillfully the mask of an objective admiration, and thus to deceive our consciousness, for nature requires this stratagem to attain its ends. But yet that in every case of falling in love, however objective and sublime this admiration may appear, what alone is looked to is the production of an individual of a definite nature, is primarily confirmed by the fact that the essential matter is not the reciprocation of love, but possession one, the physical enjoyment. The certainty of the former can therefore by no means console us for the want of the latter. On the contrary, in such a situation many a man has shot himself. On the other hand, persons who are deeply in love and can obtain no return of it are contented with possession one, with the physical enjoyment. This is proved by all forced marriages, and also by the frequent purchase of the favor of a woman, in spite of her dislike, by large presents or other sacrifices, nay, even by cases of rape. That this particular child PG 342 shall be begotten is, although unknown to the parties concerned, the true end of the whole love story. The manner in which it is attained is a secondary consideration. Now, however loudly persons of lofty and sentimental soul, and especially those who are in love, may cry out here about the gross realism of my view, they are yet in error. For is not the definite determination of the individualities of the next generation a much higher and more worthy end than those exuberant feelings and supersensible soap bubbles of theirs? Nay, among earthly aims, can there be one which is greater or more important? It alone corresponds to the profoundness with which passionate love is felt, to the seriousness with which it appears, and the importance which it attributes even to the trifling details of its sphere and occasion. Only so far as this end is assumed as the true one do the difficulties encountered, the infinite exertions and annoyances made and endured for the attainment of the loved object, appear proportionate to the matter, for it is the future generation, in its whole individual determinateness, that presses into existence by means of those efforts and toils. Nay, it is itself already active in that careful, definite, and arbitrary choice for the satisfaction of the sexual impulse which we call love. The growing inclination of two lovers is really already the will to live of the new individual which they can and desire to produce. Nay, even in the meeting of their longing glances its new life breaks out, and announces itself as a future individuality harmoniously and well composed. They feel the longing for an actual union and fusing together into a single being, in order to live on only as this, and this longing receives its fulfillment in the child which is produced by them, as that in which the qualities transmitted by them both, fused and united in one being, live on. Conversely, the mutual, decided and persistent aversion between a man and a maid is a sign that what they could produce would only be a badly organized, in itself inharmonious PG 343, and unhappy being. Hence there lies a deeper meaning in the fact that Calderon, though he calls the atrocious Semiramis the daughter of the air, yet introduces her as the daughter of rape followed by the murder of the husband. But finally, what draws two individuals of different sex exclusively to each other with such power is the will to live, which exhibits itself in the whole species, and which here anticipates in the individual, which these two can produce an objectification of its nature answering to its aims. This individual will have the will or character from the father, the intellect from the mother, and the corporization from both. Yet, for the most part, the figure will take more after the father, the size after the mother, according to the law which comes out in the breeding of hybrids among the brutes, and principally depends upon the fact that the size of the eftus must conform to the size of the uterus, just as inexplicable as the quite special individuality of any man, which is exclusively peculiar to him, is also the quite special and individual passion of two lovers. Indeed, at bottom the two are one and the same. The former is explicite what the latter was implicite. the moment at which the parents begin to love each other to fancy each other, as the very happy English expression has itis really to be regarded as the first appearance of a new individual and the true punctum saliens of its life. And as has been said, in the meeting and fixing of their longing glances, there appears the first germ of the new being, which certainly, like all germs, is generally crushed out. This new individual is to a certain extent a new Platonic idea, and now, as all ideas strive with the greatest vehemence to enter the phenomenal world, eagerly seizing for this end upon the matter which the law of causality divides among them all, so also does this particular idea of a human individuality strive, with the greatest eagerness and vehemence, towards its realization in the phenomenon. This eagerness and vehemence, pg 344, is just the passion of the two future parents for each other. It has innumerable degrees, the two extremes of which may at any rate be described as, and, in its nature, however, it is everywhere the same. On the other hand, it will be in degree so much the more powerful the more individualized it is, that is, the more the loved individual is exclusively suited, by virtue of all his or her parts and qualities, to satisfy the desire of the lover and the need established by his or her own individuality. What is really in question here will become clear in the further course of our exposition. Primarily and essentially, the inclination of love is directed to health, strength, and beauty, consequently also to youth, because the will first of all seeks to exhibit the specific character of the human species as the basis of all individuality. Ordinary amorousness does not go much further. To these, then, more special claims link themselves on, which we shall investigate in detail further on, and with which, when they see satisfaction before them, the passion increases. But the highest degrees of this passion spring from that suitableness of two individualities to each other on account of which the will, one, the character of the father and the intellect of the mother in their connection, make up precisely that individual towards which the will to live in general, which exhibits itself in the whole species, feels a longing proportionate to this its magnitude, and which therefore exceeds the measure of a mortal heart, and the motives of which, in the same way, lie beyond the sphere of the individual intellect. This is thus the soul of a true and great passion. Now the more perfect is the mutual adaptation of two individuals to each other in each of the many respects which have further to be considered, the stronger will be their mutual passion. Since there do not exist two individuals exactly alike, there must be for each particular man a particular woman always with reference to what is to be produced who corresponds, pg 345, most perfectly. A really passionate love is as rare as the accident of these two meeting. Since, however, the possibility of such a love is present in every one, the representations of it in the works of the poets are comprehensible to us. Just because the passion of love really turns about that which is to be produced, and its qualities, and because its kernel lies here, a friendship without any admixture of sexual love can exist between two young and good-looking persons of different sex, on account of the agreement of their disposition, character, and mental tendencies. Nay, as regards sexual love there may even be a certain aversion between them. The reason of this is to be sought in the fact that a child produced by them would have physical or mental qualities which were inharmonious. In short, its existence and nature would not answer the ends of the will to live as it exhibits itself in the species. On the other hand, in the case of difference of disposition, character, and mental tendency, and the dislike, nay, enmity proceeding from this, sexual love may yet arise and exist. When it then blinds us to all that, and if it here leads to marriage, it will be a very unhappy one. Let us now set about the more thorough investigation of the matter. Egoism is so deeply rooted a quality of all individuals in general, that in order to rouse the activity of an individual being, egoistical ends are the only ones upon which we can count with certainty. Certainly the species has an earlier, closer, and greater claim upon the individual than the perishable individuality itself. Yet when the individual has to act, and even make sacrifices for the continuance and quality of the species, the importance of the matter cannot be made so comprehensible to his intellect, which is calculated merely with regard to individual ends, as to have its proportionate effect. Therefore, in such a case, nature can only attain its ends by implanting a certain illusion in the individual, on account of which that which is only a pg 346 good for the species appears to him as a good for himself, so that when he serves the species he imagines he is serving himself, in which process a mere chimera which vanishes immediately afterwards, floats before him, and takes the place of a real thing as a motive. This illusion is instinct. In the great majority of cases, this is to be regarded as the sense of the species, which presents what is of benefit to it to the will. Since, however, the will has here become individual, it must be so deluded that it apprehends through the sense of the individual what the sense of the species presents to it. Thus imagines it is following individual ends, while in truth it is pursuing ends, which are merely general, taking this word in its strictest sense. The external phenomenon of instinct we can best observe in the brutes where its role is most important, but it is in ourselves alone that we arrive at a knowledge of its internal process, as of everything internal. Now it is certainly supposed that man has almost no instinct, at any rate only this, that the newborn babe seeks for and seizes the breast of its mother. But in fact we have a very definite, distinct and complicated instinct, that of the selection of another individual for the satisfaction of the sexual impulse, a selection which is so fine, so serious and so arbitrary, with this satisfaction in itself so far as it is a sensual pleasure resting upon a pressing want of the individual, the beauty or ugliness of the other individual has nothing to do. Thus the regard for this which is yet pursued with such ardor, together with the careful selection which springs from it, is evidently connected, not with the chooser himself although he imagines it is so, but with the true end, that which is to be produced, which is to receive the type of the species as purely and correctly as possible. Through 1,000 physical accidents and moral aberrations, there arise a great variety of deteriorations of the human form, yet its true type in all its parts is always again established, and this takes place under the guidance pg 347 of the sense of beauty, which always directs the sexual impulse, and without which this sinks to the level of a disgusting necessity. Accordingly, in the first place, every one will decidedly prefer and eagerly desire the most beautiful individuals, those in whom the character of the species is most purely impressed, but secondly, each one will specially regard as beautiful in another individual those perfections which he himself lacks, nay, even those imperfections which are the opposite of his own. Hence, for example, little men love big women, fair persons like dark 100. The delusive ecstasy which seizes a man at the sight of a woman whose beauty is suited to him, and pictures to him a union with her as the highest good, is just the sense of the species, which, recognizing the distinctly expressed stamp of the same, desires to perpetuate it with this individual. Upon this decided inclination to beauty depends the maintenance of the type of the species, hence it acts with such great power. We shall examine specially further on the considerations which it follows. Thus what guides man here is really an instinct which is directed to doing the best for the species, while the man himself imagines that he only seeks the heightening of his own pleasure. In fact, we have in this an instructive lesson concerning the inner nature of all instinct, which, as here, almost always sets the individual in motion for the good of the species. For clearly the pains with which an insect seeks out a particular flower, or fruit, or dung, or flesh, or, as in the case of the ichneummonid, the larva of another insect, in order to deposit its eggs there only, and to attain this end shrinks neither from trouble nor danger, is thoroughly analogous to the pains with which for his sexual satisfaction a man carefully chooses a woman with definite qualities which appeal to him individually, and strives so eagerly after her that in order to attain this end, he often sacrifices his own happiness in life, contrary to all reason, by a foolish marriage, by love affairs which cost him wealth, honor and life, even by crimes such as pg 348 adultery or rape, all merely in order to serve the species in the most efficient way, although at the cost of the individual, in accordance with the will of nature which is everywhere sovereign. Instinct, in fact, is always an act which seems to be in accordance with the conception of an end, and yet is entirely without such a conception. Nature implants it wherever the acting individual is incapable of understanding the end, or would be unwilling to pursue it. Therefore, as a rule, it is given only to the brutes, and indeed especially to the lowest of them which have least understanding. But almost only in the case we are here considering it is also given to man, who certainly could understand the end, but would not pursue it with the necessary ardor, that is, even at the expense of his individual welfare. Thus here, as in the case of all instinct, the truth assumes the form of an illusion, in order to act upon the will. It is a voluptuous illusion, which leads the man to believe he will find a greater pleasure in the arms of a woman, whose beauty appeals to him than in those of any other, or which indeed, exclusively directed to a single individual, firmly convinces him that the possession of her will ensure him excessive happiness. Therefore he imagines he is taking trouble and making sacrifices for his own pleasure, while he does so merely for the maintenance of the regular type of the species, or else a quite special individuality, which can only come from these parents, is to attain to existence. The character of instinct is here so perfectly present, thus an action which seems to be in accordance with the conception of an end, and yet is entirely without such a conception, that he who is drawn by that illusion often abhors the end which alone guides it, procreation, and would like to hinder it. Thus it is in the case of almost all illicit love affairs. In accordance with the character of the matter which has been explained, every lover will experience a marvelous disillusion after the pleasure he has at last attained, and will wonder that what was so pg 349 longingly desired accomplishes nothing more than every other sexual satisfaction, so that he does not see himself much benefited by it. That wish was related to all his other wishes as the species is related to the individual, thus as the infinite to the finite. The satisfaction, on the other hand, is really only for the benefit of the species, and thus does not come within the consciousness of the individual, who, inspired by the will of the species, here served an end with every kind of sacrifice, which was not his own end at all. Hence then every lover, after the ultimate consummation of the great work, finds himself cheated, for the illusion has vanished by means of which the individual was here the dupe of the species. Accordingly Plato very happily says, Voluptas omlum maxime vaniloqua phileb, 319. But all this reflects light on the instincts and mechanical tendencies of the brutes. They also are without doubt involved in a kind of illusion, which deceives them with the prospect of their own pleasure, while they work so laboriously and with so much self-denial for the species. The bird builds its nest, the insect seeks the only suitable place for its eggs, or even hunts for prey which, unsuited for its own enjoyment, must be laid beside the eggs as food for the future larvae. The bees, the wasps, the ants apply themselves to their skillful dwellings and highly complicated economy. They are all guided with certainty by an illusion, which conceals the service of the species under the mask of an egotistical end. This is probably the only way to comprehend the inner or subjective process that lies at the foundation of the manifestations of instinct. Outwardly, however, or objectively, we find in those creatures which are to a large extent governed by instinct, especially in insects, a preponderance of the ganglion system 1. The subjective nervous system, over the objective or cerebral system, from which we must conclude that they are moved, not so much by objective, pg 350 proper apprehension, as by subjective ideas exciting desire, which arise from the influence of the ganglion system upon the brain and accordingly by a kind of illusion, and this will be the physiological process in the case of all instinct. For the sake of illustration, I will mention as another example of instinct in the human species, although a weak one, the capricious appetite of women who are pregnant. It seems to arise from the fact that the nourishment of the embryo sometimes requires a special or definite modification of the blood which flows to it, upon which the food which produces such a modification at once presents itself to the pregnant woman as an object of ardent longing. Thus here also an illusion arises. Accordingly, woman has one instinct more than man, and the ganglion system is also much more developed in the woman. That man has fewer instincts than the brutes, and that even these few can be easily led astray, may be explained from the great preponderance of the brain in his case. The sense of beauty which instinctively guides the selection for the satisfaction of sexual passion is led astray when it degenerates into the tendency to pederasty, analogous to the fact that the bluebottle Musca vomitoria, instead of depositing its eggs, according to instinct in putrefying flesh, lays them in the blossom of the Arum dracunculus, deceived by the cadaverous smell of this plant. Now that an instinct entirely directed to that which is to be produced lies at the foundation of all sexual love, will receive complete confirmation from the fuller analysis of it, which we cannot therefore avoid. First of all, we have to remark here that by nature man is inclined to inconstancy in love, woman to constancy. The love of the man sinks perceptibly from the moment it has obtained satisfaction. Almost every other woman charms him more than the one he already possesses. He longs for variety. The love of the woman, on the other hand, increases just from that moment. This is a consequence of the aim of pg 351 nature, which is directed to the maintenance, and therefore to the greatest possible increase, of the species. The man can easily beget over 100 children a year. The woman, on the contrary, with however many men, can yet only bring one child a year into the world, leaving twin births out of account. Therefore the man always looks about after other women. The woman, again, sticks firmly to the one man, for nature moves her, instinctively and without reflection, to retain the nourisher and protector of the future offspring. Accordingly, faithfulness in marriage is with the man artificial, with the woman it is natural, and thus adultery on the part of the woman is much less pardonable than on the part of the man, both objectively on account of the consequences, and also subjectively on account of its unnaturalness. But in order to be thorough and gain full conviction that the pleasure in the other sex, however objective it may seem to us, is yet merely disguised instinct, one sense of the species, which strives to maintain its type, we must investigate more fully the considerations which guide us in this pleasure, and enter into the details of this, rarely as these details which will have to be mentioned here may have figured in a philosophical work before. These considerations divide themselves into those which directly concern the type of the species, 1. Beauty, those which are concerned with physical qualities, and lastly those which are merely relative, which arise from the requisite correction or neutralization of the one-sided qualities and abnormities of the two individuals by each other. We shall go through them one by one. The first consideration which guides our choice and inclination is age. In general, we accept the age from the years when menstruation begins to those when it ceases, yet we give the decided preference to the period from the 18th to the 28th year. Outside of those years, on the other hand, no woman can attract us. An old woman, one who no longer menstruates, excites our PG 352 aversion. Youth without beauty has still always attraction. Beauty without youth has none. Clearly, the unconscious end which guides us here is the possibility of reproduction in general. Therefore, every individual loses attraction for the opposite sex in proportion as he or she is removed from the fittest period for begetting or conceiving. The second consideration is that of health. Acute diseases only temporarily disturb us. Chronic diseases or cachexia repel us because they are transmitted to the child. The third consideration is the skeleton, because it is the basis of the type of the species. Next to age and disease, nothing repels us so much as a deformed figure. Even the most beautiful face cannot atone for it. On the contrary, even the ugliest face when accompanied by a straight figure is unquestionably preferred. Further, we feel every disproportion of the skeleton most strongly. For example, a stunted, dumpy, short-boned figure and many such, also a halting gait where it is not the result of an extraneous accident. On the other hand, a strikingly beautiful figure can make up for all defects. It enchants us. Here also comes in the great value which all attach to the smallness of the feet. It depends upon the fact that they are an essential characteristic of the species, for no animal has the tarsus and the metatarsus taken together so small as man, which accords with his upright walk. He is a plantigrade. Accordingly, Jesus Sirach also says 26. According to the Revised Translation by Krauss, a woman with a straight figure and beautiful feet is like columns of gold in sockets of silver. The teeth also are important, because they are essential for nourishment and quite specially hereditary. The fourth consideration is a certain fullness of flesh, thus a predominance of the vegetative function, of plasticity, because this promises abundant nourishment for the ftus, hence great leanness repels us in a striking degree. A full female bosom exerts an exceptional charm upon the male sex, because, standing in direct connection with PG 353 the female functions of propagation, it promises abundant nourishment to the newborn child. On the other hand, excessively fat women excite our disgust. The cause is that this indicates atrophy of the uterus, thus barrenness, which is not known by the head but by instinct. The last consideration of all is the beauty of the face. Here also, before everything else, the bones are considered. Therefore we look principally for a beautiful nose, and a short turned-up nose spoils everything. A slight inclination of the nose downwards or upwards has decided the happiness in life of innumerable maidens, and rightly so, for it concerns the type of the species. A small mouth by means of small maxill is very essential as specifically characteristic of the human countenance, as distinguished from the muzzle of the brutes. A receding or, as it were, cutaway chin is especially disagreeable, because mentum prominulum is an exclusive characteristic of our species. Finally comes the regard for beautiful eyes and forehead. It is connected with the psychical qualities, especially the intellectual, which are inherited from the mother. the unconscious considerations which, on the other hand, the inclination of women follows naturally cannot be so exactly assigned. In general, the following may be asserted. They give the preference to the age from 30 to 35 years, especially over that of youths who yet really present the height of human beauty. The reason is that they are not guided by taste but by instinct, which recognizes in the age named the acme of reproductive power. In general, they look less to beauty, especially of the face. It is as if they took it upon themselves alone to impart this to the child. They are principally won by the strength of the man, and the courage which is connected with this, for these promise the production of stronger children and also a brave protector for them. Every physical defect of the man, every divergence from the type, may with regard to the child be removed by the woman in reproduction, through the fact that she herself, pg 354, is blameless in these respects, or even exceeds in the opposite direction. Only those qualities of the man have to be accepted which are peculiar to his sex, and which therefore the mother cannot give to the child. Such are the manly structure of the skeleton, broad shoulders, slender hips, straight bones, muscular power, courage, beard 100. Hence it arises that women often love ugly men, but never an unmanly man because they cannot neutralize his defects. The second class of the considerations which lie at the foundation of sexual love are those which regard psychical qualities. Here we shall find that the woman is throughout attracted by the qualities of the heart or character in the man, as those which are inherited from the father. The woman is won especially by firmness of will, decision and courage, and perhaps also by honesty and good-heartedness. On the other hand, intellectual gifts exercise no direct and instinctive power over her, just because they are not inherited from the father. Want of understanding does a man no harm with women. Indeed, extraordinary mental endowment, or even genius, might sooner influence them unfavorably as an abnormity. Hence one often sees an ugly, stupid and coarse fellow get the better of a cultured, able and amiable man with women. Also, marriages from love are sometimes consummated between natures which are mentally very different. For example, the man is rough, powerful and stupid, the woman tenderly sensitive, delicately thoughtful, cultured, aesthetic 100, or the man is a genius and learned, the woman a goose. Sic visum veneri, cui placet impars, formas atque animos subjuga enia, svo mitter cum joco. The reason is that here quite other considerations than the intellectual predominate, those of instinct. In marriage what is looked to is not intellectual entertainment, but the production of children. It is a bond of the heart, pg 355, not of the head. It is a vain and absurd pretense when women assert that they have fallen in love with the mind of a man, or else it is the overstraining of a degenerate nature. Men, on the other hand, are not determined in their instinctive love by the qualities of character of the woman, hence so many Socrateses have found their Xantippes, for example, Shakespeare, Albrecht Dürer, Byron 100. The intellectual qualities, however, certainly influence here, because they are inherited from the mother. Yet their influence is easily outweighed by that of physical beauty, which acts directly, as concerning a more essential point. However, it happens, either from the feeling or the experience of that influence, that mothers have their daughters taught the fine arts, languages, and so forth in order to make them attractive to men, whereby they wish to assist the intellect by artificial means, just as, in case of need, they assist the hips and the bosom. Observe that here we are speaking throughout only of that entirely immediate instinctive attraction from which alone love properly so-called grows. That a woman of culture and understanding prizes understanding and intellect in a man, that a man from rational reflection should test and have regard to the character of his bride, has nothing to do with the matter with which we are dealing here. Such things lie at the bottom of a rational choice in marriage, but not of the passionate love, which is our theme. Hitherto I have only taken account of the absolute considerations, those which hold good for everyone. I come now to the relative considerations, which are individual, because in their case what is looked to is the rectification of the type of the species, which is already defectively presented, the correction of the divergences from it which the chooser's own person already bears in itself, and thus the return to the pure presentation of the type. Here, then, each one loves what he lacks. Starting from the individual constitution, and directed to the individual constitution, the choice which rests upon pg 356 such relative considerations is much more definite, decided, and exclusive than that which proceeds merely from the absolute considerations. Therefore, the source of really passionate love will lie, as a rule, in these relative considerations, and only that of the ordinary and slighter inclination in the absolute considerations. Accordingly, it is not generally precisely correct and perfect beauties that kindle great passions. For such a truly passionate inclination to arise, something is required which can only be expressed by a chemical metaphor. Two persons must neutralize each other, like acid and alkali, to a neutral salt. The essential conditions demanded for this are the following. First, all sex is one-sided. This one-sidedness is more distinctly expressed in one individual than in another. Therefore, in every individual it can be better supplemented and neutralized by one than by another individual of the opposite sex, for each one requires a one-sidedness which is the opposite of his own to complete the type of humanity in the new individual that is to be produced, the constitution of which is always the goal towards which all tends. Physiologists know that manhood and womanhood admit of innumerable degrees, through which the former sinks to the repulsive gynander and hypospadus, and the latter rises to the graceful androgyne. From both sides complete hermaphrodism can be reached, at which point stand those individuals who, holding the exact mean between the two sexes, can be attributed to neither, and consequently are unfit to propagate the species. Accordingly, the neutralization of two individualities by each other, of which we are speaking, demands that the definite degree of his manhood shall exactly correspond to the definite degree of her womanhood, so that the one-sidedness of each exactly annuls that of the other. Accordingly, the most manly man will seek the most womanly woman, and vice versa, and in the same way every individual will seek another corresponding to him or her in degree of sex. Pg 357. Now how far the required relation exists between two individuals is instinctively felt by them, and, together with the other relative considerations, lies at the foundation of the higher degrees of love. While therefore the lovers speak pathetically of the harmony of their souls, the heart of the matter is for the most part the agreement or suitableness pointed out here with reference to the being which is to be produced and its perfection, and which is also clearly of much more importance than the harmony of their souls, which often, not long after the marriage, resolves itself into a howling discord. Now here come in the further relative considerations, which depend upon the fact that every one endeavours to neutralize by means of the other his weaknesses, defects, and deviations from the type, so that they will not perpetuate themselves, or even develop into complete abnormities in the child which is to be produced. The weaker a man is as regards muscular power, the more will he seek for strong women, and the woman on her side will do the same. But since now a less degree of muscular power is natural and regular in the woman, women as a rule will give the preference to strong men. Further, the size is an important consideration. Little men have a decided inclination for big women, and vice versa. And indeed in a little man, the preference for big women will be so much the more passionate if he himself was begotten by a big father, and only remains little through the influence of his mother, because he has inherited from his father the vascular system and its energy, which was able to supply a large body with blood. If, on the other hand, his father and grandfather were both little, that inclination will make itself less felt. At the foundation of the aversion of a big woman to big men lies the intention of nature to avoid too big a race, if with the strength which this woman could impart to them, they would be too weak to live long. If, however, such a woman selects a big husband, perhaps for the sake of being more presentable in Pg 358 society, then, as a rule, her offspring will have to atone for her folly. Further, the consideration as to the complexion is very decided. Blondes prefer dark persons or brunettes, but the latter seldom prefer the former. The reason is that fair hair and blue eyes are in themselves a variation from the type, almost an abnormity, analogous to white mice, or at least to grey horses. In no part of the world, not even in the vicinity of the pole, are they indigenous except in Europe, and are clearly of Scandinavian origin. I may here express my opinion in passing that the white colour of the skin is not natural to man, but that by nature he has a black or brown skin, like our forefathers the Hindus, that consequently a white man has never originally sprung from the womb of nature, and that thus there is no such thing as a white race, much as this is talked of, but every white man is a faded or bleached one. Forced into the strange world, where he only exists like an exotic plant, and like this requires in winter the hothouse, in the course of thousands of years man became white. The gypsies, an Indian race which immigrated only about 4 centuries ago, show the transition from the complexion of the Hindu to our own. Therefore in sexual love nature strives to return to dark hair and brown eyes as the primitive type, but the white color of the skin has become a second nature, though not so that the brown of the Hindu repels us. Finally, each one also seeks in the particular parts of the body the corrective of his own defects and aberrations, and does so the more decidedly the more important the part is. Therefore snub-nosed individuals have an inexpressible liking for hook noses, parrot faces, and it is the same with regard to all other parts. Men with excessively slim, long bodies and limbs can find beauty in a body which is even beyond measure stumpy and short. The considerations with regard to temperament act in a PG 359 analogous manner. Each will prefer the temperament opposed to his own, yet only in proportion as his one is decided. Whoever is himself in some respect very perfect does not indeed seek and love imperfection in this respect, but is yet more easily reconciled to it than others, because he himself insures the children against great imperfection of this part. For example, whoever is himself very white will not object to a yellow complexion, but whoever has the latter will find dazzling whiteness divinely beautiful. The rare case in which a man falls in love with a decidedly ugly woman occurs when, besides the exact harmony of the degree of sex explained above, the whole of her abnormities are precisely the opposite, and thus the corrective of his. The love is then wont to reach a high degree. The profound seriousness with which we consider and ponder each bodily part of the woman, and she on her part does the same, the critical scrupulosity with which we inspect a woman who begins to please us, the capriciousness of our choice, the keen attention with which the bridegroom observes his betrothed, his carefulness not to be deceived in any part, and the great value which he attaches to every excess or defect in the essential parts, all this is quite in keeping with the importance of the end. For the new being to be produced will have to bear through its whole life a similar part. For example, if the woman is only a little crooked, this may easily impart to her son a hump, and so in all the rest. Consciousness of all this certainly does not exist. On the contrary, every one imagines that he makes that careful selection in the interest of his own pleasure, which at bottom cannot be interested in it at all. But he makes it precisely, as, under the presupposition of his own corporization, is most in keeping with the interest of the species, to maintain the type of which as pure as possible is the secret task. The individual acts here without knowing it, by order of something higher than itself, the species. Hence PG 360, the importance which it attaches to things which may and indeed must be, indifferent to itself as such. There is something quite peculiar in the profound, unconscious seriousness with which two young persons of opposite sex who see each other for the first time regard each other, in the searching and penetrating glance they cast at one another, in the careful review which all the features and parts of their respective persons have to endure. This investigating and examining is the meditation of the genius of the species on the individual, which is possible through these two and the combination of its qualities. According to the result of this meditation is the degree of their pleasure in each other and their yearning for each other. This yearning, even after it has attained a considerable degree, may be suddenly extinguished again by the discovery of something that had previously remained unobserved. In this way, then, the genius of the species meditates concerning the coming race in all who are capable of reproduction. The nature of this race is the great work with which Cupid is occupied, unceasingly active, speculating and pondering. In comparison with the importance of his great affair, which concerns the species and all coming races, the affairs of individuals in their whole ephemeral totality are very trifling. Therefore he is always ready to sacrifice these regardlessly. For he is related to them as an immortal to mortals, and his interests to theirs as infinite to finite. Thus, in the consciousness of managing affairs of a higher kind than all those which only concern individual weal or woe, he carries them on sublimely, undisturbed in the midst of the tumult of war, or in the bustle of business life, or during the raging of a plague, and pursues them even into the seclusion of the cloister. We have seen in the above that the intensity of love increases with its individualization, because we have shown that the physical qualities of two individuals can be such that, for the purpose of restoring as far as possible PG 361 the type of the species, the one is quite specially and perfectly the completion or supplement of the other, which therefore desires it exclusively. Already in this case a considerable passion arises, which at once gains a nobler and more sublime appearance from the fact that it is directed to an individual object, and to it alone, thus, as it were, arises at the special order of the species. For the opposite reason, the mere sexual impulse is ignoble, because without individualization it is directed to all, and strives to maintain the species only as regards quantity, with little respect to quality. But the individualizing, and with it the intensity of the love, can reach so high a degree that without its satisfaction all the good things in the world, and even life itself, lose their value. It is then a wish which attains a vehemence that no other wish ever reaches, and therefore makes one ready for any sacrifice, and in case its fulfillment remains unalterably denied, may lead to madness or suicide. At the foundation of such an excessive passion there must lie, besides the considerations we have shown above, still others which we have not thus before our eyes. We must therefore assume that here not only the corporization, but the will of the man and the intellect of the woman are specially suitable to each other, in consequence of which a perfectly definite individual can be produced by them alone, whose existence the genius of the species has here in view, for reasons which are inaccessible to us, since they lie in the nature of the thing in itself. Or, to speak more exactly, the will to live desires here to objectify itself in a perfectly definite individual, which can only be produced by this father with this mother. This metaphysical desire of the will in itself has primarily no other sphere of action in the series of existences than the hearts of the future parents, which accordingly are seized with this ardent longing, and now imagine themselves to desire on their own account what really for the present has only a purely metaphysical end. 1. An end which lies outside the series of actually existing pg 362 things. Thus it is the ardent longing to enter existence of the future individual which has first become possible here, a longing which proceeds from the primary source of all being, and exhibits itself in the phenomenal world as the lofty passion of the future parents for each other, paying little regard to all that is outside itself, in fact as an unparalleled illusion, on account of which such a lover would give up all the good things of this world to enjoy the possession of this woman, who yet can really give him nothing more than any other. That yet it is just this possession that is kept in view here is seen from the fact that even this lofty passion, like all others, is extinguished in its enjoyment, the great astonishment of those who are possessed by it. It also becomes extinct when, through the woman turning out barren, which, according to Hufeland, may arise from 19 accidental constitutional defects, the real metaphysical end is frustrated, just as daily happens in millions of germs trampled foot, in which yet the same metaphysical life principle strives for existence, for which there is no other consolation than that an infinity of space, time and matter, and consequently inexhaustible opportunity for return, stands open to the will to live. The view which is here expounded must once have been present to the mind of Theophrastus Paracelsus, even if only in a fleeting form, though he has not handled this subject, and my whole system of thought was foreign to him. For in quite a different context and in his desultory manner, he wrote the following remarkable words: Hi sunt quos Deus copulavit, ut eam, fuit Uriet David, quamvis ex diametro sic enim sibi humana mens persuadebit, cum justo et legitimo matrimonio pugnerat hoc sed propter Salomonum, qui aliund nascae non partuit, nisi ex Bathseba, conjuncto David semin, quamvis meritris, conjunxit eis Deus de vita longa. 1. The longing of love, which the poets of all ages are unceasingly occupied with expressing in innumerable pg 363 forms, and do not exhaust the subject, nay, cannot do it justice, this longing, which attaches the idea of endless happiness to the possession of a particular woman, and unutterable pain to the thought that this possession cannot be attained, this longing and this pain cannot obtain their material from the wants of an ephemeral individual, but they are the size of the spirit of the species which sees here to be won or lost, a means for the attainment of its ends which cannot be replaced, and therefore groans deeply. The species alone has infinite life, and therefore is capable of infinite desires, infinite satisfaction, and infinite pain. But these are here imprisoned in the narrow breast of a mortal. No wonder, then, if such a breast seems like to burst, and can find no expression for the intimations of infinite rapture or infinite misery with which it is filled. This, then, affords the materials for all erotic poetry of a sublime kind, which accordingly rises into transcendent metaphors, soaring above all that is earthly. This is the theme of Petrarch, the material for the St. Priaz, Werthers, and Jacopo Ortis, who apart from it could not be understood nor explained. For that infinite esteem for the loved one cannot rest upon some spiritual excellences, or in general upon any objective, real qualities of hers. For one thing, because she is often not sufficiently well known to the lover, as was the case with Petrarch. The spirit of the species alone can see at one glance what worth she has for it, for its ends, and great passions also arise as a rule at the first glance. Whoever loved that loved not at first sight. Shakespeare as You Like It, Roman 3. In this regard, a passage in the romance of Guzman de Alfaraque, by Matteo Alemán, which has been famous for 250 years, is remarkable. No es necesario, para que uno aime, que pase distancia de tiempo, que siga discurso, ni haga. Election sino que con aquella primera y sola vista, concurren juntament cierta correspondencia o consonancia, o lo que a pg 364 salimos vulgarmente decir, una confrontación de sangre, a que por particular influxo, suelen mover las estrellas. For one to love, it is not necessary that much time should pass, that he should set about reflecting and make a choice, but only that at that first and only glance a certain correspondence and consonance should be encountered on both sides, or that which in common life we are wont to call a sympathy of the blood, and to which a special influence of the stars generally impels, p. 2. Lib 3. Roman 100. Accordingly, the loss of the loved one, through a rival or through death, is also for the passionate lover a pain that surpasses all others, just because it is of a transcendental kind, since it affects him not merely as an individual, but attacks him in his essentia terna, in the life of the species into whose special will and service he was here called. Hence jealousy is such torment and so grim, and the surrender of the loved one is the greatest of all sacrifices. A hero is ashamed of all lamentations except the lamentation of love, because in this it is not he but the species that laments. In Calderon's Zenobia the Great there is in the first act a scene between Zenobia and Decius in which the latter says, Celos lugo tu mi quieres, perdieration mil victorias volvierem 100, heaven, then thou lovest me, for this I would lose 1,000 victories would turn about 100. Here honor, which hitherto outweighed every interest, is beaten out of the field as soon as sexual love, the interest of the species, comes into play and sees before it a decided advantage, for this is infinitely superior to every interest of mere individuals, however important it may be. Therefore to this alone honor, duty, and fidelity yield after they have withstood every other temptation, including the threat of death. In the same way we find in private life that conscientiousness is in no point so rare as in this. It is here sometimes set aside even by pg 365 persons who are otherwise honest and just, and adultery is recklessly committed when passionate love, the interest of the species, has mastered them. It even seems as if in this they believed themselves to be conscious of a higher right than the interests of individuals can ever confer, just because they act in the interest of the species. In this reference Champfort's remark is worth noticing. Quand unharmet une femme ont elun pour eloter une passion violent, il me semble taugers que quelques soyant les obstacles qui les séparent, unmari, des parens, etc. Les du amens sont elun à eloter, de par la nature, quils es appartenant de droit divin, malgré les lois et les conventions humaines. Whoever is inclined to be incensed at this should be referred to the remarkable indulgence which the Saviour shows in the Gospel to the woman taken in adultery, in that he also assumes the same guilt in the case of all present. From this point of view, the greater part of the Decameron appears as mere mocking and jeering of the genius of the species, at the rights and interests of individuals which it tramples under foot. Differences of rank and all similar circumstances, when they oppose the union of passionate lovers, are set aside with the same ease and treated as nothing by the genius of the species, which, pursuing its ends that concern innumerable generations, blows off as spray such human laws and scruples. From the same deeply grounds, when the ends of passionate love are concerned, every danger is willingly encountered, and those who are otherwise timorous here become courageous. In plays and novels also we see with ready sympathy the young persons who are fighting the battle of their love, the interest of the species, gain the victory over their elders, who are thinking only of the welfare of the individuals. For the efforts of the lovers appear to us as much more important, sublime, and therefore right, than anything that can be opposed to them, as the species is more important than the individual. Accordingly, the fundamental theme of almost all pg 366 comedies is the appearance of the genius of the species with its aims, which are opposed to the personal interest of the individuals presented, and therefore threaten to undermine their happiness. As a rule it attains its end, which, as in accordance with poetical justice, satisfies the spectator, because he feels that the aims of the species are much to be preferred to those of the individual. Therefore, at the conclusion, he leaves the victorious lovers quite confidently, because he shares with them the illusion that they have founded their own happiness, while they have rather sacrificed it to the choice of the species, against the will and foresight of their elders. It has been attempted in single, abnormal comedies to reverse the matter and bring about the happiness of the individuals at the cost of the aims of the species. But then the spectator feels the pain which the genius of the species suffers, and is not consoled by the advantages which are thereby assured to the individuals. As examples of this kind, two very well-known little pieces occur to me: La Réunie de 16 Ans and Le Mariage de Racine. In tragedies containing love affairs, since the aims of the species are frustrated, the lovers who were its tools generally perish also. For example, in Romeo and Juliet, Tancred, Don Carlos, Wallenstein, The Bride of Messina, and many others. The love of a man often affords comical, and sometimes also tragical phenomena, both because, taken possession of by the spirit of the species, he is now ruled by this and no longer belongs to himself. His conduct thereby becomes unsuited to the individual. That which in the higher grades of love imparts such a tinge of poetry and sublimeness to his thoughts, which gives them even a transcendental and hyperphysical tendency, on account of which he seems to lose sight altogether of his real, very physical aim, is at bottom this, that he is now inspired by the spirit of the species, whose affairs are infinitely more important than all those which concern me. Individuals, in order to find pg 367 under the special directions of this spirit, the whole existence of an indefinitely long posterity, with this individual and exactly determined nature, which it can receive only from him as father and the woman he loves as mother, and which otherwise could never, as such, attain to existence, while the objectification of the will to live expressly demands this existence. It is the feeling that he is acting in affairs of such transcendent importance which raises the lover so high above everything earthly, nay, even above himself, and gives such a hyperphysical clothing to his very physical desires, that love becomes a poetical episode even in the life of the most prosaic man. In which last case the matter sometimes assumes a comical aspect. That mandate of the will which objectifies itself in the species exhibits itself in the consciousness of the lover under the mask of the anticipation of an infinite blessedness, which is to be found for him in the union with this female individual. Now, in the highest grades of love, this chimera becomes so radiant that if it cannot be attained, life itself loses all charm, and now appears so joyless, hollow, and insupportable that the disgust at it even overcomes the fear of death, so that it is then sometimes voluntarily cut short. The will of such a man has been caught in the vortex of the will of the species, or this has obtained such a great predominance over the individual will that, if such a man cannot be effective in the first capacity, he disdains to be so in the last. The individual is here too weak a vessel to be capable of enduring the infinite longing of the will of the species concentrated upon a definite object. In this case, therefore, the issue is suicide, sometimes the double suicide of the two lovers, unless, to save life, nature allows madness to intervene, which then covers with its veil the consciousness of that hopeless state. No year passes without proving the reality of what has been expounded by several cases of all these kinds. Not only, however, has the unsatisfied passion of love pg 368 sometimes a tragic issue, but the satisfied passion also leads oftener to unhappiness than to happiness. For its demands often conflict so much with the personal welfare of him who is concerned that they undermine it, because they are incompatible with his other circumstances, and disturb the plan of life built upon them. Nay, not only with external circumstances is love often in contradiction, but even with the lover's own individuality, for it flings itself upon persons who, apart from the sexual relation, would be hateful, contemptible, and even abhorrent to the lover. But so much more powerful is the will of the species than that of the individual that the lover shuts his eyes to all those qualities which are repellent to him, overlooks all, ignores all, and binds himself forever to the object of his passion. So entirely is he blinded by that illusion, which vanishes as soon as the will of the species is satisfied, and leaves behind a detested companion for life. Only from this can it be explained that we often see very reasonable and excellent men bound to termagants and shedevils, and cannot conceive how they could have made such a choice. On this account the ancients represented love as blind. Indeed, a lover may even know distinctly and feel bitterly the faults of temperament and character of his bride, which promise him a miserable life, and yet not be frightened away. I ask not, I care not. If guilt's in thy heart, I know that I love thee, whatever thou art. For ultimately he seeks not his own things, but those of a third person, who is yet to come into being, although he is involved in the illusion that what he seeks is his own affair. But it is just this not seeking of one's own things which is everywhere the stamp of greatness, that gives to passionate love also a touch of sublimity, and makes it a worthy subject of poetry. Finally, sexual love is compatible even with the extremist hatred towards its object. Pg 369, therefore Plato has compared it to the love of the wolf for the sheep. This case appears when a passionate lover, in spite of all efforts and entreaties, cannot obtain a favourable hearing on any condition. I love and hate her. Shakespeare Sim, Roman 3. The hatred of the loved one which then is kindled sometimes goes so far that the lover murders her, and then himself. 1 or 2 examples of this generally happen every year. They will be found in the newspapers, therefore Goethe's lines are quite correct. By all despised love, by hellish element. Would that I knew a worse that I might swear by. It is really no hyperbole if a lover describes the coldness of his beloved and the delight of her vanity, which feeds on his sufferings, as cruelty. For he is under the influence of an impulse which, akin to the instinct of insects, compels him, in spite of all grounds of reason, to pursue his end unconditionally, and to undervalue everything else. He cannot give it up. Not one but many a Petrarch has there been who was compelled to drag through life the unsatisfied ardour of love, like a fetter, an iron weight at his foot, and breathe his sighs in lonely woods. But only in the one Petrarch dwelt also the gift of poetry, so that Goethe's beautiful lines hold good of him. And when in misery the man was dumb, a God gave me the power to tell my sorrow. In fact, the genius of the species wages war throughout with the guardian geniuses of individuals, is their pursuer and enemy, always ready relentlessly to destroy personal happiness in order to carry out its ends. Nay, the welfare of whole nations has sometimes been sacrificed to its humours. An example of this is given us by Shakespeare in Henry VI, pt. 3, Act 3, sc. 2 and 3. All this depends upon pg 370, the fact that the species, as that in which the root of our being lies, has a closer and earlier right to us than the individual. Hence its affairs take precedence. From the feeling of this, the ancients personified the genius of the species in Cupid, a malevolent, cruel, and therefore ill-reputed god, in spite of his childish appearance, a capricious, despotic demon, but yet lord of gods and men. 2 Deorum hominum tiran amor. A deadly shot, blindness, and wings are his attributes. The latter signify inconstancy, and this appears, as a rule, only with the disillusion which is the consequence of satisfaction. Because the passion depended upon an illusion, which represented that which has only value for the species as valuable for the individual, the deception must vanish after the attainment of the end of the species. The spirit of the species which took possession of the individual sets it free again. Forsaken by this spirit, the individual falls back into its original limitation and narrowness, and sees with wonder that after such a high, heroic, and infinite effort nothing has resulted for its pleasure but what every sexual gratification affords. Contrary to expectation, it finds itself no happier than before. It observes that it has been the dupe of the will of the species. Therefore, as a rule, a Theseus who has been made happy will forsake his Ariadne. If Petrarch's passion had been satisfied, his song would have been silenced from that time forth, like that of the bird as soon as the eggs are laid. Here let me remark in passing that however much my metaphysics of love will displease the very persons who are entangled in this passion, yet if rational considerations in general could avail anything against it, the fundamental truth disclosed by me would necessarily fit one more than anything else to subdue it. But the saying of the old comedian will, no doubt, remain true. Gray's in CPG 371 nec concilium, nec modum habet ullum, eam concilio regere non parts. Marriages from love are made in the interest of the species, not of the individuals. Certainly the persons concerned imagine they are advancing their own happiness, but their real end is one which is foreign to themselves, for it lies in the production of an individual which is only possible through them. Brought together by this aim, they ought henceforth to try to get on together as well as possible. But very often the pair brought together by that instinctive illusion, which is the essence of passionate love, will in other respects be of very different natures. This comes to light when the illusion vanishes, as it necessarily must. Accordingly, love marriages, as a rule, turn out unhappy, for through them the coming generation is cared for at the expense of the present. Quin si casa por amores, ha de vivir con dolors, who marries from love must live in sorrow, says the Spanish proverb. The opposite is the case with marriages contracted for purposes of convenience, generally in accordance with the choice of the parents. The considerations prevailing here, of whatever kind they may be, are at least real, and cannot vanish of themselves. Through them, however, the happiness of the present generation is certainly cared for, to the disadvantage of the coming generation, and notwithstanding this it remains problematical. The man who in his marriage looks to money more than to the satisfaction of his inclination lives more in the individual than in the species, which is directly opposed to the truth, hence it appears unnatural, and excites a certain contempt. A girl who, against the advice of her parents, rejects the offer of a rich and not yet old man in order, setting aside all considerations of convenience, to choose according to her instinctive inclination alone, sacrifices her individual welfare to the species. But just on this account one cannot withhold from her a certain approbation, for she has preferred what is of most importance, pg 372, and has acted in the spirit of nature more exactly, of the species, while the parents advised in the spirit of individual egoism. In accordance with all this, it appears as if in making a marriage either the individual or the interests of the species must come off a loser. And this is generally the case, for that convenience and passionate love should go hand in hand is the rarest of lucky accidents. The physical, moral, or intellectual deficiency of the nature of most men may, to some extent, have its ground in the fact that marriages are ordinarily entered into not from pure choice and inclination, but from all kinds of external considerations, and on account of accidental circumstances. If, however, besides convenience, inclination is also to a certain extent regarded, this is, as it were, an agreement with the genius of the species. Happy marriages are well known to be rare, just because it lies in the nature of marriage that its chief end is not the present but the coming generation. However, let me add, for the consolation of tender, loving natures, that sometimes passionate sexual love associates itself with a feeling of an entirely different origin, real friendship, based upon agreement of disposition, which yet for the most part only appears when sexual love proper is extinguished in its satisfaction. This friendship will then generally spring from the fact that the supplementing and corresponding physical, moral, and intellectual qualities of the two individuals, from which sexual love arose, with reference to the child to be produced, are, with reference also to the individuals themselves, related to each other in a supplementary manner as opposite qualities of temperament and mental gifts, and thereby form the basis of a harmony of disposition. The whole metaphysics of love here dealt with stands in close connection with my metaphysics in general, and the light which it throws upon this may be summed up as follows. We have seen that the careful selection for the satisfaction of the sexual impulse, a selection which rises through pg 373 innumerable degrees up to that of passionate love, depends upon the highly serious interest which man takes in the special personal constitution of the next generation. Now this exceedingly remarkable interest confirms two truths which have been set forth in the preceding chapters. 1. The indestructibility of the true nature of man, which lives on in that coming generation. For that interest which is so lively and eager, and does not spring from reflection and intention, but from the inmost characteristics and tendencies of our nature, could not be so indelibly present and exercise such great power over man if he were absolutely perishable, and were merely followed in time by a race actually and entirely different from him. 2. That his true nature lies more in the species than in the individual. For that interest in the special nature of the species, which is the root of all love, from the passing inclination to the serious passion, is for every one really the highest concern, the success or failure of which touches him most sensibly. Therefore it is called par excellence the affair of the heart. Moreover, when this interest has expressed itself strongly and decidedly, everything which merely concerns one's own person is postponed and necessarily sacrificed to it. Through this, then, man shows that the species lies closer to him than the individual, and he lives more immediately in the former than in the latter. Why does the lover hang with complete abandonment on the eyes of his chosen one, and is ready to make every sacrifice for her? Because it is his immortal part that longs after her, while it is only his mortal part that desires everything else. That vehement or intense longing directed to a particular woman is accordingly an immediate pledge of the indestructibility of the kernel of our being, and of its continued existence in the species. But to regard this continued existence as something trifling and insufficient is an error which arises from the fact that under the conception of the continued life of the species one thinks nothing more pg 374 than the future existence of beings similar to us but in no regard identical with us, and this again because, starting from knowledge directed towards without, one takes into consideration only the external form of the species as we apprehend it in perception, and not its inner nature. But it is just this inner nature which lies at the foundation of our own consciousness as its kernel, and hence indeed is more immediate than this itself, and as thing in itself, free from the principium individuationis, is really the same and identical in all individuals, whether they exist together or after each other. Now this is the will to live, thus just that which desires life and continuance so vehemently. This accordingly is spared and unaffected by death. It can attain to no better state than its present one, and consequently for it, with life, the constant suffering and striving of the individuals is certain. To free it from this is reserved for the denial of the will to live, as the means by which the individual will breaks away from the stem of the species, and surrenders that existence in it. We lack conceptions for that which it now is, indeed all data for such conceptions are wanting. We can only describe it as that which is free to be willed to live or not. Buddhism denotes the latter case by the word nirvana, the etymology of which was given in the note at the end of chapter 41. It is the point which remains forever unattainable to all human knowledge, just as such. If now, from the standpoint of this last consideration, we contemplate the turmoil of life, we behold all occupied with its want and misery, straining all their powers to satisfy its infinite needs, and to ward off its multifarious sorrows, yet without daring to hope anything else than simply the preservation of this tormented existence for a short span of time. In between, however, in the midst of the tumult, we see the glances of two lovers meet longingly, yet why so secretly, fearfully and stealthily? Because these lovers are the traitors who seek to perpetuate pg 375 the whole want and drudgery, which would otherwise speedily reach an end. This they wish to frustrate, as others like them have frustrated it before. This consideration already passes over into the subject of the following chapter. pg 376. Chapter 45, on the assertion of the will to live. If the will to live exhibited itself merely as an impulse to self-preservation, this would only be an assertion of the individual phenomenon for the span of time of its natural duration. The cares and troubles of such a life would not be great, and consequently existence would be easy and serene. Since, on the contrary, the will wills life absolutely, and for all time, it exhibits itself also as sexual impulse, which has in view an endless series of generations. This impulse does away with that carelessness, serenity and innocence which would accompany a merely individual existence, for it brings unrest and melancholy into the consciousness, misfortunes, cares and misery into the course of life. If on the other hand it is voluntarily suppressed, as we see in rare exceptions, then this is the turning of the will which changes its course. The will does not then transcend the individual, but is abolished in it. Yet this can only take place by means of the individual doing painful violence to itself. If, however, it does take place, then the freedom from care and the serenity of the purely individual existence is restored to the consciousness, and indeed in a higher degree. On the other hand, to the satisfaction of that most vehement of all impulses and desires is linked the origin of a new existence, thus the carrying out of life anew, with all its burdens, cares, wants and pains, certainly in another individual. Yet if the two who are different in the phenomenon pg 377 were so absolutely and in themselves, where would then be eternal justice? Life presents itself as a problem, a task to be worked out, and therefore, as a rule, as a constant conflict with necessity. Accordingly, everyone tries to get through with it and come off as well as he can. He performs life as a compulsory service which he owes. But who has contracted the debt, his begetter in the enjoyment of sensual pleasure? Thus, because the one has enjoyed this, the other must live, suffer, and die. However, we know and look back here to the fact that the difference of the similar is conditioned by space and time, which in this sense I have called the principium individuationis. Otherwise eternal justice could not be vindicated. Paternal love, on account of which the father is ready to suffer, and to risk more for his child than for himself, and at the same time knows that he owes this, depends simply upon the fact that the begetter recognizes himself in the begotten. The life of a man, with its endless care, want, and suffering, is to be regarded as the explanation and paraphrase of the act of procreation, 1. The decided assertion of the will to live, and further, it is also due to this that he owes to nature the debt of death, and thinks with anxiety of this debt. Is this not evidence of the fact that our existence involves guilt? At any rate, we always exist, subject to the periodical payment of the toll, birth and death, and successively partake of all the sorrows and joys of life, so that none can escape us. This is just the fruit of the assertion of the will to live. Thus the fear of death, which in spite of all the miseries of life holds us firmly to it, is really illusory, but just as illusory is the impulse which has enticed us into it. This enticement itself may be seen objectively in the reciprocal longing glances of two lovers. They are the purest expression of the will to live, in its assertion. How soft and tender it is here! It wills well-being and quiet pleasure and mild joys for itself, for others, for all. It is the theme of Anacreon. Thus by pg 378 allurements and flattery it makes its way into life, but when once it is there, misery introduces crime and crime misery, horror and desolation fill the scene. It is the theme of Hylas. But now the act through which the will asserts itself, and man arises, is one of which all are in their inmost being ashamed, which they therefore carefully conceal, nay, if they are caught in it, are terrified as if they had been taken in a crime. It is an action of which in cold reflection one generally thinks with dislike, and in a lofty mood with loathing. Reflections which in this regard approach the matter more closely are offered by Montaigne in the 5th chapter of the 3rd book, under the marginal heading, Si que l'âme. A peculiar sadness and repentance follows close upon it, is yet most perceptible after the first performance of the act, and in general is the more distinct the nobler is the character. Hence even Pliny the pagan says, Homini tantum primi coitus penitentia, augurium silicet vit, a penitenda origin hist. Nat. 10. And on the other hand in Goethe's Faust, what do devil and witches practice and sing of on their Sabbath? Lewdness and obscenity. And in the same work in the admirable Paralipomena, to Faust what does incarnate Satan preach before the assembled multitude? Lewdness and obscenity. But simply and solely by means of the continual practice of such an act as this does the human race subsist. If now optimism were right, if our existence were to be thankfully recognized as the gift of the highest goodness guided by wisdom, and accordingly in itself praiseworthy, commendable, and agreeable, then certainly the act which perpetuates it would necessarily have borne quite another physiognomy. If, on the other hand, this existence is a kind of false step or error, if it is the work of an originally blind will, whose most fortunate development is that it comes to itself in order to abolish itself, then the act pg 379, which perpetuates that existence, must appear precisely as it does appear. With reference to the first fundamental truth of my doctrine, the remark deserves a place here that the shame mentioned above, which attaches to the act of generation, extends even to the parts which are concerned in this, although, like all other parts, they are given us by nature. This is again a striking proof that not only the actions but even the body of man is to be regarded as the manifestation, the objectification of his will, and as its work, for he could not be ashamed of a thing which existed without his will. The act of generation is further related to the world, as the answer is related to the riddle. The world is wide in space and old in time, and of an inexhaustible multiplicity of forms, yet all this is only the manifestation of the will to live, and the concentration, the focus of this will is the act of generation. Thus in this act the inner nature of the world expresses itself most distinctly. In this regard it is indeed worth noticing that this act itself is also distinctly called the will in the very significant German phrase, verlangt von ihr, sie sollt ihm zu willen sein, he desired her to comply with his wishes. As the most distinct expression of the will, then, this act is the kernel, the compendium, the quintessence of the world. Therefore from it we obtain light as to the nature and tendency of the world. It is the answer to the riddle. Accordingly it is understood under the tree of knowledge, for after acquaintance with it, the eyes of every one are opened as to life, as Byron also says. The tree of knowledge has been plucked, all's known. Don Juan Roman 1. It is not less in keeping with this quality that it is the great, the open secret, which must never and nowhere be distinctly mentioned, but always and everywhere is understood as the principal matter, and is therefore pg 380 constantly present to the thoughts of all, wherefore also the slightest allusion to it is instantly understood. The leading part which that act, and what is connected with it, plays in the world, because love intrigues are everywhere on the one hand pursued, and on the other hand assumed, is quite in keeping with the importance of this punctum saliens of the egg of the world. The source of the amusing is simply the constant concealment of the chief concern. But see now how the young, innocent human intellect, when that great secret of the world first becomes known to it, is startled at the enormity. The reason of this is that in the long course which the originally unconscious will had to traverse before it rose to intellect, especially to human, rational intellect, it became so strange to itself that it no longer knows its origin, that penitenda origo, and now, from the standpoint of pure, and therefore innocent knowing, is horrified at it. Since now the focus of the will, its concentration and highest expression, is the sexual impulse and its satisfaction, this is very significantly and naively expressed in the symbolical language of nature through the fact that the individualized will, that is, the man and the brute, makes its entrance into the world through the door of the sexual organs. The assertion of the will to live, which accordingly has its center in the act of generation, is in the case of the brute infallible. For the will, which is the natura naturans, first arrives at reflection in man. To arrive at reflection means, not merely to know the momentary necessity of the individual will, how to serve it in the pressing presenters is the case with the brute, in proportion to its completeness and its necessities, which go hand in hand but to have attained a greater breadth of knowledge, by virtue of a distinct remembrance of the past, an approximate anticipation of the future, and thereby a general survey of the individual life, both one's pg 381 own life, and that of others, nay, of existence in general. Really the life of every species of brute, through the thousands of years of its existence, is to a certain extent like a single moment, for it is mere consciousness of the present, without that of the past and the future, and consequently without that of death. In this sense it is to be regarded as a permanent moment, a nunc stans. Here we see in passing most distinctly that in general the form of life, or the manifestation of the will with consciousness, is primarily and immediately merely the present. Past and future are added only in the case of man, and indeed merely in conception are known in abstracto, and perhaps illustrated by pictures of the imagination. Thus after the will to live the inner being of nature, in the ceaseless striving towards complete objectification and complete enjoyment, has run through the whole series of the brutes, which often occurs in the various periods of successive animal series, each arising anew on the same planet. It arrives at last at reflection in the being who is endowed with reason, man. Here now to him the thing begins to be doubtful, the question forces itself upon him whence and wherefore all this is, and chiefly whether the care and misery of his life and effort is really repaid by the gain. Le Dieu vaut-il bien la chandelle? Accordingly here is the point at which, in the light of distinct knowledge, he decides for the assertion or denial of the will to live, although as a rule he can only bring the latter to consciousness in a mythical form. We have consequently no ground for assuming that a still more highly developed objectification of the will is ever reached anywhere, for it has already reached its turning point here. pg 382. Chapter 46, on the vanity and suffering of life. Awakened to life out of the night of unconsciousness, the will finds itself an individual, in an endless and boundless world among innumerable individuals, all striving, suffering, erring, and as if through a troubled dream it hurries back to its old unconsciousness. Yet till then its desires are limitless, its claims inexhaustible, and every satisfied desire gives rise to a new one. No possible satisfaction in the world could suffice to still its longings, set a goal to its infinite cravings, and fill the bottomless abyss of its heart. Then let one consider what as a rule are the satisfactions of any kind that a man obtains. For the most part nothing more than the bare maintenance of this existence itself, extorted day by day with unceasing trouble and constant care in the conflict with want, and with death in prospect. Everything in life shows that earthly happiness is destined to be frustrated or recognized as an illusion. The grounds of this lie deep in the nature of things. Accordingly, the life of most men is troubled and short. Those who are comparatively happy are so, for the most part, only apparently, or else, like men of long life, they are the rare exceptions, a possibility of which there had to be as decoy birds. Life presents itself as a continual deception in small things as in great. If it has promised, it does not keep its word, unless to pg 383 show how little worth desiring were the things desired. Thus we are deluded now by hope, now by what was hoped for. If it has given, it did so in order to take. The enchantment of distance shows us paradises which vanish like optical illusions when we have allowed ourselves to be mocked by them. Happiness accordingly always lies in the future, or else in the past, and the present may be compared to a small dark cloud which the wind drives over the sunny plain. Before and behind it all is bright, only it itself always casts a shadow. The present is therefore always insufficient, but the future is uncertain, and the past irrevocable. Life with its hourly, daily, weekly, yearly, little, greater and great misfortunes, with its deluded hopes and its accidents destroying all our calculations, bears so distinctly the impression of something with which we must become disgusted, that it is hard to conceive how one has been able to mistake this, and allow oneself to be persuaded that life is there in order to be thankfully enjoyed, and that man exists in order to be happy. Rather, that continual illusion and disillusion, and also the nature of life throughout, presents itself to us as intended and calculated to awaken the conviction that nothing at all is worth our striving, our efforts and struggles, that all good things are vanity, the world in all its ends bankrupt, and life a business which does not cover its expenses, so that our will may turn away from it. The way in which this vanity of all objects of the will makes itself known and comprehensible to the intellect which is rooted in the individual is primarily time. It is the form by means of which that vanity of things appears as their perishableness, for on account of this all our pleasures and joys disappear in our hands, and we afterwards ask astonished where they have remained. That nothingness itself is therefore the only objective element in time. 1. That which corresponds to it in the inner nature of things, thus that of which it is the expression. Just on this pg 384 account, time is the a priori necessary form of all our perceptions. In it everything must present itself, even we ourselves. Accordingly, first of all, our life is like a payment which one receives in nothing but copper pence, and yet must then give a discharge for. The copper pence are the days, the discharge is death. For at last time makes known the judgment of nature concerning the work of all the beings which appear in that it destroys them. And rightly so, for all that arises is worthy only of being destroyed. Hence were it better that nothing arose. Thus old age and death, to which every life necessarily hurries on, are the sentence of condemnation on the will to live, coming from the hands of nature itself, and which declares that this will is an effort which frustrates itself. What thou hast wished, it says, ends thus, desire something better. Hence the instruction which his life affords to everyone consists, as a whole, in this, that the objects of his desires continually delude, waver and fall, and accordingly bring more misery than joy, till at last the whole foundation upon which they all stand gives way, in that his life itself is destroyed, and so he receives the last proof that all his striving and wishing was a perversity, a false path. Then old age and experience, hand in hand, lead him to death and make him understand, after a search so painful and so long, that all his life he has been in the wrong. We shall, however, enter into the details of the matter, for it is in these views that I have met with most contradiction. First of all, I have to confirm by the following remarks the proof given in the text of the negative nature of all satisfaction, thus of all pleasure and all happiness, in opposition to the positive nature of pain. We feel pain but not painlessness, we feel care but pg 385 not the absence of care, fear but not security. We feel the wish as we feel hunger and thirst, but as soon as it has been fulfilled, it is like the mouthful that has been taken, which ceases to exist for our feeling the moment it is swallowed. Pleasures and joys we miss painfully whenever they are wanting, but pains, even when they cease after having long been present, are not directly missed, but at the most are intentionally thought of by means of reflection. For only pain and want can be felt positively, and therefore announce themselves. Well-being, on the other hand, is merely negative. Therefore we do not become conscious of the three greatest blessings of life, health, youth, and freedom, so long as we possess them, but only after we have lost them, for they also are negations. We only observe that days of our life were happy after they have given place to unhappy ones. In proportion as pleasures increase, the susceptibility for them decreases. What is customary is no longer felt as a pleasure. Just in this way, however, is the susceptibility for suffering increased, for the loss of what we are accustomed to is painfully felt. Thus the measure of what is necessary increases through possession, and thereby the capacity for feeling pain. The hours pass the quicker the more agreeably they are spent, and the slower the more painfully they are spent, because pain, not pleasure, is the positive, the presence of which makes itself felt. In the same way we become conscious of time when we are bored, not when we are diverted. Both these cases prove that our existence is most happy when we perceive it least, from which it follows that it would be better not to have it. Great and lively joy can only be conceived as the consequence of great misery, which has preceded it, for nothing can be added to a state of permanent satisfaction but some amusement, or the satisfaction of vanity. Hence all poets are obliged to bring their heroes into anxious and painful situations, so that they may be able to free them from them. Dramas and epics accordingly, pg 386, always describe only fighting, suffering, tormented men, and every romance is a raree show in which we observe the spasms and convulsions of the agonized human heart. Walter Scott has naively expressed this aesthetic necessity in the conclusion to his novel Old Mortality. Voltaire, who was so highly favoured both by nature and fortune, says, in entire agreement with the truth proved by me, le bonheur en est qu'on revêt et la douleur est réelle. And he adds, il y a quatrevingt ans que elle éprouve, gni sais autre chose que mi resigner, et mi dire que les mouches sont nis pour être manges par les araignées, et les harmes pour être divorcées par les chagrins. Before so confidently affirming that life is a blessing worth desiring or giving thanks for, let one compare calmly the sum of the possible pleasures which a man can enjoy in his life with the sum of the possible sorrows which may come to him in his life. I believe the balance will not be hard to strike. At bottom, however, it is quite superfluous to dispute whether there is more good or evil in the world, for the mere existence of evil decides the matter. For the evil can never be annulled, and consequently can never be balanced by the good which may exist along with it or after it. Mil piacer non vagliono un tormento petter. 1,000 pleasures are not worth one torment. For that 1,000 had lived in happiness and pleasure would never do away with the anguish and death agony of a single one, and just as little does my present well-being undo my past suffering. If, therefore, the evils in the world were 100 times less than is the case, yet their mere existence would be sufficient to establish a truth which may be expressed in different ways, though always somewhat indirectly, the truth that we have. Not to rejoice but rather to mourn at the existence of the world, that its non-existence would be preferable to its existence, that pg 387, it is something which at bottom ought not to be 100. Very beautiful is Byron's expression of this truth. Our life is a false nature, 'tis not in the harmony of things this hard decree, this uneradicable taint of sin, this boundless upas, this all-blasting tree, whose root is earth, whose leaves and branches be the skies which rain their plagues on men like dew. Disease, death, bondage, all the woes we see, and worse, the woes we see not which throb through the immedicable soul, with heartaches ever new. If the world and life were an end in themselves, and accordingly required theoretically no justification and practically no indemnification or compensation, but existed, for instance, as Spinoza and the Spinozists of the present day represent it, as the single manifestation of a God, who, animi causa, or else in order to mirror himself, undertook such an evolution of himself, and hence its existence neither required to be justified by reasons nor redeemed by results, then the sufferings and miseries of life would not indeed have to be fully equalled by the pleasures and well-being in it. For this, as has been said, is impossible, because my present pain is never abolished by future joys, for the latter fill their time as the former fills its time, but there would have to be absolutely no suffering, and death also would either have not to be, or else to have no terrors for us. Only thus would life pay for itself. But since now our state is rather something which had better not be, everything about us bears the trace of this, just as in hell everything smells of sulphur, for everything is always imperfect and illusory. Everything agreeable is displaced by something disagreeable. Every enjoyment is only a half one. Every pleasure introduces its own disturbance. Every relief new difficulties. Every aid of our daily and hourly need leaves us. Each moment in the lurch and denies its service. The step upon which we place pg 388 our foot so often gives way under us, nay, misfortunes great and small are the element of our life, and in a word we are like Phineas, whose food was all tainted and made uneatable by the harpies. 2 remedies for this are tried. First, 1. Prudence, foresight, cunning, it does not fully instruct us, is insufficient and leads to defeat. Secondly, the stoical equanimity which seeks to arm us against all misfortunes by preparedness for everything and contempt of all. Practically it becomes cynical renunciation, which prefers once for all to reject all means of relief, and all alleviations. It reduces us to the position of dogs, like Diogenes in his tub. The truth is, we ought to be wretched, and we are so. The chief source of the serious evils which affect men is man himself, homo homini lupus. Whoever keeps this last fact clearly in view beholds the world as a hell, which surpasses that of Dante in this respect, that one man must be the devil of another. For this one is certainly more fitted than another, an arch-fiend indeed more fitted than all others, appearing in the form of a conqueror, who places several 100,000 men opposite each other, and says to them, "To suffer and die is your destiny, now shoot each other with guns and cannons," and they do so. In general, however, the conduct of men towards each other is characterized as a rule by injustice, extreme unfairness, hardness, nay, cruelty. An opposite course of conduct appears only as an exception. Upon this depends the necessity of the state and legislation, and upon none of your false pretenses. But in all cases which do not lie within the reach of the law, that regardlessness of his like, peculiar to man, shows itself at once, a regardlessness which springs from his boundless egoism, and sometimes also from wickedness. How man deals with man is shown, for example, by Negro slavery, the final end of which is sugar and coffee. But we do not need to go so far. pg 389 at the age of 5 years to enter a cotton spinning or other factory, and from that time forth to sit there daily, first 10, then 12, and ultimately 14 hours, performing the same mechanical labor, is to purchase dearly the satisfaction of drawing breath. But this is the fate of millions, and that of millions more is analogous to it. We others, however, can be made perfectly miserable by trifling misfortunes, perfectly happy not by the world. Whatever one may say, the happiest moment of the happy man is the moment of his falling asleep, and the unhappiest moment of the unhappy that of his awaking. An indirect but certain proof of the fact that men feel themselves unhappy, and consequently are so, is also abundantly afforded by the fearful envy which dwells in us all, and which in all relations of life, on the occasion of any superiority, of whatever kind it may be, is excited, and cannot contain its poison. Because they feel themselves unhappy, men cannot endure the sight of one whom they imagine happy. He who for the moment feels himself happy would like to make all around him happy also, and says, "Que tout le monde aise, soit heureux de ma joie." If life were in itself a blessing to be prized, and decidedly to be preferred to non-existence, the exit from it would not need to be guarded by such fearful sentinels as death and its terrors. But who would continue in life as it is if death were less terrible? And again, who could even endure the thought of death if life were a pleasure? But thus the former has still always this good, that it is the end of life, and we console ourselves with regard to the suffering of life with death, and with regard to death with the suffering of life. The truth is that the two inseparably belong to each other, for together they constitute a deviation from the right path, to return to which is as difficult as it is desirable. If the world were not something which, expressed practically, ought not to be, it would also not be theoretically pg 390 a problem. But its existence would either require no explanation, inasmuch as it would be so entirely self-evident that wonder concerning it, or a question about it could arise in no mind, or its end would present itself unmistakably. Instead of this, however, it is indeed an insoluble problem, for even the most perfect philosophy will yet always contain an unexplained element, like an insoluble deposit, or the remainder which the irrational relation of two quantities always leaves over. Therefore, if one ventures to raise the question why there is not rather nothing than this world, the world cannot be justified from itself, no ground, no final cause of its existence can be found in itself, it cannot be shown that it exists for its own sake, 1. For its own advantage. In accordance with my teaching, this can certainly be explained from the fact that the principle of its existence is expressly one which is without ground, a blind will to live, which as thing in itself cannot be made subject to the principle of sufficient reason, which is merely the form of the phenomenon, and through which alone every why is justified. But this also agrees with the nature of the world, for only a blind will, no seeing will, could place itself in the position in which we behold ourselves. A seeing will would rather have soon made the calculation that the business did not cover the cost, for such a mighty effort and struggle with the straining of all the powers, under constant care, anxiety, and want, and with the inevitable destruction of every individual life, finds no compensation in the ephemeral existence itself, which is so obtained, and which passes into nothing in our hands. Hence, then, the explanation of the world from the Anaxagorean 1. From a will accompanied by knowledge, necessarily demands optimism to excuse it, which accordingly is set up and maintained in spite of the loudly crying evidence of a whole world full of misery. Life is there given out to be a gift, while it is evident that everyone would have declined such a gift if he could have seen pg 391 it, and tested it beforehand, just as Lessing admired the understanding of his son, who, because he had absolutely declined to enter life, had to be forcibly brought into it with the forceps, but was scarcely there when he hurried away from it again. On the other hand, it is then well said that life should be, from one end to the other, only a lesson, to which, however, anyone might reply, for this very reason I wish I had been left in the peace of the all-sufficient nothing, where I would have had no need of lessons or of anything else. If indeed it should now be added that he must one day give an account of every hour of his life, he would be more justified in himself demanding an account of why he had been transferred from that rest into such a questionable, dark, anxious, and painful situation. To this, then, we are led by false views. For human existence, far from bearing the character of a gift, has entirely the character of a debt that has been contracted. The calling in of this debt appears in the form of the pressing wants, tormenting desires, and endless misery established through this existence. As a rule, the whole lifetime is devoted to the paying off of this debt, but this only meets the interest. The payment of the capital takes place through death, and when was this debt contracted? At the begetting. Accordingly, if we regard man as a being whose existence is a punishment and an expiation, we then view him in a right light. The myth of the fall, although probably, like the whole of Judaism, borrowed from the Zendavesta, Bundahish 15, is the only point in the Old Testament to which I can ascribe metaphysical, although only allegorical, truth. Indeed, it is this alone that reconciles me to the Old Testament. Our existence resembles nothing so much as the consequence of a false step and a guilty desire. New Testament Christianity, the ethical spirit of which is that of Brahmanism and Buddhism, and is therefore very foreign to the otherwise optimistic spirit of the Old Testament, has also, very wisely, linked pg 392 itself on precisely to that myth. Indeed, without this it would have found no point of connection with Judaism at all. If anyone desires to measure the degree of guilt with which our existence is tainted, then let him look at the suffering that is connected with it. Every great pain, whether bodily or mental, declares what we deserve, for it could not come to us if we did not deserve it. That Christianity also regards our existence in this light is shown by a passage in Luther's commentary on Galatians, chap. 3, which I only have beside me in Latin: Sumus autem nos omnis corporibus et rebus subjecti diabolo, et hospite sumus in mundo, cujus ips princeps et deus est. Ideo panis, quem edimus potus quem bibimus vestes quibus utama, imo eret tatum quo vivimus in carne, sub ipsius imperio est. An outcry has been made about the melancholy and disconsolate nature of my philosophy, yet it lies merely in the fact that instead of inventing a future hell as the equivalent of sin, I show that where guilt lies in the world, there is also already something akin to hell. But whoever is inclined to deny this can easily experience it. And to this world, to this scene of tormented and agonized beings, who only continue to exist by devouring each other, in which, therefore, every ravenous beast is the living grave of thousands of others, and its self-maintenance is a chain of painful deaths, and in which the capacity for feeling pain increases with knowledge, and therefore reaches its highest degree in man, a degree which is the higher the more intelligent the man is. To this world it has been sought to apply the system of optimism, and demonstrate to us that it is the best of all possible worlds. The absurdity is glaring. But an optimist bids me open my eyes and look at the world, how beautiful it is in the sunshine, with its mountains and valleys, streams, plants, animals. 100. Is the world then a raree show? These things are certainly beautiful to look at, but to be them is something quite different. Then comes a teleologist, and praises to me the wise pg 393 arrangement, by virtue of which it is taken care that the planets do not run their heads together, that land and sea do not get mixed into a pulp, but are held so beautifully apart, also that everything is neither rigid with continual frost nor roasted with heat, in the same way that in consequence of the obliquity of the ecliptic there is no eternal spring, in which nothing could attain to ripeness. 100. But this and all like it are mere conditions sine quibus non. If in general there is to be a world at all, if its planets are to exist at least as long as the light of a distant fixed star requires to reach them, and are not, like Lessing's sun, to depart again immediately after birth, then certainly it must not be so clumsily constructed that its very framework threatens to fall to pieces. But if one goes on to the results of this applauded work, considers the players who act upon the stage which is so durably constructed, and now sees how with sensibility pain appears, and increases in proportion as the sensibility develops to intelligence, and then how, keeping pace with this, desire and suffering come out ever more strongly, and increase till at last human life affords no other material than this for tragedies and comedies, then whoever is honest will scarcely be disposed to set up hallelujahs. David Hume in his Natural History of Religion 6, 7, 8 and 13 has also exposed, mercilessly but with convincing truth, the real though concealed source of these last. He also explains clearly in the 10th and 11th books of his Dialogues on Natural Religion, with very pertinent arguments, which are yet of quite a different kind from mine, the miserable nature of this world and the untenableness of all optimism, in doing which he attacks this in its origin. Both works of Hume's are as well worth reading as they are unknown at the present day in Germany, where on the other hand incredible pleasure is found, patriotically, in the most disgusting nonsense of home-bred boastful mediocrities, who are proclaimed great men. Hamann, however, translated these pg 394 dialogues. Kant went through the translation, and late in life wished to induce Hamann's son to publish them, because the translation of Platner did not satisfy him. See Kant's biography by F. W. Schubert, pp. 81 and 165. From every page of David Hume there is more to be learned than from the collected philosophical works of Hegel, Herbart and Schleiermacher together. The founder of systematic optimism, again, is Leibniz, whose philosophical merit I have no intention of denying, although I have never succeeded in thinking myself into the monadology, pre-established harmony, and identitas indiscernibilium. His nouveau essays sur l'entendement are, however, merely an excerpt with a full yet weak criticism, with a view to correction, of Locke's work, which is justly of worldwide reputation. He here opposes Locke with just as little success as he opposes Newton in the Tentem Endematuum Clestium Causes, directed against the system of gravitation. The critique of pure reason is specially directed against this Leibniz-Wolffian philosophy, and has a polemical, nay, a destructive relation to it, just as it is related to Locke and Hume as a continuation and further construction. That at the present day the professors of philosophy are on all sides engaged in setting Leibniz, with his juggling upon his legs again, nay, in glorifying him, and on the other hand, in depreciating and setting aside Kant as much as possible, has its sufficient reason in the primum viva. The critique of pure reason does not admit of one giving out Judaistic mythology as philosophy, nor of one speaking, without ceremony, of the soul as a given reality, a well-known and well-accredited person, without giving account of how one arrived at this conception, and what justification one has for using it scientifically. But primum viva deigned philosophery, down with Kant, vivat our Leibniz. To return then to Leibniz, I cannot ascribe to the Theodicy, as a methodical and broad unfolding of optimism, any other merit than this, that it gave occasion later for pg 395, the immortal Candide of the great Voltaire, whereby certainly Leibniz is often repudiated and lame excuse for the evil of the world, that the bad sometimes brings about the good, received a confirmation which was unexpected by him. Even by the name of his hero Voltaire indicates that it only requires sincerity to recognize the opposite of optimism. Really, upon this scene of sin, suffering, and death, optimism makes such an extraordinary figure that one would be forced to regard it as irony if one had not a sufficient explanation of its origin in the secret source of its insincere flattery, with insulting confidence in its success, which, as was mentioned above, is so delightfully disclosed by Hume. But indeed, to the palpably sophistical proofs of Leibniz that this is the best of all possible worlds, we may seriously and honestly oppose the proof that it is the worst of all possible worlds. For possible means not what one may construct in imagination, but what can actually exist and continue. Now this world is so arranged as to be able to maintain itself with great difficulty, but if it were a little worse, it could no longer maintain itself. Consequently, a worse world, since it could not continue to exist, is absolutely impossible. Thus this world itself is the worst of all possible worlds. For not only if the planets were to run their heads together, but even if any one of the actually appearing perturbations of their course, instead of being gradually balanced by others, continued to increase, the world would soon reach its end. Astronomers know upon what accidental circumstances principally the irrational relation to each other of the periods of revolutions depends, and have carefully calculated that it will always go on well. Consequently, the world also can continue and go on. We will hope that, although Newton was of an opposite opinion, they have not miscalculated, and consequently that the mechanical perpetual motion realized in such a planetary system will not also, like the rest, ultimately come to a standstill. Again, under the firm PG 396 crust of the planet dwell the powerful forces of nature which, as soon as some accident affords them free play, must necessarily destroy that crust, with everything living upon it, as has already taken place at least 3 times upon our planet, and will probably take place oftener still. The earthquake of Lisbon, the earthquake of Haiti, the destruction of Pompeii, are only small, playful hints of what is possible. A small alteration of the atmosphere, which cannot even be chemically proved, causes cholera, yellow fever, black death 100, which carry off millions of men. A somewhat greater alteration would extinguish all life. A very moderate increase of heat would dry up all the rivers and springs. The brutes have received just barely so much in the way of organs and powers as enables them to procure with the greatest exertion sustenance for their own lives and food for their offspring. Therefore, if a brute loses a limb, or even the full use of one, it must generally perish. Even of the human race, powerful as are the weapons it possesses in understanding and reason, 9/10 live in constant conflict with want, always balancing themselves with difficulty and effort upon the brink of destruction. Thus throughout, as for the continuance of the whole, so also for that of each individual being, the conditions are barely and scantily given, but nothing over. The individual life is a ceaseless battle for existence itself, while at every step destruction threatens it. Just because this threat is so often fulfilled, provision had to be made, by means of the enormous excess of the germs, that the destruction of the individuals should not involve that of the species, for which alone nature really cares. The world is therefore as bad as it possibly can be if it is to continue to be at all. QE 500. The fossils of the entirely different kinds of animal species which formerly inhabited the planet afford us, as a proof of our calculation, the records of worlds the continuance of which was no longer possible, PG 397, and which consequently were somewhat worse than the worst of possible worlds. Optimism is at bottom the unmerited self-praise of the real originator of the world, the will to live, which views itself complacently in its works, and accordingly it is not only a false, but also a pernicious doctrine. For it presents life to us as a desirable condition, and the happiness of man as the end of it. Starting from this, everyone then believes that he has the most just claim to happiness and pleasure, and if, as is wont to happen, these do not fall to his lot, then he believes that he is wronged, nay, that he loses the end of his existence, while it is far more correct to regard work, privation, misery, and suffering, crowned by death, as the end of our life, as Brahmanism and Buddhism, and also genuine Christianity do, for it is these which lead to the denial of the will to live. In the New Testament, the world is represented as a valley of tears, life as a process of purifying or refining, and the symbol of Christianity is an instrument of torture. Therefore, when Leibniz, Shaftesbury, Bolingbroke, and Pope brought forward optimism, The general offense which it gave depended principally upon the fact that optimism is irreconcilable with Christianity. As Voltaire states and explains in the preface to his excellent poem, Le Désastre de Lisbonne, which is also expressly directed against optimism. This great man, whom I so gladly praise, in opposition to the abuse of venal German Inkslingers, is placed decidedly higher than Rousseau by the insight to which he attained in 3 respects, and which proved the greater depth of his thinking, the recognition of the preponderating magnitude of the evil and misery of existence with which he is deeply penetrated, that of the strict necessity of the acts of will, that of the truth of Locke's principle, that what thinks may also be material, while Rousseau opposes all this with declamations in his Profession de foi du vicaire, Savoyard, a superficial Protestant pastor's philosophy, as he also in the same spirit pg 398, attacks the beautiful poem of Voltaire, which has just been referred to with ill-founded, shallow, and logically false reasoning, in the interests of optimism, in his long letter to Voltaire of 18th August 1756, which is devoted simply to this purpose. Indeed, the fundamental characteristic and the of Rousseau's whole philosophy is this, that in the place of the Christian doctrine of original sin and the original depravity of the human race, he puts an original goodness and unlimited perfectibility of it, which has only been led astray by civilization and its consequences, and then founds upon this his optimism and humanism. As in Candide Voltaire wages war in his facetious manner against optimism, Byron has also done so in his serious and tragic style, in his immortal masterpiece, Cain, on account of which he also has been honoured with the invectives of the obscurantist Friedrich Schlegel. If now, in conclusion, to confirm my view, I were to give what has been said by great men of all ages in this anti-optimistic spirit, there would be no end to the quotations, for almost every one of them has expressed in strong language his knowledge of the misery of this world. Thus, not to confirm, but merely to embellish this chapter, a few quotations of this kind may be given at the end of it. First of all, let me mention here that the Greeks, far as they were from the Christian and lofty Asiatic conception of the world, and although they decidedly stood at the point of view of the assertion of the will, were yet deeply affected by the wretchedness of existence. This is shown even by the invention of tragedy, which belongs to them. Another proof of it is afforded us by the custom of the Thracians, which is first mentioned by Herodotus, though often referred to afterwards, the custom of welcoming the newborn child with lamentations, and recounting all the evils which now lie before it, and on the other hand, burying the dead with mirth and jesting, because they are no longer exposed to so many and great sufferings. In a pg 399 beautiful poem preserved for us by Plutarch de Audiend, poet. In fine, this runs thus. Luger genitum tanta qui interit mala. At mort si quis Phineas et miserias. Hunc Lord amicos atque eltisherix sequi. It is not to be attributed to historical relationship, but to the moral identity of the matter, that the Mexicans welcomed the newborn child with the words, "My child, thou art born to endure. Therefore endure, suffer, and keep silence." And following the same feeling, Swift, as Walter Scott relates in his Life of Swift, early adopted the custom of keeping his birthday not as a time of joy, but of sadness, and of reading on that day the passage of the Bible in which Job laments and curses the day on which it was said, "In the house of his father a man-child is born." Well known and too long for quotation is the passage in the Apology of Socrates, in which Plato makes this wisest of mortals say that death, even if it deprives us of consciousness forever, would be a wonderful gain, for a deep, dreamless sleep every day is to be preferred even to the happiest life. A saying of Heraclitus runs, "Vit nomen quaedam est vita opus autem mors, etymologicum magnum voce also justath, ad Iliad, Roman 1. The beautiful lines of the Theogony are famous. Optimus sors himini natum non esse, nec unquam. Ad spexis diem, flammiferunc jubar. Altera jam genitum demiti protinus orco. Et pressum multa merger corpus humo. pg 400. Sophocles in Dippus Colonus has the following abbreviation of the same. Natum non esse sortis vincit alias omnes, proxima autem est, ubiquis in lusum editus furit, eodem redire under venit quam arcesime. Euripides says, that omnis hominum vita est plena dolor, nec datur laborum remissio. Hippal 189. And Homer already said, that non enim quidquam alicubi est calamitosius homen, omnium quatquat super terram spirant et moventer. 2 Romans 17. Even Pliny says, quapropter hoc primum quisque in remediis animi sui habeat, ex omnibus bonus, camini natura tribuit, nullum melius esse tempestiva mort hist. Nat. 28:2. Shakespeare puts the words in the mouth of the old King Henry IV. O heaven, that one might read the book of fate and see the revolution of the times. How chances mock and changes fill the cup of alteration with divers liquors. Oh, if this were seen, the happiest youth viewing his progress through, what perils past, what crosses to ensue, would shut the book and sit him down and die. Finally, Byron's, count o'er the joys thine hours have seen, count o'er thy days from anguish free, and know whatever thou hast been, 'tis something better not to be. Pg 401. Balthazar Gratian also brings the misery of our existence before our eyes in the darkest colours in the Criticon, Part 1, Chrissy 5, just at the beginning, and Chrissy 7 at the end, where he explicitly represents life as a tragic farce. Yet no one has so thoroughly and exhaustively handled this subject as in our own day Leopardi. He is entirely filled and penetrated by it. His theme is everywhere the mockery and wretchedness of this existence. He presents it upon every page of his works, yet in such a multiplicity of forms and applications, with such wealth of imagery that he never wearies us, but on the contrary is throughout entertaining and exciting. Pg 402. Chapter 47, On Ethics. Here is the great gap which occurs in these supplements, on account of the circumstance that I have already dealt with moral philosophy in the narrower sense in the 2 prize essays published under the title Die Grundproblem der Ethik, an acquaintance with which is assumed, as I have said, in order to avoid useless repetition. Therefore there only remains for me here a small gleaning of isolated reflections which could not be discussed in that work, the contents of which were, in the main, prescribed by the academies, least of all those reflections which demand a higher point of view than that which is common to all, and which I was there obliged to adhere to. Accordingly, it will not surprise the reader to find these reflections here in a very fragmentary collection. This collection again has been continued in the 8th and 9th chapters of the 2nd volume of the Perurga. That moral investigations are incomparably more difficult than physical, and in general than any others, results from the fact that they are almost immediately concerned with the thing in itself, namely, with that manifestation of it in which, directly discovered by the light of knowledge, it reveals its nature as will. Physical truths, on the other hand, remain entirely in the province of the idea 1 of the phenomenon, and merely show how the lowest manifestations of the will present themselves in the idea in conformity to law. Further, the consideration Pg 403 of the world from the physical side, however far and successfully it may be pursued, is in its results without any consolation for us. On the moral side alone is consolation to be found, for here the depths of our own inner nature disclose themselves to the consideration. But my philosophy is the only one which confers upon ethics its complete and whole rights, for only if the true nature of man is his own will, and consequently he is in the strictest sense his own work, are his deeds really entirely his and to be ascribed to him. On the other hand, whenever he has another origin, or is the work of a being different from himself, all his guilt falls back upon this origin or originator, for operari sequitur esse. To connect the force which produces the phenomenon of the world, and consequently determines its nature, with the morality of the disposition or character, and thus to establish a moral order of the world as the foundation of the physical, this has been since Socrates the problem of philosophy. Theism solved it in a childish manner, which could not satisfy mature humanity. Therefore pantheism opposed itself to it whenever it ventured to do so, and showed that nature bears in itself the power by virtue of which it appears. With this, however, ethics had necessarily to be given up. Spinoza, indeed, attempts here and there to preserve it by means of sophistry, but for the most part gives it up altogether, and with a boldness which excites astonishment and repugnance, explains the distinction between right and wrong, and in general between good and evil, as merely conventional, thus in itself empty. For example, eth 4 prop. 37 Skal. 2. After having met with unmerited neglect for more than 100 years, Spinoza has, in general, become too much esteemed in this century through the reaction caused by the swing of the pendulum of opinion. All pantheism must ultimately be overthrown by the inevitable demands of ethics, and then by the evil and suffering of the world. If the world is a theophany, then all that man, or even PG 400 for the brute, does is equally divine and excellent. Nothing can be censurable and nothing more praiseworthy than the rest, thus there is no ethics. Hence, in consequence of the revived Spinozism of our own day, thus of pantheism, the treatment of ethics has sunk so low and become so shallow that it has been made a mere instruction as to the proper life of a citizen and a member of a family, in which the ultimate end of human existence is supposed to consist, thus in methodical, complete, smug, and comfortable Philistinism. Pantheism, indeed, has only led to such shallow vulgarisms through the fact that by a shameful misuse of the e quavis ligno fit mercurius a common mind, Hegel has, by the well-known means, been falsely stamped as a great philosopher, and a herd of his disciples, at first suborned, afterwards only stupid, received his weighty words. Such outrages on the human mind do not remain unpunished. The seed has sprouted. In the same spirit, it was then asserted that ethics should have for its material not the conduct of individuals, but that of nations, that this alone was a theme worthy of it. Nothing can be more perverse than this view, which rests on the most vulgar realism, for in every individual appears the whole undivided will to live, the thing in itself, and the microcosm is like the macrocosm. The masses have no more content than each individual. Ethics is concerned not with actions and their results, but with willing, and willing itself takes place only in the individual. Not the fate of nations, which exists only in the phenomenon, but that of the individual is decided morally. Nations are really mere abstractions, individuals alone actually exist. Thus, then, is pantheism related to ethics, but the evil and misery of the world are not in accord even with theism, hence it sought assistance from all kinds of evasions, theodicies, which yet were irretrievably overthrown by the arguments of Hume and Voltaire. Pantheism, however, is completely untenable in the presence of that bad side of the world. Only when the world is PG 405, regarded entirely from without and from the physical side alone, and nothing else is kept in view but the constant restorative order, and the comparative imperishableness of the whole which is thereby introduced, is it perhaps possible to explain it as a God, yet always only symbolically. But if one enters within, thus considers also the subjective and moral side, with its preponderance of want, suffering and misery, of dissension, wickedness, madness and perversity, then one soon becomes conscious with horror that the last thing imaginable one has before one is a theophany. I, however, have shown, and especially in my work Über den Willen in der Natur have proved, that the force which works and acts in nature is identical with the will in us. Thereby the moral order of the world is brought into direct connection with the force which produces the phenomenon of the world, for the phenomenon of the will must exactly correspond to its nature. Upon this depends the exposition of eternal justice given in 63 and 64 of the first volume, and the world, although subsisting by its own power, receives throughout a moral tendency. Accordingly, the problem which has been discussed from the time of Socrates is now for the first time really solved, and the demand of thinking reason directed to morality is satisfied. Yet I have never professed to propound a philosophy which leaves no questions unanswered. In this sense philosophy is really impossible. It would be the science of omniscience. But est quadam prodere tennis, si non datur ultra, there is a limit to which reflection can penetrate and can so far lighten the night of our existence, although the horizon always remains dark. My doctrine reaches this limit in the will to live, which in its own manifestation asserts or denies itself. To wish, however, to go beyond this is, in my eyes, like wishing to fly beyond the atmosphere. We must stop there, even although new problems arise out of those which have been solved. Besides this, however, we must refer to the fact that the validity of pg 406, the principle of sufficient reason, is limited to the phenomenon. This was the theme of my first essay on that principle, which was published as early as 1813. I now go on to supplement particular points, and shall begin by supporting, with two passages from classical poetry, my explanation of weeping given in 67 of the first volume, that it springs from sympathy the object of which is one's own self. At the end of the 8th book of the Odyssey, Ulysses, who in all his many sorrows is never represented as weeping, bursts into tears, when, still unknown, he hears his early heroic life and deeds sung by the bard Demodocus in the palace of the Phasian king, for this remembrance of the brilliant period of his life contrasts with his present wretchedness. Thus not this itself directly, but the objective consideration of it, the picture of his present summoned up by his past, calls forth his tears. He feels sympathy with himself. Euripides makes the innocently condemned Hippolytus, bemoaning his own fate, express the same feeling. That is, Heu si laesrit mihi, me ipsum extrinsecus specter, quantoper de florem malac patia. Finally, as a proof of my explanation, an anecdote may be given here which I take from the English journal The Herald of the 16th July 1836. A client, when he had heard his case set forth by his counsel in court, burst into a flood of tears, and cried, "I never knew I had suffered half so much till I heard it here today." I have shown in 55 of the first volume how, notwithstanding the unalterable nature of the character, 1. Of the special fundamental will of a man, a real moral repentance is yet possible. I wish, however, to add the following explanation, which I must preface by a few definitions. Inclination is every strong susceptibility of the will for motives of a certain kind. Passion is an inclination so strong that pg 407 the motives which excite it exercise a power over the will, which is stronger than that of every possible motive that can oppose them. Thus its mastery over the will becomes absolute, and consequently with reference to it, the will is passive or suffering. It must, however, be remarked here that passions seldom reach the degree at which they fully answer to the definition, but rather bear their name as mere approximations to it. Therefore there are then still counter-motives which are able at least to restrict their effect, if only they appear distinctly in consciousness. The emotion is just as irresistible, but yet only a passing excitement of the will by a motive which receives its power, not from a deeply rooted inclination, but merely from the fact that, appearing suddenly, it excludes for the moment the counter-effect of all other motives, for it consists of an idea which completely obscures all others. By its excessive vividness, or, as it were, conceals them entirely by its too close proximity, so that they cannot enter consciousness and act on the will, whereby, therefore, the capacity for reflection, and with it intellectual freedom, is to a certain extent abolished. Accordingly, the emotion is related to the passion as delirium to madness. Moral repentance is now conditioned by the fact that before the act the inclination to it did not leave the intellect free scope, because it did not allow it to contemplate clearly and fully the countermotives, but rather turned it ever anew to the motives in its own favour. But now, after the act has been performed, these motives are, by this itself, neutralized, and consequently have become ineffective. Now reality brings before the intellect the countermotives, as the consequences of the act which have already appeared, and the intellect now knows that they would have been the stronger if it had only adequately contemplated and weighed them. Thus the man becomes conscious that he has done what was really not in accordance with his will. This knowledge is repentance, for he has not acted with full intellectual freedom, for all the pg 408 motives did not attain to efficiency. What excluded the motives opposed to the action was in the case of the hasty action the emotion, and in the case of the deliberate action the passion. It has also often depended upon the circumstance that his reason certainly presented to him the countermotives in the abstract, but was not supported by a sufficiently strong imagination to present to him their whole content and true significance in images. Examples of what has been said are the cases in which revenge, jealousy, or avarice have led to murder. After it is committed they are extinguished, and now justice, sympathy, the remembrance of former friendship, raise their voices and say all that they would have said before if they had been allowed to speak. Then enters the bitter repentance which says, if it were not done it would never happen. An incomparable representation of this is afforded by the old Scottish ballad, which has also been translated by Herder, Edward. In an analogous manner, the neglect of one's own good may occasion an egotistical repentance. For example, when an otherwise unadvisable marriage is concluded in consequence of passionate love, which now is extinguished just by the marriage, and for the first time the countermotives of personal interest, lost independence 100, come into consciousness, and speak as they would have spoken before if they had been allowed utterance. All such actions accordingly spring from a relative weakness of intellect, because it lets itself be mastered by the will, just where its function as the presenter of motives ought to have been inexorably fulfilled, without allowing itself to be disturbed by the will. The vehemence of the will is here only indirectly the cause, in that it interferes with the intellect, and thereby prepares for itself repentance. The reasonableness of the character, which is opposed to passionateness, really consists in this, that the will never overpowers the intellect to such an extent as to prevent it from correctly exercising its function of the distinct, full and clear exposition of the pg 409 motives in the abstract for the reason, the concrete for the imagination. Now this may just as well depend upon the moderation and mildness of the will as upon the strength of the intellect. All that is required is that the latter should be relatively strong enough for the will that is present, thus that the two should stand in a suitable relation to each other. The following explanations have still to be added to the fundamental characteristics of the philosophy of law, expounded in 62 of the first volume, and also in my prize essay on the foundation of morals, 17. Those who, with Spinoza, deny that there is a right apart from the state, confound the means for enforcing the right with the right itself. Certainly the right is ensured protection only in the state, but it itself exists independently of the state. For by force it can only be suppressed, never abolished. Accordingly the state is nothing more than an institution for protection, which has become necessary through the manifold attacks to which man is exposed, and which he would not be able to ward off alone, but only in union with others. So, then, the aims of the state are 1. First of all, outward protection, which may just as well become needful against lifeless forces of nature or wild beasts as against men, consequently against other nations, although this case is the most frequent and important, for the worst enemy of man is man, homo homini lupus, since in consequence of this aim nations always set up the principle, in words if not with deeds, that they wish to stand to each other in a purely defensive, never in an aggressive relation. They recognize the law of nations. This is at bottom nothing but natural law, in the only sphere of its practical activity that remains to it, between nation and nation, where it alone must reign, because its stronger son, positive law, cannot assert itself, since it requires a judge and an executive. Accordingly, the law of nations consists of a certain degree of morality in the dealings of nations with each other, the maintenance of which pg 410 is a question of honor for mankind. The bar at which cases based on this law are tried is that of public opinion. 2. Protection within, thus protection of the members of a state against each other, consequently security of private right, by means of the maintenance of an honest state of things, which consists in this, that the concentrated forces of all protect each individual, from which arises an appearance as if all were honest, 1. Just thus as if no one wished to injure the others. But as is always the way in human affairs, the removal of one evil generally opens the way for a new one. Thus the granting of that double protection introduces the need of a third, namely, 3. Protection against the protector, 1. Against him or those to whom the society has transferred the management of the protection, thus the guarantee of public right. This appears most completely attainable by dividing and separating from each other the threefold unity of the protective power, thus the legislature, the judicature, and the executive, so that each is managed by others, and independently of the rest. The great value, indeed the fundamental idea of the monarchy, appears to me to lie in the fact that because men remain men one must be placed so high, and so much power, wealth, security, and absolute inviolability given him that there remains nothing for him to desire, to hope, and to fear for himself, whereby the egoism which dwells in him, as in every one, is annihilated as it were by neutralization, and he is now able, as if he were no longer a man, to practice justice, and to keep in view no longer his own but only the public good. This is the source of the seemingly superhuman nature that everywhere accompanies royalty, and distinguishes it so infinitely from the mere presidency. Therefore it must also be hereditary, not elective, partly in order that no one may see his equal in the king, partly that the king himself may only be able to provide for his successors by caring for the welfare of the state, which is absolutely one with that of his family. pg 411. If other ends besides that of protection, here explained, are ascribed to the state, this may easily endanger the true end. According to my explanation, the right of property arises only through the expenditure of labor upon things. This truth, which has already often been expressed, finds a noteworthy confirmation in the fact that it is asserted, even in a practical regard, in a declaration of the American ex-president, Quincy Adams, which is to be found in the Quarterly Review of 1840, number 130, and also in French in the Bibliothèque Universelle de Genève, July 1840, number 55. I will give it here in German English of Quarterly Review. There are moralists who have questioned the right of the Europeans to intrude upon the possessions of the aboriginals in any case, and under any limitations whatsoever. But have they maturely considered the whole subject? The Indian right of possession itself stands, with regard to the greatest part of the country, upon a questionable foundation. Their cultivated fields, their constructed habitations, a space of ample sufficiency for their subsistence, and whatever they had annexed of themselves by personal labor, was undoubtedly by the laws of nature theirs. But what is the right of a huntsman to the forest of 1,000 miles over which he has accidentally ranged in quest of prey? 100. In the same way, those who in our own day have seen occasion to combat communism with reasons, for example, the Archbishop of Paris, in his Pastoral of June 1851, have always brought forward the argument that property is the result of work, as it were only embodied work. This is further evidence that the right of property can only be established by the application of work to things, for only in this respect does it find free recognition and make itself morally valid. An entirely different kind of proof of the same truth is afforded by the moral fact that while the law punishes poaching just as severely as theft, and in many countries more severely, yet civil honor, which is irrevocably lost pg 412 by the latter, is really not affected by the former. But the poacher, if he has been guilty of nothing else, is certainly tainted with a fault, but yet is not regarded, like the thief, as dishonorable and shunned by all. For the principles of civil honor rest upon moral and not upon mere positive law. But game is not an object upon which labor is bestowed, and thus also is not an object of a morally valid possession. The right to it is therefore entirely a positive one, and is not morally recognized. According to my view, the principle ought to lie at the basis of criminal law that it is not really the man, but only the deed which is punished, in order that it may not recur. The criminal is merely the subject in whom the deed is punished, in order that the law in consequence of which the punishment is inflicted may retain its deterrent power. This is the meaning of the expression, he is forfeited to the law. According to Kant's explanation, which amounts to a jus talionis, it is not the deed but the man that is punished. The penitentiary system also seeks not so much to punish the deed as the man, in order to reform him. It thereby sets aside the real aim of punishment, determent from the deed, in order to attain the very problematic end of reformation. But it is always a doubtful thing to attempt to attain two different ends by one means, how much more so if the two are in any sense opposite ends. Education is a benefit, punishment ought to be an evil, the penitentiary prison is supposed to accomplish both at once. Moreover, however large a share untutored ignorance, combined with outward distress, may have in many crimes, yet we dare not regard these as their principal cause, for innumerable persons living in the same ignorance, and under absolutely similar circumstances, commit no crimes. Thus the substance of the matter falls back upon the personal, moral character, but this, as I have shown in my prize essay on the freedom of the will, is absolutely unalterable. Therefore moral reformation is really not possible, but only determent pg 413 from the deed through fear. At the same time, the correction of knowledge and the awakening of the desire to work can certainly be attained. It will appear what effect this can produce. Besides this, it appears to me, from the aim of punishment set forth in the text, that when possible the apparent severity of the punishment should exceed the actual, but solitary confinement achieves the reverse. Its great severity has no witnesses, and is by no means anticipated by anyone who has not experienced it. Thus it does not deter. It threatens him who is tempted to crime by want and misery with the opposite pole of human suffering, ennui. But as Goethe rightly observes, when real affliction is our lot, then do we long for ennui. The contemplation of it will deter him just as little as the sight of the palatial prisons, which are built by honest men for rogues. If, however, it is desired that these penitentiary prisons should be regarded as educational institutions, then it is to be regretted that the entrance to them is only obtained by crimes, instead of which it ought to have preceded them. That punishment, as Beccaria has taught, ought to bear a proper proportion to the crime, does not depend upon the fact that it would be an expiation of it, but rather on the fact that the pledge ought to be proportionate to the value of that for which it answers. Therefore everyone is justified in demanding the pledge of the life of another as a guarantee for the security of his own life, but not for the security of his property, for which the freedom, and so forth, of another is sufficient pledge. For the security of the life of the citizens, capital punishment is therefore absolutely necessary. Those who wish to abolish it should be answered, first remove murder from the world, and then capital punishment ought to follow. It ought also to be inflicted for the clear attempt to murder, just as for pg 414 murder itself, for the law desires to punish the deed, not to revenge its consequences. In general, the injury to be guarded against affords the right measure for the punishment which is to be threatened, but it does not give the moral baseness of the forbidden action. Therefore the law may rightly impose the punishment of imprisonment for allowing a flower pot to fall from a window, or impose hard labor for smoking in the woods during the summer, and yet permit it in the winter. But to impose the punishment of death, as in Poland, for shooting an uriox is too much, for the maintenance of the species of urioxen may not be purchased with human life. In determining the measure of the punishment, along with the magnitude of the injury to be guarded against, we have to consider the strength of the motives which impel to the forbidden action. Quite a different standard of punishment would be established if expiation, retribution, jus talionis were its true ground. But the criminal code ought to be nothing but a register of countermotives for possible criminal actions. Therefore each of these motives must decidedly outweigh the motives which lead to these actions, and indeed so much the more the greater the evil is which would arise from the action to be guarded against, the stronger the temptation to it, and the more difficult the conviction of the criminal, always under the correct assumption that the will is not free but determinable by motives. Apart from this it could not be got at all. So much for the philosophy of law. In my prize essay on the freedom of the will sec, I have proved the originality and unalterableness of the inborn character, from which the moral content of the course of life proceeds. It is established as a fact. But in order to understand problems in their full extent, it is sometimes necessary to oppose opposites sharply to each other. In this case, then, let one recall how incredibly great is the inborn difference between man and man, in a moral and in an intellectual regard. Here nobleness and wisdom, pg 415 their wickedness and stupidity. In one the goodness of the heart shines out of the eyes, or the stamp of genius is enthroned in his countenance. The base physiognomy of another is the impression of moral worthlessness and intellectual dullness, imprinted by the hands of nature itself, unmistakable and ineradicable. He looks as if he must be ashamed of existence, but to this outward appearance the inner being really corresponds. We cannot possibly assume that such differences, which transform the whole being of the man, and which nothing can abolish, which further, in conflict with his circumstances, determine his course of life, could exist without guilt or merit on the part of those affected by them, and be merely the work of chance. Even from this it is evident that the man must be in a certain sense his own work. But now, on the other hand, we can show the source of these differences empirically in the nature of the parents, and besides this, the meeting and connection of these parents has clearly been the work of the most accidental circumstances. By such considerations, then, we are forcibly directed to the distinction between the phenomenon and the true being of things, which alone can contain the solution of that problem. The thing in itself only reveals itself by means of the forms of the phenomenon, therefore what proceeds from the thing in itself must yet appear in those forms, thus also in the bonds of causality. Accordingly it will present itself to us here as a mysterious and incomprehensible guidance of things, of which the external empirical connection would be the mere tool. Yet all that happens appears in this empirical connection introduced by causes, thus necessarily and determined from without, while its true ground lies in the inner nature of what thus manifests itself. Certainly we can here see the solution of the problem only from afar, and when we reflect upon it, we fall into an abyss of thought as Hamlet very truly says, thoughts beyond the reaches of our souls. In my essay in the first volume of the pg 416 Peruga on the appearance of intention in the fate of individuals, I have set forth my thoughts upon this mysterious guidance of things, a guidance which indeed can only be conceived symbolically. In 14 of my prize essay on the foundation of morals, there will be found an exposition of egoism, as regards its nature, and the following attempt to discover its root may be looked upon as supplementary to that paragraph. Nature itself contradicts itself directly, according as it speaks from the individual or the universal, from within or from without, from the center or the periphery. It has its center in every individual, for each individual is the whole will to live. Therefore, even if this individual is only an insect or a worm, nature itself speaks out of it thus: I alone am all in all. In my maintenance everything is involved, the rest may perish, it is really nothing. So speaks nature from the particular standpoint, thus from the point of view of self-consciousness, and upon this depends the egoism of every living thing. On the other hand, from the universal point of view, which is that of the consciousness of other things, that of objective knowledge, which for the moment looks away from the individual with whom the knowledge is connected, from without then, from the periphery, nature speaks thus: the individual is nothing, and less than nothing. I destroy millions of individuals every day, for sport and pastime. I abandon their fate to the most capricious and willful of my children, chance, who harasses them at pleasure. I produce millions of new individuals every day, without any diminution of my productive power, just as little as the power of a mirror is exhausted by the number of reflections of the sun, which it casts on the wall one after another. The individual is nothing. Only he who knows how to really reconcile and eliminate this patent contradiction of nature has a true answer to the question as to the perishableness and imperishableness of his own self. I believe I have given, in the first 4 pg 417 chapters of this 4th book of the supplements, an adequate introduction to such knowledge. What is said above may further be illustrated in the following manner. Every individual, when he looks within, recognizes in his nature, which is his will, the thing in itself, therefore that which everywhere alone is real. Accordingly he conceives himself as the kernel and center of the world, and regards himself as of infinite importance. If, on the other hand, he looks without, then he is in the province of the idea, the mere phenomenon, where he sees himself as an individual among an infinite number of other individuals, accordingly as something very insignificant, nay, vanishing altogether. Consequently every individual, even the most insignificant, every eye when regarded from within is all in all. Regarded from without, on the other hand, he is nothing, or at least as good as nothing. Hence upon this depends the great difference between what each one necessarily is in his own eyes, and what he is in the eyes of others, consequently the egoism with which every one reproaches everyone else. In consequence of this egoism, our fundamental error of all is this, that with reference to each other we are reciprocally not one. On the other hand, to be just, noble, and benevolent is nothing else than to translate my metaphysics into actions. To say that time and space are mere forms of our knowledge, not conditions of things in themselves, is the same as to say that the doctrine of metempsychosis, thou shalt one day be born as him whom thou now injurest, and in thy turn shalt suffer like injury, is identical with the formula of the Brahmins, which has frequently been mentioned, tat twamasi, this thou art. All true virtue proceeds from the immediate and intuitive knowledge of the metaphysical identity of all beings, which I have frequently shown, especially in 22 of my prize essay on the foundation of morals. But just on this account it is not the result of a special preeminence of intellect. On the contrary, even the weakest intellect is sufficient to see through the principium individuationis, pg 418, which is what is required in this matter. Accordingly, we may find the most excellent character, even in the case of a very weak understanding. And further, the excitement of our sympathy is accompanied by no exertion of our intellect. It rather appears that the requisite penetration of the principium individuationis would be present in everyone if it were not that the will opposes this, and by virtue of its immediate mysterious and despotic influence upon the intellect, generally prevents it from arising, so that ultimately all guilt falls back upon the will, as indeed is in conformity with the fact. The doctrine of metempsychosis, touched on above, deviates from the truth merely through the circumstance that it transfers to the future what already is now. It makes my true inner nature exist in others only after my death, while according to the truth it already lives in them now, and death merely removes the illusion on account of which I am not aware of this. just as an innumerable host of stars constantly shine above our heads, but only become visible to us when the one sun near the earth has set. From this point of view, my individual existence, however much like that sun it may outshine everything, appears ultimately only as a hindrance which stands between me and the knowledge of the true extent of my being. And because every individual in his knowledge is subject to this hindrance, it is just individuation that keeps the will to live in error as to its own nature. It is the mire of Brahmanism. Death is a refutation of this error, and abolishes it. I believe that at the moment of death we become conscious that it is a mere illusion that has limited our existence to our person. Indeed, empirical traces of this may be found in several states, which are related to death by the abolition of the concentration of consciousness in the brain, among which the magnetic sleep is the most prominent. For in it, if it reaches a high degree, our existence shows itself through various symptoms, beyond our persons and pg 419 in other beings, most strikingly by direct participation in the thoughts of another individual, and ultimately even by the power of knowing the absent, the distant, and even the future, thus by a kind of omnipresence. Upon this metaphysical identity of the will, as the thing in itself in the infinite multiplicity of its phenomena, three principal phenomena depend, which may be included under the common name of sympathies. Sympathy proper, which, as I have shown, is the basis of justice and benevolence, caritas; sexual love, with capricious selection, amor, which is the life of the species, that asserts its precedence over that of the individual; magic, to which animal magnetism and sympathetic cures also belong. Accordingly, sympathy may be defined as the empirical appearance of the metaphysical identity of the will, through the physical multiplicity of its phenomena, whereby a connection shows itself which is entirely different from that brought about by means of the forms of the phenomenon, which we comprehend under the principle of sufficient reason. Pg 420. Chapter 48. On the doctrine of the denial of the will to live. Man has his existence and being either with his will, his consent, or without this. In the latter case, an existence so embittered by manifold and insupportable sufferings would be a flagrant injustice. The ancients, especially the Stoics, also the Peripatetics and Academics, strove in vain to prove that virtue sufficed to make life happy. Experience cried out loudly against it. What really lay at the foundation of the efforts of these philosophers, although they were not distinctly conscious of it, was the assumed justice of the thing. Whoever was without guilt ought to be free from suffering, thus happy. But the serious and profound solution of the problem lies in the Christian doctrine that works do not justify. Accordingly, a man, even if he has practiced all justice and benevolence, consequently the honestum is yet not, as Cicero imagines, culpa omni carens tusc. 5:1. But el delito mayor del hombre es haber nacido, the greatest guilt of man is that he was born, as Calderon, illuminated by Christianity, has expressed it with far profounder knowledge than these wise men. Therefore that man comes into the world already tainted with guilt can appear absurd only to him who regards him as just then having arisen out of nothing, and as the work of another. In consequence of this guilt, then, which must therefore have proceeded pg 421 from his will, man remains rightly exposed to physical and mental suffering, even if he has practiced all those virtues, thus is not happy. This follows from the eternal justice of which I have spoken in 63 of the first volume. That, however, as St. Paul Rome 3. Augustine and Luther teach, works cannot justify, inasmuch as we all are and remain essentially sinners, ultimately rests upon the fact that, because operari sequitur esse, if we acted as we ought, we would necessarily be as we ought. But then we would require no salvation from our present condition, which not only Christianity, but also Brahmanism and Buddhism under the name which is expressed in English by final emancipation, present as the highest goal, 1. We would not need to become something quite different from, nay, the very opposite of what we are. Since, however, we are what we ought not to be, we also necessarily do what we ought not to do. Therefore we need a complete transformation of our mind and nature. 1. The new birth, as the result of which salvation appears. Although the guilt lies in action operari, yet the root of the guilt lies in our essentia et existentia, for out of these the operari necessarily proceeds, as I have shown in the prize essay on the freedom of the will. Accordingly, our one true sin is really original sin. Now the Christian myth makes original sin first arise after man came into existence, and for this purpose ascribes to him, per impossibile, a free will. It does this, however, simply as myth. The inmost kernel and spirit of Christianity is identical with that of Brahmanism and Buddhism. They all teach a great guilt of the human race through its existence itself, only that Christianity does not proceed directly, and frankly like these more ancient religions, thus does not make the guilt simply the result of existence itself, but makes it arise through the act of the first human pair. This was only possible under the fiction of a liberum arbitrium indifferenti, and only necessary on account of the Jewish fundamental dogma, in which that doctrine had pg 422 here to be implanted. Because, according to the truth, the coming into existence of man himself is the act of his free will, and accordingly one with the fall, and therefore the original sin, of which all other sins are the result, appeared already with the essentia and existentia of man. But the fundamental dogma of Judaism did not admit of such an explanation. Thus Augustine taught in his books De Libero Arbitrio that only as Adam before the fall was man guiltless and possessed of a free will, but forever after is involved in the necessity of sin. The law, in the biblical sense, always demands that we shall change our doing, while our being remains unchanged. But because this is impossible, Paul says that no man is justified by the law, only the new birth in Jesus Christ, in consequence of the work of grace, on account of which a new man arises and the old man is abolished. A fundamental change of mind or conversion can transfer us from the state of sinfulness into that of freedom and salvation. This is the Christian myth with reference to ethics, but certainly the Jewish theism, upon which it was grafted, must have received wonderful additions to adapt itself to that myth. In it the fable of the fall presented the only place for the graft of the old Indian stem. It is to be attributed just to that forcibly surmounted difficulty that the Christian mysteries have received such an extraordinary appearance, conflicting with the ordinary understanding, which makes proselytizing more difficult, and on account of which, from incapacity to comprehend their profound meaning, Pelagianism, or at the present day rationalism, rises against them and seeks to explain them away, but thereby reduces Christianity to Judaism. But to speak without myth, so long as our will is the same, our world can be no other than it is. It is true all wish to be delivered from the state of suffering and death. They would like, as it is expressed, to attain to eternal blessedness, to enter the kingdom of heaven, only pg 423 not upon their own feet. They would like to be carried there by the course of nature. That, however, is impossible. Therefore nature will never let us fall and become nothing, but yet it can lead us nowhere but always again into nature. Yet how questionable a thing it is to exist as a part of nature everyone experiences in his own life and death. Accordingly existence is certainly to be regarded as an erring, to return from which is salvation. It also bears this character throughout. It is therefore conceived in this manner by the ancient Samana religions, and also, although indirectly, by real and original Christianity. Even Judaism itself contains, at least in the fall, this its redeeming feature, the germ of such a view. Only Greek paganism and Islamism are entirely optimistic. Therefore in the former the opposite tendency had to find expression at least in tragedy. But in Islamism, which is the worst, as it is the most modern of all religions, it appeared as Sufism, that very beautiful phenomenon, which is completely of Indian spirit and origin, and has now continued for upwards of 1,000 years. Nothing can, in fact, be given as the end of our existence but the knowledge that we had better not be. This, however, is the most important of all truths, which must therefore be expressed, however great the contrast in which it stands with the European manner of thought of the present day. On the other hand, in the whole of non-Mohammedan Asia, it is the most universally recognized fundamental truth, today as much as 3,000 years ago. If now we consider the will to live as a whole and objectively, we have, in accordance with what has been said, to think of it as involved in an illusion, to escape from which, thus to deny its whole existing endeavor, is what all religions denote by self-renunciation, abnegatio sui ipsius, for the true self is the will to live. The moral virtues, thus justice and benevolence, since if they are pure they spring, as I have shown, from the fact that pg 424 the will to live, seeing through the principium individuationis, recognizes itself in all its manifestations, are accordingly primarily a sign, a symptom that the self-manifesting will is no longer firmly held in that illusion, but the disillusion already begins to take place, so that one might metaphorically say it already flaps its wings to fly away from it. Conversely, injustice, wickedness, cruelty are signs of the opposite, thus of the deep entanglement in that illusion. Secondly, however, these virtues are a means of advancing self-renunciation, and accordingly the denial of the will to live. For true integrity, inviolable justice, this first and most important of cardinal virtues, is so hard a task that whoever professes it unconditionally, and from the bottom of his heart has to make sacrifices that soon deprive life of the sweetness which is demanded to make it enjoyable, and thereby turn away the will from it, thus lead to resignation. Yet just what makes integrity honorable is the sacrifices which it costs. In trifles it is not admired. Its nature really consists in this, that the just man does not throw upon others by craft or force the burdens and sorrows which life brings with it, as the unjust man does, but bears himself what falls to his lot, and thus he has to bear the full burden of the evil imposed upon human life undiminished. Justice thereby becomes a means of advancing the denial of the will to live, for want and suffering, those true conditions of human life, are its consequence, and these lead to resignation. Still more quickly does the virtue of benevolence, caritas, which goes further, lead to the same result, for on account of it one takes over even the sufferings which originally fell to the lot of others, therefore appropriates to oneself a larger share of these than in the course of things would come to the particular individual. He who is inspired with this virtue has recognized his own being in all others, and thereby he identifies his own lot with that of humanity in general. But this is a hard lot, that of care, suffering, and death. Whoever, then, pg 425, by renouncing every accidental advantage, desires for himself no other lot than that of humanity in general, cannot desire even this long. The clinging to life and its pleasures must now soon yield, and give place to a universal renunciation. Consequently, the denial of the will take place. Since now, in accordance with this, poverty, privation, and special sufferings of many kinds are introduced simply by the perfect exercise of the moral virtues, asceticism in the narrowest sense, thus the surrender of all possessions, the intentional seeking out of what is disagreeable and repulsive, self-mortification, fasts, the hair shirt, and the scourgeel, this is rejected by many, and perhaps rightly, as superfluous. Justice itself is the hair shirt that constantly harasses its owner, and the charity that gives away what is needed, provides constant fasts. Just on this account Buddhism is free from all strict and excessive asceticism, which plays a large part in Brahmanism, thus from intentional self-mortification. It rests satisfied with the celibacy, voluntary poverty, humility, and obedience of the monks, with abstention from animal food, as also from all worldliness. Since further the goal to which the moral virtues lead is that which is here pointed out, the Vedanta philosophy rightly says that after the entrance of true knowledge with entire resignation in its train, thus the new birth, then the morality or immorality of the past life is a matter of indifference, and uses here also the saying so often quoted by the Brahmins, Finditer nodus cordis, dissolvanter omnes dubitations, ejusque opera evanescunt, viso supremo illo sankara, Sloka 32. pg 426. Now, however objectionable this view may be to many, to whom a reward in heaven or a punishment in hell is a much more satisfactory explanation of the ethical significance of human action, just as the good Windishman rejects that doctrine while he expounds it, yet whoever is able to go to the bottom of the matter will find that in the end it agrees with that Christian doctrine especially urged by Luther, that it is not works but only the faith which enters through the work of grace, that saves us, and that therefore we can never be justified by our deeds, but can only obtain the forgiveness of our sins through the merits of the mediator. It is indeed easy to see that without such assumptions Christianity would have to teach infinite punishment for all, and Brahmanism endless rebirths for all, thus no salvation would be reached by either. The sinful works and their consequences must be annulled and annihilated, whether by extraneous pardon or by the entrance of a better knowledge, otherwise the world could hope for no salvation. Afterwards, however, they become a matter of indifference. This is also the announcement of which the risen Christ exclusively imposes upon his apostles as the sum of their mission, Luke 24. The moral virtues are really not the ultimate end, but only a step towards it. This step is signified in the Christian myth by the eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, with which moral responsibility enters, together with original sin. The latter itself is in truth the assertion of the will to live, The denial of the will to live, in consequence of the appearance of a better knowledge, is, on the other hand, salvation. Between these two, then, lies the sphere of morality. It accompanies man as a light upon his path from the assertion to the denial of the will, or, mythically, from original sin to salvation through faith in the mediation of the incarnate God Avatar, or, according to the teaching of the Vedas, through all rebirths, which are the consequence of the works in each case, until right knowledge pg 427 appears, and with its salvation final emancipation moksha 1, reunion with Brahma. The Buddhists, however, with perfect honesty, only indicate the matter negatively by nirvana, which is the negation of this world or of samsara. If nirvana is defined as nothing, this only means that the samsara contains no single element which could assist the definition or construction of nirvana. Just on this account the Jainas, who differ from the Buddhists only in name, call the Brahmins who believe in the Vedas Sabdapramans, a nickname which is meant to signify that they believe upon hearsay what cannot be known or proved ascetic. Researches Vol. 6, p. 474. When certain ancient philosophers such as Orpheus, the Pythagoreans and Plato, e.g. in the PhDo pp. 151-183 sec. Bip and C. Clem, Alex, Strom, 3, sec. Just like the Apostle Paul lament the union of soul and body and desire to be freed from it, we understand the real and true meaning of this complaint, since we have recognized in the second book that the body is the will itself, objectively perceived as a phenomenon in space. In the hour of death it is decided whether the man returns into the womb of nature or belongs no more to nature at all. But, for this opposite we lack image, conception and word, just because these are all taken from the objectification of the will, therefore belong to this, and consequently can in no way express the absolute opposite of it, which accordingly remains for us a mere negation. However, the death of the individual is in each case the unweariedly repeated question of nature to the will to live. Hast thou enough? Wilt thou escape from me? In order that it may occur often enough, the individual life is so short. In this spirit are conceived the ceremonies, prayers, and exhortations of the Brahmins at the time of death, as we find them preserved in the Upanishad in several places, and so also are the Christian provisions for the suitable employment of the pg 428 hour of death, by means of exhortation, confession, communion, and extreme unction, hence also the Christian prayers for deliverance from sudden death. That at the present day it is just this that many desire only proves that they no longer stand at the Christian point of view, which is that of the denial of the will to live, but at that of its assertion, which is the heathen point of view. But he will fear least to become nothing in death who has recognized that he is already nothing now, and who consequently no longer takes any share in his individual phenomenon, because in him knowledge has, as it were, burnt up and consumed the will, so that no will, thus no desire for individual existence, remains in him any more. Individuality inheres indeed primarily in the intellect, and the intellect, reflecting the phenomenon, belongs to the phenomenon, which has the principium individuationis as its form. But it inheres also in the will, inasmuch as the character is individual, yet the character itself is abolished in the denial of the will. Thus individuality inheres in the will only in its assertion, not in its denial. Even the holiness which is connected with every purely moral action depends upon the fact that such an action ultimately springs from the immediate knowledge of the numerical identity of the inner nature of all living things. But this identity only really exists in the condition of the denial of the will nirvana, for the assertion of the will samsara has for its form the phenomenal appearance of it in multiplicity. Assertion of the will to live, the phenomenal world, the diversity of all beings, individuality, egoism, hatred, wickedness, all spring from one root. And so also, on the other hand, do the world as thing in itself, the identity of all beings, justice, benevolence, the denial of the will to live. If now, as I have sufficiently proved, even the moral virtues spring from the consciousness of that identity of all beings, but this lies not in the phenomenon, but only in the thing in itself, in pg 429 the root of all beings, the moral action is a momentary passing through the point, the permanent return to which is the denial of the will to live. It follows, as a deduction from what has been said, that we have no ground to assume that there are more perfect intelligences than that of human beings. For we see that even this degree of intelligence is sufficient to impart to the will that knowledge in consequence of which it denies and abolishes itself, upon which the individuality, and consequently the intelligence, which is merely a tool of individual, and therefore animal nature, perish. This will appear to us less open to objection if we consider that we cannot conceive even the most perfect intelligences possible, which for this end we may experimentally assume, existing through an endless time, which would be much too poor to afford them constantly new objects worthy of them. Because the nature of all things is at bottom one, all knowledge of them is necessarily tautological. If now this nature once becomes comprehended, as by those most perfect intelligences it soon would be comprehended, what would then remain but the wearisomeness of mere repetition through an infinite time? Thus from this side also we are pointed to the fact that the end of all intelligence can only be reaction upon the will. Since, however, all willing is an error, it remains the last work of intelligence to abolish the willing, whose ends it had hitherto served. Accordingly, even the most perfect intelligence possible can only be a transition step to that to which no knowledge can ever extend. Indeed, such an intelligence can, in the nature of things, only assume the position of the moment of the attainment of perfect insight. In agreement with all these considerations, and also with what is proved in the second book as to the origin of knowledge in the will, the assertion of which it reflects in fulfilling the sole function of knowledge, that of being serviceable to the ends of the will, while true salvation pg 430 lies in its denial, we see all religions at their highest point pass over into mysticism and mysteries, 1. Into darkness and veiled obscurity, which for knowledge signify merely an empty spot, the point where knowledge necessarily ceases. Therefore for thought this can only be expressed by negations, but for sense perception it is indicated by symbolical signs, in temples by dim light and silence, in Brahmanism indeed by the required suspension of all thought and perception for the sake of sinking oneself profoundly in the grounds of one's own being mentally. Pronouncing the mysterious Aum, mysticism in the widest sense is every guidance to the immediate consciousness of that to which neither perception nor conception, thus in general no knowledge extends. The mystic is thus opposed to the philosopher by the fact that he begins from within, while the philosopher begins from without. The mystic starts from his inner, positive, individual experience, in which he finds himself to be the eternal and only being 100. But nothing of this is communicable except the assertions which one has to accept upon his word, consequently he cannot convince. The philosopher, on the other hand, starts from what is common to all, from the objective phenomenon which lies before all, and from the facts of consciousness as they are present in all. His method is therefore reflection upon all pg 431 this, and combination of the data given in it, accordingly he can convince. He ought therefore to beware of falling into the way of the mystics, and, for example, by the assertion of intellectual intuitions or pretended immediate apprehensions of the reason, to seek to make a vain show of positive knowledge of that which is forever inaccessible to all knowledge, or at the most can be indicated by means of a negation. The value and worth of philosophy lies in the fact that it rejects all assumptions which cannot be established, and takes as its data only what can be certainly proved in the world, given in external perception, in the forms of apprehension of this world, which are constitutive of our intellect, and in the consciousness of one's own self which is common to all. Therefore it must remain cosmology and cannot become theology. Its theme must limit itself to the world, to express in all aspects what this is, what it is in its inmost nature, is all that it can honestly achieve. Now it answers to this that my system when it reaches its highest point assumes a negative character, thus ends with a negation. It can here speak only of what is denied, given up. But what is thereby one, what is laid hold of, it is obliged at the conclusion of the fourth book to denote as nothing, and can only add the consolation that it is merely a relative, not an absolute nothing. For if something is none of all the things which we know, it is certainly for us, speaking generally, nothing. But it does not yet follow from this that it is absolutely nothing, that from every possible point of view, and in every possible sense it must be nothing, but only that we are limited to a completely negative knowledge of it, which may very well lie in the limitation of our point of view. Now it is just here that the mystic proceeds positively, and therefore it is just from this point that nothing but mysticism remains. However, anyone who wishes this kind of supplement to the negative knowledge to which alone philosophy can guide him will find it in its most beautiful and richest form pg 432 in the Upnikhat, then also in the Enneads of Plotinus, in Scotus Erechna, in passages of Jacob Boehme, but especially in the marvellous work of Madame de Guion, Les Torrens, and in Angelus Salsius. Finally also, in the poems of the Sufis, of which Thalak has given us a collection translated into Latin, and another translated into German, and in many other works. The Sufis are the Gnostics of Islam, hence Sadi denotes them by a word which may be translated full of insight. Theism, calculated with reference to the capacity of the multitude, places the source of existence without us as an object. All mysticism, and so also Sufism, according to the various degrees of its initiation, draws it gradually back within us, as the subject, and the adept recognizes at last with wonder and delight that he is it himself. This procedure, common to all mysticism, we find not only expressed by Meister Eckhard, the father of German mysticism, in the form of a precept for the perfect ascetic, that he seek not God outside himself. Eckhard's works, edited by Pfeiffer Vol. 1, but also very naively exhibited by Eckhard's spiritual daughter, who sought him out, when she had experienced that conversion in herself, to cry out joyfully to him, "Sir, rejoice with me, I have become God-like." Sit. The mysticism of the Sufis also expresses itself throughout precisely in accordance with this spirit, principally as a reveling in the consciousness that one is oneself the kernel of the world and the source of all existence, to which all returns. Certainly, there also often appears the call to surrender all volition as the only way in which deliverance from individual existence and its suffering is possible, yet subordinated and required as something easy. In the mysticism of the Hindus, on the other hand, the latter side comes out much more strongly, and in Christian mysticism it is quite predominant, so that pantheistic consciousness, which is essential to all mysticism, here only appears in a secondary manner, in consequence of the surrender of all volition, as union with pg 433 God. Corresponding to this difference of the conception, Mohammedan mysticism has a very serene character, Christian mysticism a gloomy and melancholy character, while that of the Hindus, standing above both, in this respect also holds the mean. Quietism 1. Surrender of all volition. Asceticism 1. Intentional mortification of one's own will. And mysticism 1. Consciousness of the identity of one's own nature with that of all things or with the kernel of the world, stand in the closest connection, so that whoever professes one of them is gradually led to accept the others, even against his intention. Nothing can be more surprising than the agreement with each other of the writers who present these doctrines, notwithstanding the greatest difference of their age, country, and religion, accompanied by the firm certainty and inward confidence with which they set forth the permanence of their inner experience. They do not constitute a sect, which adheres to, defends, and propagates a favorite dogma once laid hold of. Indeed, the Indian, Christian, and Mohammedan mystics, quietists, and ascetics are different in every respect, except the inner significance and spirit of their teaching. A very striking example of this is afforded by the comparison of the Torans of Madame de Guyon with the teaching of the Vedas, especially with the passage in the Upanishad, Vol. 1, which contains the content of that French work in the briefest form, but accurately and even with the same images, and yet could not possibly have been known to Madame de Guyon in 1680. In the Deutschen Theologie, the only unmutilated edition, Stuttgart, 1851, it is said in chapters 2 and 3 that both the fall of the devil and that of Adam consisted in the fact that the one as the other ascribed to himself the I and me, the mine and to me, and on it is said, "In true love there remains neither I nor me, mine to me, thou thine," and the like. Now, corresponding to this, it is said in the Curule from the Tamilian by Groll, the passion of the pg 434 mine directed outwardly, and that of the I directed inwardly, cf. Ver. 346. And in the Manual of Buddhism by Spence Hardy, Buddha says, "My disciples reject the thoughts I am this or this is mine." In general, if we look away from the forms which are introduced by external circumstances and go to the bottom of the matter, we will find that Sakya Muni and Meister Eckhard teach the same, only that the former dared to express his thoughts directly, while the latter is obliged to clothe them in the garments of the Christian myth and adapt his expressions to this. He carries this, however, so far that with him the Christian myth has become little more than a symbolical language, just as the Hellenic myth became for the Neoplatonists. He takes it throughout allegorically. In the same respect, it is worth noticing that the transition of St. Francis from prosperity to the mendicant life is similar to the still greater step of Buddha Sakya Muni from prince to beggar, and that, corresponding to this, the life of St. Francis, and also the order he founded, was just a kind of sannyasiism. Indeed, it deserves to be mentioned that his relationship with the Indian spirit appears also in his great love for the brutes and frequent intercourse with them, when he always calls them his sisters and brothers, and his beautiful cantico also bears witness to his inborn Indian spirit by the praise of the sun, the moon, the stars, the wind, the water, the fire, and the earth. Even the Christian quietists must often have had little or no knowledge of each other. For example, Molinos and Madame de Guion of Toller and the Deutsche Theologie, or Gichtel of the former. In any case, the great difference of their culture in that some of them, like Molinos, were learned, others, like Gichtel and many more, were the reverse, has no essential influence upon their teaching. Pg 435 Their great internal agreement, along with the firmness and certainty of their utterances, proves all the more that they speak from real inward experience, from an experience which certainly is not accessible to all, but is possessed only by a few favoured individuals, and therefore has received the name of the work of grace, the reality of which, however, for the above reasons, is not to be doubted. But in order to understand all this one must read the mystics themselves, and not be contented with second-hand reports of them, for every one must himself be comprehended before one judges concerning him. Thus, to become acquainted with quietism, I specially recommend Meister Eckhard, the Deutsche Theologie, Toller, Madame de Guion, Antoinette Berignon, the English Bunyan, Molinos and Gichtel. In the same way as practical proofs and examples of the profound seriousness of asceticism, the Life of Pascal, edited by Reuchlin, together with his History of the Port-Royal, and also the Histoire de Sainte Elizabeth, par le Comte de Montelembert, and La Vie de Rance, par Chateaubriand, are very well worth reading, but yet by no means exhaust all that is important in this class. Whoever has read such writings, and compared their spirit with that of asceticism and quietism, as it runs through all works of Brahmanism and Buddhism, and speaks in every page, will admit that every philosophy, which must in consistency reject that whole mode of thought, which it can only do by explaining the representatives of it to be either impostors or madmen, must just on this account necessarily be false. But all European systems, with the exception of mine, find themselves in this position. Truly it must be an extraordinary madness which, under the most widely different circumstances and persons possible, spoke with such agreement, pg 436, and moreover, was raised to the position of a chief doctrine of their religion, by the most ancient and numerous peoples of the earth, something like 3/4 of all the inhabitants of Asia. But no philosophy can leave the theme of quietism and asceticism undecided if the question is proposed to it, because this theme is, in its matter, identical with that of all metaphysics and ethics. Here then is a point upon which I expect and desire that every philosophy, with its optimism, should declare itself. And if, in the judgment of contemporaries, the paradoxical and unexampled agreement of my philosophy with quietism and asceticism appears as an open stumbling block, I, on the contrary, see just in that agreement a proof of its sole correctness and truth, and also a ground of explanation of why it is ignored and kept secret by the Protestant universities. For not only the religions of the East, but also true Christianity, has throughout that ascetic fundamental character which my philosophy explains as the denial of the will to live, although Protestantism, especially in its present form, seeks to conceal this. Yet even the open enemies of Christianity who have appeared in the most recent times have ascribed to it the doctrines of renunciation, self-denial, perfect chastity, and in general mortification of the will, which they quite correctly denote by the name of the anticosmic tendency, and have fully proved that such doctrines are essentially proper to original and genuine Christianity. In this they are undeniably right. But that they set up this as an evident and patent reproach to Christianity, while just here lies its profoundest truth, its high value and its sublime character, this shows an obscuring of the mind, which can only be explained by the fact that these men's minds, unfortunately like thousands more at the present day in Germany, are completely spoiled and distorted by the miserable Hegelism, that school of dullness, that centre of misunderstanding and ignorance, that mind-destroying, spurious wisdom, which now at last begins to pg 437 be recognized as such, and the veneration of which will soon be left to the Danish Academy, in whose eyes even that gross charlatan is a summus philosophus, for whom it takes the field. Car ils suivront la créance et etude de l'ignorante et sot multitude. Don't le plus l'erd sera recap or juge. Rabelais. In any case, the ascetic tendency is unmistakable in the genuine and original Christianity, as it developed in the writings of the Church Fathers from its kernel in the New Testament. It is the summit towards which all strives upwards. As its chief doctrine we find the recommendation of genuine and pure celibacy, this first and most important step in the denial of the will to live, which is already expressed in the New Testament. Strauss also, in his Life of Jesus Vol. 1 of the first edition, says, with reference to the recommendation of celibacy given in Matt. 19, sec., that the doctrine of Jesus may not run counter to the ideas of the present day, men have hastened to introduce surreptitiously the thought that Jesus only praised celibacy with reference to the circumstances of the time, and in order to leave the activity of the apostles unfettered. But there is even less indication of this in the context than in the kindred passage, 1 Cor 7, sec. But we have here again one of the places where ascetic principles, such as prevailed among the Essenes and probably still more widely among the Jews, appear in the teaching of Jesus also. This ascetic tendency appears more decidedly later than at the beginning, when Christianity, still seeking adherents, dared not pitch its demands too high, and by the beginning of the 3rd century it is expressly urged. Marriage in genuine Christianity is merely a compromise with the sinful nature of man, as a concession, something allowed to those who lack pg 438 strength to aspire to the highest, an expedient to avoid greater evil. In this sense it receives the sanction of the Church, in order that the bond may be indissoluble. But celibacy and virginity are set up as the higher consecration of Christianity, through which one enters the ranks of the elect. Through these alone does one attain the victor's crown, which even at the present day is signified by the wreath upon the coffin of the unmarried, and also by that which the bride lays aside on the day of her marriage. A piece of evidence upon this point which certainly comes to us from the primitive times of Christianity is the pregnant answer of the Lord, quoted by Clemens Alexandrinus Strom. 3:9 from the Gospel of the Egyptians, Salam interrogenti quausque vigebit mors, dominus Guudlusk ingit vas mulieres paritis, hoc est, quam du operabunt cupiditates, adds Clement 100. With which he at once connects the famous passage Roman 5 further on 100. He quotes the words of Cassianus, cum interrogaret Salome quando cognoscenter e de quibus interrogabit 8 dominus, quando puderis ingimentum conculca veritis, et quando duo facto furint unum, et masculum cum effmina nec masculum, nec effminium 1. When she no longer needs the veil of modesty, since all distinction of sex will have disappeared. With regard to this point the heretics have certainly gone furthest. Even in the 2nd century the Tatianites or Encratites, the Gnostics, the Marcionites, the Montanists, Valentinians and Cassians, yet only because with reckless consistency they gave honor to the truth, and therefore, in accordance with the spirit of Christianity, they taught perfect continence, while the Church prudently declared to be pg 439 heresy all that ran counter to its farseeing policy. Augustine says of the Tatianites, nuptias damnant, atcom nino pers eis fornicationibus alias corruptionibus faciunt, nec recipiunt in suum numerum conjugio utentum, sive merum, sive effminum. Non vescanler carnibus isc abominanter, de resi ad quad vult diem, Hr. 25, but even the orthodox fathers look upon marriage in the light indicated above, and zealously preach entire continence. The Athanasius gives as the cause of marriage, quia subjacmus condemnationi propatoris nostri, nam finis adiopr latus erat nos non per nuptias et corruptionem feri, sed transgressio mandati nuptias introduxit, propter legis violationem ad exposit. In Psalm 50, Tertullian calls marriage genus mali inferioris, ex indulgentia autem depudicitia 100, and says, matrimonium et stuprum est commixtio carnis, silis et cujus concupiscentium dominus stupro ad quavit. Ergo inguis jam et primas id est unas nuptias destruis, nec immerito, quoniam et ips ex eo constant quad est stuprum de exhort, castit 100. Indeed, Augustine himself commits himself entirely to this doctrine and all its results, for he says, novi quastum qui murmurant, quid si inquiant omnis velint ab omni concubitu abstiner under subsistet genus humanum, utinam omnis hoc velint, dumptixat in caritate decord puro et conscientia bona, et fide non ficta, multo sitius de civitas complerator, ut accelererator terminus mundi de bono conjugali 100. And again, non vas ab hoc studio, quo multos ad imitandum vas excitatis, franget querella venorum qui dicunt, Quamodo subsistet genus humanum, si omnis fuerint continents. Quaes et propter aliud retardita hoc seculum, nisi ut implita pr destinatus numerus ille sanctorum, quo sitius implito, profto nec terminus seculi differeta de bono individuitatis, 100. pg 441 sees at once that he identifies salvation with the end of the world. The other passages in the works of Augustine which bear on this point will be found collected in the Confessio Augustiniana, e 500. Augustini operibus compilata a hieronimo torrens, 1610, under the headings De Matrimonio, De Clibatu, 100. And anyone may convince himself from these that in ancient, genuine Christianity marriage was only a concession, which besides this was supposed to have only the begetting of children as its end, that on the other hand, perfect continence was the true virtue far to be preferred to this. To those, however, who do not wish to go back to the authorities themselves, I recommend two works for the purpose of removing any kind of doubt as to the tendency of Christianity we are speaking about. Karov, Uber des Collabatgesets, 1832, and Lind, De Clibatu Christianorum per tria priora secula Havni, 1839. It is, however, by no means the views of these writers themselves to which I refer, for these are opposed to mine, but solely to their carefully collected accounts and quotations, which deserve full acceptance as quite trustworthy, just because both these writers are opponents of celibacy, the former a rationalistic Catholic, and the other a Protestant candidate in theology, who speaks exactly like one. In the first-named work we find vol. 1. In that reference the following result expressed, in accordance with the Church view, as it may be read in canonical Church Fathers, in the synodal and papal instructions, and in innumerable writings of Orthodox Catholics, perpetual chastity is called a divine, heavenly, angelic virtue, and the obtaining of the assistance of divine grace for this end is made dependent upon earnest prayer. We have already shown that this Augustinian doctrine is by Canisius, and in the decrees of the Council of Trent expressed as an unchanging belief of the Church. That, however, it has been retained as a dogma till the present day is sufficiently established by the June number, 1831, of the magazine Der Catholic. pg 441 it is said there, in Catholicism the observance of a perpetual chastity for the sake of God appears as in itself the highest merit of man. The view that the observance of continual chastity as an end in itself sanctifies and exalts the man is, as every instructed Catholic is convinced, deeply rooted in Christianity, both as regards its spirit and its express precepts. The decrees of the Council of Trent have abolished all possible doubt on this point. It must at any rate be confessed by every unprejudiced person, not only that the doctrine expressed by Der Catholic is really Catholic, but also that the proofs adduced may be quite irrefutable for a Catholic reason, because they are drawn so directly from the ecclesiastical view, taken by the Church, of life and its destiny. It is further said in the same work, although both Paul calls the forbidding to marry a false doctrine, and the still Judaistic author of the Epistle to the Hebrews enjoins that marriage shall be held in honor by all, and the bed kept undefiled Heb. Roman 13:4, yet the main tendency of these two sacred writers is not on that account to be mistaken. Virginity is for both the perfect state, marriage only a makeshift for the weak, and only as such to be held inviolable. The highest effort, on the other hand, was directed to complete material putting off of self. The self must turn and refrain from all that tends only to its own pleasure, and that only temporarily. Lastly, we agree with the Abb Zachariah, who asserts that celibacy, not the law of celibacy, is before everything to be deduced from the teaching of Christ and the Apostle Paul. What is opposed to this specially Christian view is everywhere, and always merely the Old Testament with its. This appears with peculiar distinctness from that important third book of the Strometer of Clement, where, arguing against the encretistic heretics mentioned above, he constantly opposes to them only Judaism, with its optimistic history of creation, with which pg 442, the world-denying tendency of the New Testament, is certainly contradiction, but the connection of the New Testament with the Old is at bottom only external, accidental and forced, and the one point at which Christian doctrine can link itself on to the latter is only to be found, as has been said, in the story of the fall, which, moreover, stands quite isolated in the Old Testament, and is made no further use of. But in accordance with the account in the Gospels, it is just the orthodox adherents of the Old Testament who bring about the crucifixion of the founder of Christianity, because they find his teaching in conflict with their own. In the said third book of the Strometer of Clement, the antagonism between optimism with theism on the one hand, and pessimism with ascetic morality on the other, comes out with surprising distinctness. This book is directed against the Gnostics, who just taught pessimism and asceticism, that is, abstinence of every kind, but especially from all sexual satisfaction, on account of which Clement censures them vigorously. But at the same time, it becomes apparent that even the spirit of the Old Testament stands in this antagonism with that of the New Testament. For apart from the fall which appears in the Old Testament like a whore's dover, the spirit of the Old Testament is diametrically opposed to that of the New Testament, former optimistic, the latter pessimistic. Clement himself brings this contradiction out prominently at the end of the 11th chapter, although he will not allow that it is a real contradiction, but explains it as only apparent, like a good Jew as he is. In general, it is interesting to see how with Clement the New and the Old Testament get mixed up together, and he strives to reconcile them, yet for the most part drives out the New Testament with the Old. Just at the beginning of the 3rd chapter, he objects to the Marcionites that they find fault with the creation, after the example of Plato and Pythagoras. For Marcion teaches pg 443 that nature is bad, made out of bad materials, therefore one ought not to people this world, but to abstain from marriage. Now Clement, to whom in general the Old Testament is much more congenial and convincing than the New, takes this very much amiss. He sees in it their flagrant ingratitude to and enmity and rebellion against him who has made the world, the just demiurgus, whose work they themselves are, and yet despise the use of his creatures, in impious rebellion forsaking the natural opinion. At the same time, in his holy zeal, he will not allow the Marcionites even the honor of originality, but armed with his well-known erudition, he brings it against them, and supports his case with the most beautiful quotations, that even the ancient philosophers, that Heraclitus and Empedocles, Pythagoras and Plato, Orpheus and Pindar, Herodotus and Euripides, and also the Sibyls, lamented deeply the wretched nature of the world, thus taught pessimism. Now in this learned enthusiasm he does not observe that in this way he is just giving the Marcionites water for their mill, for he shows that all the wisest of all the ages have taught and sung what they do, but confidently and boldly he quotes the most decided and energetic utterances of the ancients in this sense. Certainly they cannot lead him astray. Wise men may mourn the sadness of existence, poets may pour out the most affecting lamentations about it, nature and experience may cry out as loudly as they will against optimism. All this does not touch our Church Father. He holds his Jewish revelation in his hand and remains confident. The Demiurgus made the world. From this it is a priori certain that it is excellent, pg 444, and it may look as it likes. The same thing then takes place with regard to the second point, through which, according to his view, the Marcionites show their ingratitude towards the Demiurgus and the perversity with which they put from them all his gifts. Here now the tragic poets have preceded the Encratites to the prejudice of their originality, and have said the same things. For since they also lament the infinite misery of existence, they have added that it is better to bring no children into such a world, which he now again supports with the most beautiful passages, and at the same time accuses the Pythagoreans of having renounced sexual pleasure on this ground, but all this touches him not. He sticks to his principle that all these sin against the Demiurgus, in that they teach that one ought not to marry, ought not to beget children, ought not to bring new miserable beings into the world, ought not to provide new food for death. 100. Since the learned Church Father thus denounces, he seems to have had no presentiment that just after his time, the celibacy of the Christian priesthood would be more and more introduced, and finally, in the 11th century, raised to the position of a law, because it is in keeping with the spirit of the New Testament. It is just this spirit which the Gnostics have grasped more profoundly and understood better than our Church Father, who is more Jew than Christian. The conception of the Gnostics comes out very clearly at the beginning of the 9th chapter, where the following passage is quoted from the Gospel of the Egyptians. pg 445 agiunt enim dixis servitorum, veni ad dissolvendum opera femin quaedam, cupiditatis, opera autem, generationum et interritum, but quite specially at the end of the 13th and the beginning of the 14th chapter. The Church certainly was obliged to consider how to set a religion upon its legs that could also walk and stand in the world as it is, and among men, Therefore it declared these persons to be heretics. At the conclusion of the 7th chapter, our Church Father opposes Indian asceticism as bad to Christian Judaism, whereby the fundamental difference of the spirit of the two religions is clearly brought out. In Judaism and Christianity, everything runs back to obedience or disobedience to the command of God, as befits us creatures, nobis, qui omnipotentes voluntate efficti sumus, chap. 14. Then comes as a second duty to serve God, extol his works, and overflow with thankfulness. Certainly the matter has a very different aspect in Brahmanism and Buddhism, for in the latter all improvement and conversion, and the only deliverance we can hope for from this world of suffering, this samsara, proceeds from the knowledge of the four fundamental truths, dolor, doloris ortus, doloris interitus, octopartita via ad doloris sedationem damapadam, ed Fospal et 347. The explanation of these four truths will be found in Bornoof Introduct, a El Hist, Du Buddhisme, and in all expositions of Buddhism. In truth, Judaism with its is not related to Christianity as regards its spirit and ethical tendency, but Brahmanism and Buddhism are. But the spirit and ethical tendency are what is essential in a religion, not the myths in which these are clothed. I therefore cannot give up the belief that the doctrines of Christianity can in some way be derived from these primitive religions. I have pointed out some traces of this in pg 446, the second volume of the Purga, 179 second edition, 180. I have to add to these that Epiphanius Heretic, 18, relates that the first Jewish Christians of Jerusalem, who called themselves Nazarenes, refrained from all animal food. On account of this origin, or at least, this agreement, Christianity belongs to the ancient, true and sublime faith of mankind, which is opposed to the false, shallow and injurious optimism which exhibits itself in Greek paganism, Judaism and Islamism. The Zend religion holds to a certain extent the mean, because it has opposed to Ormuzd a pessimistic counterpoise in Ahriman. From this Zend religion the Jewish religion proceeded, as J.G. Rode has thoroughly proved in his book, Die Heilige Sage des Zendvolks. From Ormuzd has come Jehovah, and from Ahriman, Satan, who, however, plays only a very subordinate role in Judaism, indeed almost entirely disappears, whereby then optimism gains the upper hand, and there only remains the myth of the fall as a pessimistic element, which certainly as the fable of Meskia and Meskian is derived from the Zendavesta. Yet even this falls into oblivion, till it is again taken up by Christianity along with Satan. Ormuzd himself, however, is derived from Brahmanism, although from a lower region of it. He is no other than Indra, that subordinate god of the firmament and the atmosphere, who is represented as frequently in rivalry with men. This has been very clearly shown by J.J. Schmidt in his work on the relation of the Gnostic Theosophic doctrines to the religions of the East. This Indra Ormuzd Jehovah had afterwards to pass over into Christianity, because this religion arose in Judah. But on account of the cosmopolitan character of Christianity, he laid aside his own name to be denoted in the language of each converted nation by the appellation of the superhuman beings he supplanted, as Deus, which comes from the Sanskrit deva from which also devil comes, or among the Gothico-Germanic peoples by the word God, Got, which comes from Odin, Woden, Guodin, Garden. pg 447 in the same way he assumed in Islamism, which also sprang from Judaism, the name of Allah, which also existed earlier in Arabia. Analogous to this, the gods of the Greek Olympus, when in prehistoric times they were transplanted to Italy, also assumed the names of the previously reigning gods. Hence among the Romans Zeus is called Jupiter, Hera Juno, Hermes Mercury, 100. In China the first difficulty of the missionaries arose from the fact that the Chinese language has no appellation of the kind, and also no word for creating. For the three religions of China know no gods either in the plural or in the singular. However the rest may be, that of the Old Testament is really foreign to true Christianity. For in the New Testament the world is always spoken of as something to which one does not belong, which one does not love, nay, whose lord is the devil. This agrees with the ascetic spirit of the denial of oneself and the overcoming of the world which, just like the boundless love of one's neighbor, even of one's enemy, is the fundamental characteristic which Christianity has in common with Brahmanism and Buddhism, and which proves their relationship. There is nothing in which one has to distinguish the kernel so carefully from the shell as in Christianity. Just because I prize this kernel highly, I sometimes treat the shell with little ceremony. It is, however, thicker than is generally supposed. Protestantism, since it has eliminated asceticism, and its pg 448 central point, the meritoriousness of celibacy, has already given up the inmost kernel of Christianity, and so far is to be regarded as a falling away from it. This has become apparent in our own day by the gradual transition of Protestantism into shallow rationalism, this modern Pelagianism, which ultimately degenerates into the doctrine of a loving Father, who has made the world, in order that things may go on very pleasantly in it, in which case, then he must certainly have failed, and who, if one only conforms to his will in certain respects, will also afterwards provide a still more beautiful world with regard to which it is only a pity that it has such a fatal entrance. That may be a good religion for comfortable, married, and enlightened Protestant pastors, but it is no Christianity. Christianity is the doctrine of the deep guilt of the human race through its existence alone, and the longing of the heart for deliverance from it, which, however, can only be attained by the greatest sacrifices and by the denial of one's own self, thus by an entire reversal of human nature. Luther may have been perfectly right from the practical point of view. 1. With reference to the church scandal of his time, which he wished to remove, but not so from the theoretical point of view. The more sublime a doctrine is, the more it is exposed to abuse at the hands of human nature, which on the whole is of a low and evil disposition. Hence the abuses of Catholicism are so much more numerous and so much greater than those of Protestantism. Thus, for example, monasticism, that methodical denial of the will practiced in common for the sake of mutual encouragement, is an institution of a sublime description, which, however, for this very reason, is for the most part untrue to its spirit. The shocking abuses of the Church excited in the honest mind of Luther a lofty indignation. But in consequence of this, he was led to desire to limit as much as possible the claims of Christianity itself, and for this end, he first pg 449 confined it to the words of the Bible. But then, in his well-meant zeal, he went too far, for he attacked the very heart of Christianity in the ascetic principle. For after the withdrawal of the ascetic principle, the optimistic principle soon necessarily took its place. But in religions, as in philosophy, optimism is a fundamental error which obstructs the path of all truth. From all this it seems to me that Catholicism is a shamefully abused, but Protestantism a degenerate Christianity, thus that Christianity in general has met the fate which befalls all that is noble, sublime, and great whenever it has to dwell among men. However, even in the very lap of Protestantism, the essentially ascetic and encretistic spirit of Christianity has made way for itself, and in this case it has appeared in a phenomenon which perhaps has never before been equalled in magnitude and definiteness, the highly remarkable sect of the Shakers in North America, founded by an Englishwoman, Anne Lee, in 1774. The adherents of this sect have already increased to 6,000, who are divided into 15 communities, and inhabit a number of villages in the states of New York and Kentucky, especially in the district of New Lebanon, near Nassau Village. The fundamental characteristic of their religious rule of life is celibacy and entire abstention from all sexual satisfaction. It is unanimously admitted, even by the English and Americans who visit them, and who laugh and jeer at them in every other respect, that this rule is strictly and with perfect honesty observed, although brothers and sisters sometimes even occupy the same house, eat at the same table, nay, dance together in the religious services in church. For whoever has made that hardest of all sacrifices may dance before the Lord, he is a victor, he has overcome. Their singing in church consists in general of cheerful, and partly even of merry songs. The church dance also, which follows the sermon, is accompanied by the singing of the rest. It is a lively dance, performed in measured time, and concludes with a gallop, which is pg 450 carried on till the dancers are exhausted. Between each dance one of their teachers cries aloud, "Think that ye rejoice before the Lord for having slain your flesh, for this is here the only use we make of our refractory limbs." To celibacy most of the other conditions link themselves on of themselves. There are no families, and therefore there is no private property but community of goods. All are clothed alike in Quaker fashion and with great neatness. They are industrious and diligent. Idleness is not endured. They have also the enviable rule that they are to avoid all unnecessary noise, such as shouting, door slamming, whip cracking, loud knocking. 100. Their rule of life has been thus expressed by one of them: lead a life of innocence and purity, love your neighbors as yourself, live at peace with all men, and refrain from war, bloodshed, and all violence against others, as well as from all striving after worldly honor and distinction. Give to each his own, and follow after holiness, without which no man can see the Lord. Do good to all so far as your opportunity and your power extends. They persuade no one to join them, but test those who present themselves by a novitiate of several years. Moreover, every one is free to leave them. Very rarely is anyone expelled for misconduct. Adopted children are carefully educated, and only when they are grown up do they voluntarily join the sect. It is said that in the controversies of their ministers with Anglican clergy, the latter generally come off the worse, for the arguments consist of passages from the New Testament. Fuller accounts of them will be found particularly in Maxwell's Run Through the United States, 1841, also in Benedict's History of All Religions, 1830, also in the Times, November 4, 1837, and in the German magazine Columbus, May number, 1831. A German sect in America, very similar to them, who also live in strict celibacy and continence, are the Rappists. An account of them is given in F. Loher's Geschichte Unzusten der Deutschen in Amerika, 1853. pg 451. In Russia also the Raskolniks are a similar sect. The Jichtelians live also in strict chastity. But among the ancient Jews we already find a prototype of all these sects, the Essenes, of whom even Pliny gives an account Hist. Nat. 5. And who resembled the Shakers very much, not only in celibacy but also in other respects, for example in dancing during divine service, which leads to the opinion that the founder of the Shakers took the Essenes as a pattern. In the presence of such facts as these, how does Luther's assertion look? Ubi natura, quemad mardum adeo nobis incita est, furter ac rapida, feri nullo modo potist, ut extra matrimonium cast vivator, catech, maj. Although Christianity, in essential respects, taught only what all Asia knew long before, and even better, yet for Europe it was a new and great revelation, in consequence of which the spiritual tendency of the European nations was therefore entirely transformed. For it disclosed to them the metaphysical significance of existence, and therefore taught them to look away from the narrow, paltry, ephemeral life of earth, and to regard it no longer as an end in itself, but as a condition of suffering, guilt, trial, conflict, and purification, out of which, by means of moral achievements, difficult renunciation and denial of oneself, one may rise to a better existence which is inconceivable by us. It taught the great truth of the assertion and denial of the will to live in the clothing of allegory, by saying that through Adam's fall the curse has come upon all, sin has come into the world, and guilt is inherited by all. But that, on the other hand, through the sacrificial death of Jesus all are reconciled, the world saved, guilt abolished, and justice satisfied. In order, however, to understand the truth itself that is contained in this myth, one must not regard men simply in time, as beings independent of each other, but must comprehend the Platonic idea of man, which is related to the series of men, as eternity in itself is related to eternity drawn out as time. pg 452. Hence, the eternal idea man extended in time to the series of men through the connecting bond of generation appears again in time as a whole. If now we keep the idea of man in view, we see that Adam's fall represents the finite, animal, sinful nature of man, in respect of which he is a finite being, exposed to sin, suffering, and death. On the other hand, the life, teaching, and death of Jesus Christ represent the eternal, supernatural side, the freedom, the salvation of man. Now every man as such and potentia is both Adam and Jesus, according as he comprehends himself, and his will thereupon determines him, in consequence of which he is then condemned and given over to death, or saved and attains to eternal life. Now these truths, both in their allegorical and in their real acceptation, were completely new as far as Greeks and Romans were concerned, who were still entirely absorbed in life, and did not seriously look beyond it. Let whoever doubts this see how Cicero Pro Cluentio 100, and Sallust Catil 100 speak of the state after death. The ancients, although far advanced in almost everything else, remained children with regard to the chief concern, and were surpassed in this even by the Druids, who at least taught metempsychosis. That one or two philosophers, like Pythagoras and Plato, thought otherwise alters nothing as regards the whole. That great fundamental truth, then, which is contained in Christianity, as in Brahmanism and Buddhism, the need of deliverance from an existence which is given up to suffering and death, and the attainableness of this by the denial of the will, thus by a decided opposition to nature, is beyond all comparison the most important truth there can be, but at the same time, it is entirely opposed to the natural tendency of the human race, and in its true grounds it is difficult to comprehend, as indeed all that can only be. Thought generally and in the abstract is inaccessible to the great majority of men. Therefore for these men there was everywhere required, in order to pg 453 bring that great truth within the sphere of its practical application, a mythical vehicle for it, as it were receptacle, without which it would be lost and dissipated. The truth had therefore everywhere to borrow the garb of the fable, and also constantly to endeavour to connect itself with what in each case was historically given, already familiar, and already revered. What sensu propria remained inaccessible to the great mass of mankind of all ages and lands, with their low tone of mind, their intellectual stupidity and general brutality, had for practical purposes to be brought home to them sensu allegorico, in order to become their guiding star. So then, the religions mentioned above are to be regarded as the sacred vessels in which the great truth, known and expressed for several thousand years, indeed perhaps since the beginning of the human race, which yet in itself, for the great mass of mankind always remains a mystery, is, according to the measure of their powers, made accessible to them, preserved and transmitted through the centuries. Yet, because all that does not through and through consist of the imperishable material of pure truth is subject to destruction, whenever this fate befalls such a vessel, through contact with a heterogeneous age, its sacred content must in some way be saved and preserved for mankind by another. But it is the task of philosophy, since it is one with pure truth, to present that content pure and unmixed, thus merely in abstract conceptions, and consequently without that vehicle, for those who are capable of thinking, who are always an exceedingly small number. It is therefore related to religions as a straight line to several curves running near it, for it expresses sensu propria, thus reaches directly, what they show in veiled forms and reach by circuitous routes. If now, in order to illustrate what has just been said by an example, and also to follow a philosophical fashion of my time, I should wish perhaps to attempt to solve the profoundest mystery of Christianity, that of the pg 454 Trinity, in the fundamental conception of my philosophy, this could be done, with the license permitted in such interpretations, in the following manner. The Holy Ghost is the distinct denial of the will to live. The man in whom this exhibits itself in concreto is the Son. He is identical with the will which asserts life, and thereby produces the phenomenon of this perceptible world. 1. With the Father, because the assertion and denial are opposite acts of the same will whose capability for both is the only true freedom. However, this is to be regarded as a mere lusus ingenii. Before I close this chapter 1, wish to adduce a few proofs in support of what in 68 of the first volume 1, denoted by the expression, the bringing about of the denial of the will by one's own deeply felt suffering, thus not merely by the appropriation of the suffering of others, and the knowledge of the vanity and wretchedness of our existence introduced by this. We can arrive at a comprehension of what goes on in the heart of a man, in the case of an elevation of this kind, and the accompanying purifying process, by considering what every emotional man experiences on beholding a tragedy, which is of kindred nature to this. In the third and fourth acts perhaps such a man is distressed and disturbed by the ever more clouded and threatened happiness of the hero, but when, in the fifth act, this happiness is entirely wrecked and shattered, he experiences a certain elevation of the soul, which affords him an infinitely higher kind of pleasure than the sight of the happiness of the hero, however great it might be, could ever have. Given, now this is the same thing, in the weak watercolours of sympathy which is able to raise a well-known illusion, as that which takes place with the energy of reality in the feeling of our own fate, when it is heavy misfortune that drives the man at last into the haven of entire resignation. Upon this occurrence depend all those conversions which completely transform pg 455 men such as are described in the text. I may give here in a few words the story of the conversion of the Abb Rance, as it is strikingly similar to that of Raymond Lully, which is told in the text, and besides this is memorable on account of its result. His youth was devoted to enjoyment and pleasure. Finally, he lived in a relation of passion with a Madame de Montbazon. One evening when he visited her, he found her room empty in disorder and darkness. He struck something with his foot. It was her head which had been severed from the trunk, because after her sudden death her corpse could not otherwise be got into the lead coffin that stood beside it. After overcoming an immense sorrow, Rance now became, in 1663, the reformer of the Order of the Trappists, which at that time had entirely relaxed the strictness of its rules. He joined this order, and through him it was led back to that terrible degree of renunciation which is still maintained at the present day at La Trappe, and as the methodically carried out denial of the will, aided by the severest renunciation and an incredibly hard and painful manner of life, fills the visitor with sacred awe, after he has been touched at his reception by the humility of these genuine monks, who, emaciated by fasting, by cold, by night, watches, prayers, and penances, kneel before him, the worldling and the sinner, to implore his blessing. Of all orders of monks, this one alone has maintained itself in perfection in France, through all changes, which is to be attributed to the profound earnestness which in it is unmistakable, and excludes all secondary ends. It has remained untouched even by the decline of religion, because its root lies deeper in human nature than any positive system of belief. I have mentioned in the text that this great and rapid change of the inmost being of man which we are here considering, and which has hitherto been entirely neglected by philosophers, appears most frequently when, with full consciousness, he stands in the presence of a violent and pg 456 certain death, thus in the case of executions. But in order to bring this process much more distinctly before our eyes, I regard it as by no means unbecoming to the dignity of philosophy to quote what has been said by some criminals before their execution, even at the risk of incurring the sneer that I encourage gallows sermons. I certainly rather believe that the gallows is a place of quite peculiar revelations, and a watchtower from which the man who even then retains his presence of mind obtains a wider, clearer outlook into eternity than most philosophers over the paragraphs of their rational psychology and theology. The following speech on the gallows was made on the 15th April, 1837 at Gloucester, by a man called Bartlett, who had murdered his mother-in-law. Englishmen and fellow countrymen, I have a few words to say to you, and they shall be but very few. Yet let me entreat you, one and all, that these few words that I shall utter may strike deep into your hearts. Bear them in your mind, not only now while you are witnessing this sad scene, but take them to your homes, take them, and repeat them to your children and friends. I implore you as a dying Manon, for whom the instrument of death is even now prepared, and these words are that you may loose yourselves from the love of this dying world and its vain pleasures. Think less of it and more of your God. Do this, repent, for be assured that without deep and true repentance, without turning to your heavenly Father, you will never attain, nor can hold the slightest hope of ever reaching those bowers of bliss to which I trust I am now fast advancing times. 18th April 1837. Still more remarkable are the last words of the well-known murderer, Greenacre, who was executed in London on the 1st of May 1837. The English newspaper The Post gives the following account, which is also reprinted in Galignani's Messenger of the 6th of May 1837. On the morning of his execution, a gentleman advised him to put his trust in God, and pray for forgiveness through the pg 457 mediation of Jesus Christ. Greenacre replied that forgiveness through the mediation of Christ was a matter of opinion. For his part, he believed that in the sight of the highest being, a Mohammedan was as good as a Christian, and had just as much claim to salvation. Since his imprisonment, he had had his attention directed to theological subjects, and he had become convinced that the gallows is a passport to heaven. The indifference displayed here towards positive religions is just what gives this utterance greater weight, for it shows that it is no fanatical delusion, but individual immediate knowledge that lies at its foundation. The following incident may also be mentioned, which is given by Galignani's Messenger of the 15th August 1837, from the Limerick Chronicle. Last Monday Maria Cooney was executed for the revolting murder of Mrs. Anderson. So deeply was this wretched woman impressed with the greatness of her crime that she kissed the rope which was put round her neck, while she humbly implored the mercy of God. Lastly this, the Times of the 29th April 1845 gives several letters which Hawker, who was condemned for the murder of De Larue, wrote the day before his execution. In one of these he says, "I am persuaded that unless the natural heart be broken, and renewed by divine mercy, however noble and amiable it may be deemed by the world, it can never think of eternity without inwardly shuddering. These are the outlooks into eternity referred to above which are obtained from that watchtower, and I have had the less hesitation in giving them here since Shakespeare also says, 'Out of these convertites, there is much matter to be heard and learned. As you like it, last scene. Strauss, in his Life of Jesus, has proved that Christianity also ascribes to suffering as such the purifying and sanctifying power here set forth Leben Jesu, Vol. 1 ch. 6, 72 and 74. He says that the Beatitudes in the Sermon on the Mount have a different sense in Luke 6, pg 45,821, from that which they have in Matt. 5. For only the latter adds to and to. Thus by him alone are the simple-minded, the humble 100, meant, while by Luke are meant the literally poor, so that here the contrast is that between present suffering and future happiness. With the Ebionites it is a capital principle that whoever takes his portion in this age gets nothing in the future, and conversely. Accordingly in Luke the blessings are followed by as many woes, which are addressed to the rich, the full, and to them that laugh in the Ebionite spirit. In the same spirit, he says, is the parable Luke 16. Of the rich man and Lazarus given, which nowhere mentions any fault of the former or any merit of the latter, and takes as the standard of the future recompense, not the good done or the wickedness practiced, but the evil suffered here and the good things enjoyed in the Ebionite spirit. A like estimation of outward poverty, Strauss goes on, is also attributed to Jesus by the other synoptists Matt. 19, Mark 10, Luke 18, in the story of the rich young man and the saying about the camel and the eye of a needle. If we go to the bottom of the matter, we will recognize that even in the most famous passages of the Sermon on the Mount, there is contained an indirect injunction to voluntary poverty, and thereby to the denial of the will to live. For the precept Matt. 5, sec. To consent unconditionally to all demands made upon us, to give our cloak also to him who will take away our coat, 100, similarly Matt. 6. 34 The precept to cast aside all care for the future, even for the morrow, and so to live simply in the present, are rules of life the observance of which inevitably leads to absolute poverty, and which therefore just say in an indirect manner what Buddha directly commands his disciples, and has confirmed by his own example. Throw everything away and become pg 459 bhikkhu 1, beggars. This appears still more decidedly in the passage Matt. 10. 15, where all possessions, even shoes and a staff, are forbidden to the apostles, and they are directed to beg. These commands afterwards became the foundation of the mendicant order of St. Francis Bonaventure Vita S. Francisci, 100. Hence then I say that the spirit of Christian ethics is identical with that of Brahmanism and Buddhism. In conformity with the whole view expounded here, Meister Eckhard also says works Vol. 1, the swiftest animal that bears thee to perfection is suffering. pg 460. Chapter 49, The Way of Salvation. There is only one inborn error, and that is that we exist in order to be happy. It is inborn in us because it is one with our existence itself, and our whole being is only a paraphrase of it, nay, our body is its monogram. We are nothing more than will to live, and the successive satisfaction of all our volitions is what we think in the conception of happiness. As long as we persist in this inborn error, indeed even become rigidly fixed in it through optimistic dogmas, the world appears to us full of contradictions. For at every step, in great things as in small, we must experience that the world and life are by no means arranged with a view to containing a happy existence. While now by this the thoughtless man only finds himself tormented in reality, in the case of him who thinks there is added to his real pain the theoretical perplexity why a world and a life, which exist in order that one may be happy in them, answer their end so badly. First of all it finds expression in pious ejaculations, such as, why are the tears on earth so many, 100, 100, but in their train come disquieting doubts about the assumptions of those preconceived optimistic dogmas. One may try if one will to throw the blame of one's individual unhappiness now upon the circumstances, now upon other men, now upon one's own bad luck, or even upon one's own awkwardness, and may know well how all these have worked together to produce it. But this in no way alters the result that one has pg 461 missed the real end of life, which consists indeed in being happy. The consideration of this is, then, often very depressing, especially if life is already on the wane. Hence the countenances of almost all elderly persons were the expression of that which in English is called disappointment. Besides this, however, hitherto every day of our life has taught us that joys and pleasures, even if attained, are in themselves delusive, do not perform what they promise, do not satisfy the heart, and finally their possession is at least embittered by the disagreeables that accompany them or spring from them, while on the contrary, the pains and sorrows prove themselves very real, and often exceed all expectation. Thus certainly everything in life is calculated to recall us from that original error, and to convince us that the end of our existence is not to be happy. Indeed, if we regard it more closely and without prejudice, life rather presents itself as specially intended to be such that we shall not feel ourselves happy in it, for through its whole nature it bears the character of something for which we have no taste, which must be endured by us, and from which we have to return as from an error that our heart may be cured of the passionate desire of enjoyment, nay, of life, and turned away from the world. In this sense, it would be more correct to place the end of life in our woe than in our welfare. For the considerations at the conclusion of the preceding chapter have shown that the more one suffers, the sooner one attains to the true end of life, and that the more happily one lives, the longer this is delayed. The conclusion of the last letter of Seneca corresponds with this: Barnum tunc habis tuum, quam intelliges in felicissimos esse felices, which certainly seems to show the influence of Christianity. The peculiar effect of the tragic drama also ultimately depends upon the fact that it shakes that inborn error by vividly presenting in a great and striking example the vanity of human effort and the nothingness of this whole existence, and thus discloses the pg 462 profound significance of life. Hence it is recognized as the sublimest form of poetry. Whoever now has returned by one or other path from that error which dwells in us a priori, that of our existence, will soon see all in another light, and will now find the world in harmony with his insight, although not with his wishes. Misfortunes of every kind and magnitude, although they pain him, will no longer surprise him, for he has come to see that it is just pain and trouble that tend towards the true end of life, the turning away of the will from it. This will give him indeed a wonderful composedness in all that may happen, similar to that with which a sick person who undergoes a long and painful cure bears the pain of it as a sign of its efficacy. In the whole of human existence, suffering expresses itself clearly enough as its true destiny. Life is deeply sunk in suffering and cannot escape from it. Our entrance into it takes place amid tears, its course is at bottom always tragic, and its end still more so. There is an unmistakable appearance of intention in this. As a rule, man's destiny passes through his mind in a striking manner, at the very summit of his desires and efforts, and thus his life receives a tragic tendency, by virtue of which it is fitted to free him from the passionate desire, of which every individual existence is an example, and bring him into such a condition that he parts with life without retaining a single desire for it and its pleasures. Suffering is, in fact, the purifying process through which alone, in most cases, the man is sanctified one, is led back from the path of error of the will to live. In accordance with this, the salutary nature of the cross and of suffering is so often explained in Christian books of edification, and in general the cross, an instrument of suffering, not of doing, is very suitably the symbol of the Christian religion. Nay, even the preacher, who is still Jewish but so very philosophical, rightly says, "Sorrow is better than laughter, for by the sadness of the countenance the heart is made better eccles." 7. Under pg 463, the name of the I have presented suffering as to a certain extent a substitute for virtue and holiness, but here I must make the bold assertion that, taking everything into consideration, we have more to hope for our salvation and deliverance from what we suffer than from what we do. Precisely in this spirit Lamartine very beautifully says in his hymne et la douleur, apostrophizing pain: Tu me traites sans doubt en favori des cieux, car tu en épargnes par les larmes à mes yeux, et bien, je les requois comme tu les envoies. Tes mocs seront mes biens, et tes soupirs mes joies. Je sens quil est en toi, sans avoir combattu. Une vertu divine au lieu de ma vertu. Que tu enes par la mort elame, my sauvé. Que ton bras en frappant, guérit et vivifie. If then suffering itself has such a sanctifying power, this will belong in an even higher degree to death, which is more feared than any suffering. Answering to this, a certain awe, kindred to that which great suffering occasions us, is felt in the presence of every dead person. Indeed, every case of death presents itself to a certain extent as a kind of apotheosis or canonization. Therefore we cannot look upon the dead body of even the most insignificant man without awe, and indeed, extraordinary as the remark may sound in this place, in the presence of every corpse the watch goes under arms. Dying is certainly to be regarded as the real aim of life. In the moment of death all that is decided, for which the whole course of life was only the preparation and introduction. Death is the result, the resume of life, or the added up sum which expresses at once the instruction which life gave in detail, and bit by bit, this, that the whole striving whose manifestation is life was a vain, idle, and self-contradictory effort, to have returned from which is a deliverance. As the whole slow vegetation of the plant is related to the fruit, which now at a stroke achieves a PG 464 what the plant achieved gradually and bit by bit, so life with its obstacles, deluded hopes, frustrated plans, and constant suffering, is related to death, which at one stroke destroys all that the man has willed, and so crowns the instruction which life gave him. The completed course of life upon which the dying man looks back has an effect upon the whole will that objectifies itself in this perishing individuality, analogous to that which a motive exercises upon the conduct of the man. It gives it a new direction, which accordingly is the moral and essential result of the life. Just because a sudden death makes this retrospect impossible, the Church regards such a death as a misfortune, and prays that it should be averted. Since this retrospect, like the distinct foreknowledge of death, as conditioned by the reason, is possible only in man, not in the brute, and accordingly man alone really drinks the cup of death, humanity is the only material in which the will can deny itself and entirely turn away from life. To the will that does not deny itself every birth imparts a new and different intellect, till it has learned the true nature of life, and in consequence of this wills it no more. In the natural course, in age the decay of the body coincides with that of the will. The desire for pleasures soon vanishes with the capacity to enjoy them. The occasion of the most vehement willing, the focus of the will, the sexual impulse, is first extinguished, whereby the man is placed in a position which resembles the state of innocence which existed before the development of the genital system. The illusions which set up chimeras as exceedingly desirable benefits vanish, and the knowledge of the vanity of all earthly blessings takes their place. Selfishness is repressed by the love of one's children, by means of which the man already begins to live more in the ego of others than in his own, which now will soon be no more. This course of life is at least the desirable one, it is the euthanasia of the will. In hope of this the Brahman PG 465 is ordered, after he has passed the best years of his life, to forsake possessions and family, and lead the life of a hermit menu, b. 6. But if, conversely, the desire outlives the capacity for enjoyment, and we now regret particular pleasures in life which we miss, instead of seeing the emptiness and vanity of all, and if then gold, the abstract representative of the objects of desire for which the sense is dead, takes the place of all these objects themselves, and now excites the same vehement passions which were formerly more pardonably awakened by the objects of actual pleasure, and thus now with deadened senses a lifeless but indestructible object is desired with equally indestructible eagerness, or also if in the same way existence in the opinion of others takes the place of existence and action in the real world, and now kindles the same passions, then the will has become sublimated and etherealized into avarice or ambition, but has thereby thrown itself into the last fortress, in which it can only now be besieged by death. The end of existence has been missed. All these considerations afford us a fuller explanation of that purification, conversion of the will and deliverance, denoted in the preceding chapter by the expression which is brought about by the suffering of life, and without doubt is the most frequent, for it is the way of sinners such as we all are. The other way, which leads to the same goal, by means of mere knowledge and the consequent appropriation of the suffering of a whole world, is the narrow path of the elect, the saints, and therefore to be regarded as a rare exception. Therefore, without that first way for most of us, there would be no salvation to hope for. However, we struggle against entering upon it, and strive rather to procure for ourselves a safe and agreeable existence, whereby we chain our will ever more firmly to life. The conduct of the ascetics is the opposite of this. They make their life intentionally as poor, hard, and empty of pleasure as possible, because PG 466 they have their true and ultimate welfare in view. But fate and the course of things care for us better than we ourselves, for they frustrate on all sides our arrangements for an utopian life, the folly of which is evident enough from its brevity, uncertainty, and emptiness, and its conclusion by bitter death. They strew thorns upon thorns in our path, and meet us everywhere with healing sorrow, the panacea of our misery. What really gives its wonderful and ambiguous character to our life is this, that two diametrically opposite aims constantly cross each other in it. That of the individual will directed to chimerical happiness in an ephemeral, dreamlike, and delusive existence, in which, with reference to the past, happiness and unhappiness are a matter of indifference, and the present is every moment becoming the past, and that of fate visibly enough directed to the destruction of our happiness, and thereby to the mortification of our will and the abolition of the illusion that holds us chained in the bonds of this world. The prevalent and peculiarly Protestant view that the end of life lies solely and immediately in the moral virtues, thus in the practice of justice and benevolence, betrays its insufficiency even in the fact that so miserably little real and pure morality is found among men. I am not speaking at all of lofty virtue, nobleness, magnanimity, and self-sacrifice, which one hardly finds anywhere but in plays and novels, but only of those virtues which are the duty of everyone. Let whoever is old think of all those with whom he has had to do. How many persons will he have met who were merely really and truly honest, were not by far the greater number, in spite of their shameless indignation at the slightest suspicion of dishonesty or even untruthfulness, in plain words, the precise opposite. Were not abject selfishness, boundless avarice, well-concealed knavery, and also poisonous envy and fiendish delight in the misfortunes of others so universally prevalent that the slightest exception was met with pg 467 surprise? And benevolence, how very rarely it extends beyond a gift of what is so superfluous that one never misses it. And is the whole end of existence to lie in such exceedingly rare and weak traces of morality? If we place it, on the contrary, in the entire reversal of this nature of ours, which bears the evil fruits just mentioned brought about by suffering, the matter gains an appearance of probability, and is brought into agreement with what actually lies before us. Life presents itself then as a purifying process, of which the purifying lie is pain. If the process is carried out, it leaves behind it the previous immorality and wickedness as refuse, and there appears what the Veda says, finditer nodus cordis, dissolvantur omnes dubitations, ejusque opera evanescant. As agreeing with this view, the 15th sermon of Meister Eckhard will be found very well worth reading. pg 468. Chapter 50, Epiphilosophy. At the conclusion of my exposition, a few reflections concerning my philosophy itself may find their place. My philosophy does not pretend to explain the existence of the world in its ultimate grounds. It rather sticks to the facts of external and internal experience as they are accessible to everyone, and shows the true and deepest connection of them without really going beyond them to any extra-mundane things and their relations to the world. It therefore arrives at no conclusions as to what lies beyond all possible experience, but affords merely an exposition of what is given in the external world and in self-consciousness, thus contents itself with comprehending the nature of the world in its inner connection with itself. It is consequently immanent in the Kantian sense of the word, but just on this account it leaves many questions untouched. For example, why what is proved as a fact is as it is and not otherwise 100. All such questions, however, or rather the answers to them, are really transcendent one. They cannot be thought by the forms and functions of our intellect, do not enter into these. It is therefore related to them as our sensibility is related to the possible properties of bodies for which we have no senses. After all my explanations, one may still ask, for example, whence has sprung this will that is free to assert itself, the manifestation of which is the world, or to deny itself, the manifestation of which we do not know? What is the fatality lying beyond all experience which has placed it in the very doubtful dilemma of either appearing as a world in which suffering and death pg 469 reign, or else denying its very being, or again, what can have prevailed upon it to forsake the infinitely preferable peace of blessed nothingness? An individual will, one may add, can only turn to its own destruction through error in the choice, thus through the fault of knowledge. But the will in itself, before all manifestation, consequently still without knowledge, how could it go astray and fall into the ruin of its present condition? Whence in general is the great discord that permeates this world? It may further be asked how deep into the true being of the world the roots of individuality go, to which it may certainly be answered, they go as deep as the assertion of the will to live, Where the denial of the will appears they cease, for they have arisen with the assertion. But one might indeed even put the question, what would I be if I were not will to live, and more of the same kind? To all such questions, we would first have to reply that the expression of the most universal and general form of our intellect is the principle of sufficient reason, but that just on this account that principle finds application only to the phenomenon, not to the being in itself of things. Yet all whence and why depend upon that principle alone. As a result of the Kantian philosophy, it is no longer interna veritas, but merely the form one, the function of our intellect, which is essentially cerebral, and originally a mere tool in the service of the will, which it therefore presupposes together with all its objectifications. But our whole knowing and conceiving is bound to its forms. Accordingly, we must conceive everything in time, consequently as a before and after, then as cause and effect, and also as above and below, whole and part 100. And cannot by any means escape from this sphere in which all possibility of our knowledge lies. Now these forms are utterly unsuited to the problems raised here, nor are they fit or able to comprehend their solution even if it were given. Therefore, with our intellect, this mere tool of the will, we are everywhere striking upon insoluble problems, as against the pg 470 walls of our prison. But besides this, it may at least be assumed as probable that not only for us is knowledge of all that has been asked about impossible, but no such knowledge is possible in general, thus never and in no way, that these relations are not only relatively but absolutely insusceptible of investigation, that not only does no one know them, but that they are in themselves unknowable. Because they do not enter into the form of knowledge in general. This corresponds to what Scotus Erigena says, de mirabili divina ignorantia, qua Deus non intelligit quid ip sit. Lib. 2. For knowableness in general with its most essential, and therefore constantly necessary form of subject and object, belongs merely to the phenomenal appearance, not to the being in itself of things. Where knowledge, and consequently idea, is, there is also only phenomenon, and we stand there already in the province of the phenomenal. Nay, knowledge in general is known to us only as a phenomenon of brain, and we are not only unjustified in conceiving it otherwise, but also incapable of doing so. What the world is as world may be understood, it is phenomenal manifestation, and we can know that which manifests itself in it directly from ourselves by means of a thorough analysis of self-consciousness. Then, however, by means of this key to the nature of the world, the whole phenomenal manifestation can be deciphered, as I believe I have succeeded in doing. But if we leave the world in order to answer the questions indicated above, we have also left the whole sphere in which, not only connection according to reason and consequent, but even knowledge itself is possible. Then all is instabilis tellus. Innabilis unda, the nature of things before or beyond the world, and consequently beyond the will, is open to no investigation, because knowledge in general is itself only a phenomenon, and therefore exists only in the world as the world exists only in it. The inner being in itself of things is nothing that knows, no intellect, but an unconscious. Knowledge is pg 471, only added as an accident, a means of assistance to the phenomenon of that inner being, and can therefore apprehend that being itself only in proportion to its own nature, which is designed with reference to quite different ends those of the individual will, consequently very imperfectly. Here lies the reason why a perfect understanding of the existence, nature, and origin of the world, extending to its ultimate ground and satisfying all demands, is impossible, so much as to the limits of my philosophy, and indeed of all philosophy. The one, that the inner nature in all things is absolutely one and the same, my age had already grasped and understood, after the Eleatics Scotus Erigena, Giordano Bruno, and Spinoza had thoroughly taught, and Schelling had revived this doctrine. But what this one is, and how it is able to exhibit itself as the many, is a problem the solution of which is first found in my philosophy. Certainly from the most ancient times man had been called the microcosm. I have reversed the proposition, and shown the world as the macranthropos, because will and idea exhaust its nature as they do that of man. But it is clearly more correct to learn to understand the world from man than man from the world, for one has to explain what is indirectly given, thus external perception from what is directly given, thus self-consciousness, not conversely. With the pantheists, then, I have certainly that in common, but not because I do not go beyond experience taken in its widest sense, and still less do I put myself in contradiction with the data which lie before me. Scotus Erigena, quite consistently with the spirit of pantheism, explains every phenomenon as a theophany. But then this conception must also be applied to the most terrible and abominable phenomena. Fine theophanies. What further distinguishes me from pantheism is principally the following: that there is an X, an unknown quantity. The will, on the other hand, is of pg 472 all possible things the one that is known to us most exactly, the only thing given immediately, and therefore exclusively fitted for the explanation of the rest. For what is unknown must always be explained by what is better known, not conversely. That there manifests himself animi causa, to unfold his glory, or indeed, to let himself be admired. Apart from the vanity here attributed to him, they are placed in the position of being obliged to sophisticate away the colossal evil of the world. But the world remains in glaring and terrible contradiction with that imagined excellence. With me, on the contrary, the will arrives through its objectification, however this may occur, at self-knowledge, whereby its abolition, conversion, salvation becomes possible. And accordingly, with me alone ethics has a sure foundation, and is completely worked out in agreement with the sublime and profound religions, Brahmanism, Buddhism, and Christianity, not merely with Judaism and Mohammedanism. The metaphysic of the beautiful also is first fully cleared up as a result of my fundamental truth, and no longer requires to take refuge behind empty words. With me alone is the evil of the world honestly confessed in its whole magnitude. This is rendered possible by the fact that the answer to the question as to its origin coincides with the answer to the question as to the origin of the world. On the other hand, in all other systems, since they are all optimistic, the question as to the origin of evil is the incurable disease, ever breaking out anew, with which they are affected, and in consequence of which they struggle along with palliatives and quack remedies. 3. That I start from experience and the natural self-consciousness given to everyone, and lead to the will as that which alone is metaphysical. Thus I adopt the ascending analytical method. The pantheists, again, adopt the opposite method, the descending or synthetical. They start from there, which they beg or take by force, although sometimes under the name substantia or absolute, and this unknown pg 473 is then supposed to explain everything that is better known. 4. That with me, the world does not fill the whole possibility of all being, but in this there still remains much room for that which we denote only negatively as the denial of the will to live. Pantheism, on the other hand, is essentially optimism, but if the world is what is best, then the matter may rest there. 5. That to the pantheists the perceptible world, thus the world of idea, is just the intentional manifestation of the God indwelling in it, which contains no real explanation of its appearance, but rather requires to be explained itself. With me, on the other hand, the world as idea appears merely per accidens, because the intellect with its external perception is primarily only the medium of motives for the more perfect phenomena of will, which gradually rises to that objectivity of perceptibility in which the world exists. In this sense its origin as an object of perception is really accounted for, and not, as with the pantheists, by means of untenable fictions. Since, in consequence of the Kantian criticism of all speculative theology, the philosophizers of Germany almost all threw themselves back upon Spinoza, so that the whole series of futile attempts known by the name of the post-Kantian philosophy are simply Spinozism tastelessly dressed up, veiled in all kinds of unintelligible language, and otherwise distorted. I wish, now that I have explained the relation of my philosophy to pantheism in general, to point out its relation to Spinozism in particular. It stands then to Spinozism as the New Testament stands to the Old. What the Old Testament has in common with the New is the same God-creator. Analogous to this, the world exists, with me as with Spinoza, by its inner power and through itself. But with Spinoza, his substantia terna, the inner nature of the world, which he himself calls God, is also, as regards its moral character and worth, Jehovah, the God-creator, who applauds his own creation, and finds that all is very good, pg 474. Spinoza has deprived him of nothing but personality. Thus, according to him also, the world and all in it is wholly excellent, and as it ought to be. Therefore man has nothing more to do than viver ager, suum esse conserver ex fundamento proprium util querendi eth 4, pr. 67, he is even to rejoice in his life as long as it lasts, entirely in accordance with Ecclesiastes 9. 10. In short, it is optimism, Therefore its ethical side is weak, as in the Old Testament. Nay, it is even false and in part revolting. With me, on the other hand, the will or the inner nature of the world is by no means Jehovah, it is rather, as it were, the crucified Saviour or the crucified thief, according as it resolves. Therefore my ethical teaching agrees with that of Christianity, completely and in its highest tendencies, and not less with that of Brahmanism and Buddhism. Spinoza could not get rid of the Jews, quo semel est imbuta recens servabit odorum. His contempt for the brutes, which as mere things for our use he also declares to be without rights, is thoroughly Jewish, and in union with pantheism, is at the same time absurd and detestable. 4 Appendix 100. With all this Spinoza remains a very great man, but in order to estimate his work correctly we must keep in view his relation to Descartes. The latter had sharply divided nature into mind and matter one, thinking and extended substance, and had also placed God and the world in complete opposition to each other. Spinoza also, so long as he was a Cartesian, taught all that in his Cogitates Metaphysicis 100, 1665. Only in his later years did he see the fundamental falseness of that double dualism, and accordingly his own philosophy principally consists of the indirect abolition of these two antitheses. Yet partly to avoid injuring his teacher, partly in order to be less offensive, he pg 475 gave it a positive appearance by means of a strictly dogmatic form, although its content is chiefly negative. His identification of the world with God has also this negative significance alone, for to call the world God is not to explain it, it remains a riddle under the one name as under the other. But these two negative truths had value for their age, as for every age in which there still are conscious or unconscious Cartesians. He makes the mistake, common to all philosophers before Locke, of starting from conceptions, without having previously investigated their origin, such for example as substance cause 100, and in such a method of procedure these conceptions then receive a much too extensive validity. Those who in the most recent times refused to acknowledge the neo-Spinozism which had appeared, for example Jacobi, were principally deterred from doing so by the bugbear of fatalism. By this is to be understood every doctrine which refers the existence of the world, together with the critical position of mankind in it, to any absolute necessity 1, to a necessity that cannot be further explained. Those who feared fatalism again, believed that all that was of importance was to deduce the world from the free act of will of a being existing outside it, as if it were antecedently certain which of the two was more correct, or even better merely in relation to us. What is, however, especially assumed here is the non-datur tertium, and accordingly hitherto every philosophy has represented one or the other. I am the first to depart from this, for I have actually established the tertium, the act of will from which the world arises is our own. It is free, for the principle of sufficient reason, from which alone all necessity derives its significance, is merely the form of its phenomenon. Just on this account this phenomenon, if it once exists, is absolutely necessary in its course. In consequence of this alone, we can recognize in it the nature of the act of will, and accordingly eventualiter will otherwise. pg 477. Appendix Abstract. Schopenhauer's essay on the fourfold root of the principle of sufficient reason, 4th edition, edited by Frauenstadt. The first edition appeared in 1813. This essay is divided into 8 chapters. The first is introductory. The second contains an historical review of previous philosophical doctrines on the subject. The third deals with the insufficiency of the previous treatment of the principle and prescribes the lines of the new departure. The 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th treat of the 4 classes of objects for the subject, and the forms of the principle of sufficient reason, which respectively characterize these classes. The 8th contains general remarks and results. It will be convenient to summarize these chapters severally. Chapter 1. Schopenhauer points out that Plato and Kant agree in recommending, as the method of all knowledge, obedience to 2 laws, that of homogeneity and that of specification. The former bids us, by attention to the points of resemblance and agreement in things, get at their kinds and combine them into species, and these species again into genera, until we have arrived at the highest concept of all, that which embraces everything. This law being transcendental, or an essential in our faculty of reason, assumes that nature is in pg 478 harmony with it, an assumption which is expressed in the old rule. Entia piarta necessitatem non esse multiplicanda. The law of specification, on the other hand, is stated by Kant in these words, entiam varietates non temur esse minuendas. That is to say, we must carefully distinguish the species which are united under a genus, and the lower kinds which in their turn are united under these species, taking care not to make a leap, and subsume the lower kinds and individuals under the concept of the genus, since this is always capable of division, but never descends to the object of pure perception. Plato and Kant agree that these laws are transcendental, and that they presuppose that things are in harmony with them. The previous treatment of the principle of sufficient reason, even by Kant, has been a failure, owing to the neglect of the second of these laws. It may well be that we shall find that this principle is the common expression of more than one fundamental principle of knowledge, and that the necessity to which it refers is therefore of different kinds. It may be stated in these words, nihil est sine ration cur potia sit, quam non sit. This is the general expression for the different forms of the assumption which everywhere justifies that question why, which is the mother of all science. Chapter 2. Schopenhauer in this chapter traces historically the forms in which the principle had been stated by his predecessors and their influence. He points out that in Greek philosophy it appeared in two aspects, that of the necessity of a ground for a logical judgment, and that of a cause for every physical change, and that these two aspects were systematically confounded. The Aristotelian division, not of the forms of the principle itself, but of one of its aspects, the causal, exemplified a confusion which continued throughout the scholastic period. Descartes succeeds no better. His proof of the existence of God, that the immensity of his nature is a cause, or reason beyond which no cause is needed for his existence, simply illustrates the gross confusion between cause pg 479 and ground of knowledge, which underlies every form of this ontological proof. That a miserable fellow like Hegel, whose entire philosophy is nothing but a monstrous amplification of the ontological proof, should dare to defend this proof against Kant's criticism of it, is an alliance of which the ontological proof itself, little as it knows of shame, might well feel ashamed. It is not to be expected I should speak respectfully of people who have brought philosophy into disrespect. Spinoza made the same confusion when he laid it down, that the cause of existence was either contained in the nature and definition of the thing as it existed, or was to be found outside that thing. It was through this confusion of the ground of knowledge with the efficient cause that he succeeded in identifying God with the world. The true picture of Spinoza's causa sui is Baron Munchausen encircling his horse with his legs, and raising himself and the horse upwards by means of his pigtail, with the inscription causa sui written below. Leibniz was the first to place the principle of sufficient reason in the position of a first principle, and to indicate the difference between its two meanings. But it was Wolff who first completely distinguished them, and divided the doctrine into three kinds: principium findi cause, principium essendi possibility, and principium cognoscendi. Baumgarten, Reimarus, Lambert, and Plattner added nothing to the work of Wolff, and the next great step was Hume's question as to the validity of the principle. Kant's distinction of the logical or formal principle of knowledge: every proposition must have its ground. From the transcendental or material principle, everything must have its ground, was followed out by his immediate successors. But when we come to Schelling, we find the proposition that gravitation is the reason and light the cause of things, a proposition which is quoted simply as a curiosity, for such a piece of nonsense deserves no place among the opinions of earnest and honest inquirers. The chapter concludes by pointing out the futility of the attempts to prove the principle. Every proof is the exhibition of the ground of a judgment which has been expressed, and of which, just because that ground is exhibited, we predicate truth. The principle of pg 480 sufficient reason is just this expression of the demand for such a ground, and he who seeks a proof, 1. The exhibition of a ground for this principle itself, presupposes it as true, and so falls into the circle of seeking a proof of the justification of the demand for proof. Chapter 3. In the third chapter, Schopenhauer points out that the two applications of the principle of sufficient reason distinguished by his predecessors, to judgments, which must have a ground, and to the changes of real objects which must have a cause, are not exhaustive. The reason why the three sides of a certain triangle are equal is that the angles are equal, and this is neither a logical deduction nor a case of causation. With a view to stating exhaustively the various kinds into which the application of the principle falls, it is necessary to determine the nature of the principle itself. All our ideas are objects of the subject, and all objects of the subject are our ideas. But our ideas stand to one another, as a matter of fact, in an orderly connection, which is always determinable a priori in point of form, and on account of which nothing that is in itself separate and wholly independent of other things can be the object of our consciousness. It is this connection which the principle of sufficient reason in its generality expresses. The relations which constitute it are what Schopenhauer calls its root, and they fall into 4 classes, which are discussed in the 4 following chapters. Chapter 4. In the 4th chapter, Schopenhauer deals with the first class of objects for the subject, and the form of the principle of sufficient reason which obtains in it. This first class is that of those complete ideas of perception which form part of our experience, and which are referable to some sensation of our bodies. These ideas are capable of being perceived only under the forms of space and time. If time were the only form, there would be no coexistence, and therefore no persistence. Pg 481. If space were their only form, there would be no succession, and therefore no change. Time may therefore be defined as the possibility of mutually exclusive conditions of the same thing, but the union of these 2 forms of existence is the essential condition of reality, and this union is the work of the understanding. See World as Will and Idea Vol. 1-4, and the table of predicables annexed to Vol. 2, Chap. 4. In this class of objects for the subject, the principle of sufficient reason appears as the law of causality, or the principle of sufficient reason of becoming, and it is through it that all objects which present themselves in perception are bound together through the changes of their states. When a new state of one or more objects makes its appearance, it must have been preceded by another on which it regularly follows. This is causal sequence, and the first state is the cause, the second the effect. The law has thus to do exclusively with the changes of objects of external experience, and not with things themselves, a circumstance which is fatal to the validity of the cosmological proof of the existence of God. It follows also from the essential connection of causality with succession that the notion of reciprocity, with its contemporaneous existence of cause and effect, is a delusion. The chain of causes and effects does not affect either matter, which is that in which all changes take place, or the original forces of nature, through which causation becomes possible, and which exist apart from all change, and in this sense out of time, but which yet are everywhere present, e.g., chemical forces. See Supra Vol. 1-26. In nature, causation assumes 3 different forms, that of cause in the narrow sense, of stimulus, and of motive, on which differences depend the true distinctions between inorganic bodies, plants, and animals. It is only of cause properly so called that Newton's 3rd law of the equality of action and reaction is true, and only here do we find the degree of the effect proportionate to that of the cause. The absence of this feature characterizes stimulation. Motive demands knowledge as its condition, and intelligence is therefore the true characteristic of the animal. The 3 forms are in principle identical, the difference being due to the degrees of receptivity in existence. What is called freedom, pg 482 of the will, is therefore an absurdity, as is also Kant's practical reason. These results are followed by an examination of the nature of vision, which Schopenhauer sums up in these words. I have examined all these visual processes in detail in order to show that the understanding is active in all of them, the understanding which, by apprehending every change as an effect and referring it to its cause, creates on the basis of the a priori and fundamental intuitions or perceptions of space and time, the objective world, that phenomenon of the brain, for which the sensations of the senses afford only certain data. And this task the understanding accomplishes only through its proper form, the law of causality, and accomplishes it directly without the aid of reflection, that is, of abstract knowledge through concepts and words, which are the material of secondary knowledge of thought, thus of the reason. What understanding knows aright is reality, what reason knows aright is truth. 1. A judgment which has a ground, the opposite of the former being illusion, what is falsely perceived, of the latter error, what is falsely thought. All understanding is an immediate apprehension of the causal relation, and this is the sole function of understanding, and not the complicated working of the 12 Kantian categories, the theory of which is a mistaken one. A consequence of this conclusion is that arithmetical processes do not belong to the understanding, concerned as they are with abstract conceptions. But it must not be forgotten that between volition and the apparently consequential action of the body, there is no causal relation, for they are the same thing perceived in two different ways. Section 23 contains a detailed refutation of Kant's proof of the a priori nature of the causal relation in the second analogy of experience of the Critique of Pure Reason, the gist of the objection being that the so-called subjective succession is as much objective in reality as what is called objective by Kant. Phenomena may well follow one another, without following from one another. pg 483. Chapter 5. The fifth chapter commences with an examination of the distinction between man and the brutes. Man possesses reason, that is to say, he has a class of ideas of which the brutes are not capable, abstract ideas as distinguished from those ideas of perception from which the former kind are yet derived. The consequence is that the brute neither speaks nor laughs, and lacks all those qualities which make human life great. The nature of motives, too, is different where abstract ideas are possible. No doubt the actions of men follow of necessity from their causes, not less than is the case with the brutes, but the kind of sequence through thought which renders choice one. The conscious conflict of motives, possible, is different. Our abstract ideas, being incapable of being objects of perception, would be outside consciousness, and the operations of thought would be impossible, were it not that they are fixed for sense by arbitrary signs called words, which therefore always indicate general conceptions. It is just because the brutes are incapable of general conceptions that they have no faculty of speech. But thought does not consist in the mere presence of abstract ideas in consciousness, but in the union and separation of two or more of them, subject to the manifold restrictions and modifications which logic deals with. Such a clearly expressed conceptual relation is a judgment. In relation to judgments, the principle of sufficient reason is valid in a new form, that of the ground of knowing. In this form it asserts that if a judgment is to express knowledge it must have a ground, and it is just because it has a ground that it has ascribed to it the predicate true. The grounds on which a judgment may depend are divisible into four kinds. A judgment may have another judgment as its ground, in which case its truth is formal or logical. There is no truth except in the relation of a judgment to something outside it, and intrinsic truth, which is sometimes distinguished from extrinsic logical truth, is therefore an absurdity. A judgment may also have its ground in sense of perception, and its truth is then material truth. Again, those forms of knowledge which pg 484 lie in the understanding, and in pure sensibility, as the conditions of the possibility of experience, may be the ground of a judgment which is then synthetical a priori. Finally, those formal conditions of all thinking which lie in the reason may be the ground of a judgment, which may in that case be called metallogically true. Of these metalogical judgments there are four, and they were long ago discovered and called laws of thought. 1. A subject is equal to the sum of its predicates. 2. A subject cannot at once have a given predicate affirmed and denied of it. 3. Of two contradictorily opposed predicates one must belong to every subject. 4. Truth is the relation of a judgment to something outside it as its sufficient reason. Reason, it may be remarked, has no material but only formal truth. Chapter 6. The third class of objects for the subject is constituted by the formal element in perception, the forms of outer and inner sense, space and time. This class of ideas, in which time and space appear as pure intuitions, is distinguished from that other class in which they are objects of perception by the presence of matter, which has been shown to be the perceptibility of time and space in one aspect, and causality which has become objective in another. Space and time have this property, that all their parts stand to one another in a relation in which each is determined and conditioned by another. This relation is peculiar, and is intelligible to us neither through understanding nor through reason, but solely through pure intuition or perception a priori. And the law according to which the parts of space and time thus determine one another is called the law of sufficient reason of being. In space, every position is determined with reference to every other position, so that the first stands to the second in the relation of a consequence to its ground. In time, every moment is conditioned by that which precedes it. The ground of being, in the form of the law of sequence, is here very simple owing to the circumstance that time has only one dimension. On the nexus pg 485 of the position of the parts of space depends the entire science of geometry. Ground of knowledge produces conviction only, as distinguished from insight into the ground of being. Thus it is that the attempt which even Euclid at times makes to produce conviction, as distinguished from insight into the ground of being in geometry, is a mistake, and induces aversions to mathematics in many an admirable mind. Chapter 7. The remaining class of objects for the subject is a very peculiar and important one. It comprehends only one object, the immediate object of inner sense, the subject in volition which becomes an object of knowledge, but only in inner sense, and therefore always in time and never in space, and in time only under limitations. There can be no knowledge of knowledge, for that would imply that the subject had separated itself from knowledge, and yet knew knowledge, which is impossible. The subject is the condition of the existence of ideas, and can never itself become idea or object. It knows itself therefore never as knowing, but only as willing. Thus what we know in ourselves is never what knows, but what wills the will. The identity of the subject of volition with the subject of knowledge, through which the word I includes both, is the insoluble problem. The identity of the knowing with the known is inexplicable, and yet is immediately present. The operation of a motive is not, like that of all other causes, known only from without and therefore indirectly, but also from within. Motivation is, in fact, causality viewed from within. Chapter 8. In this, the concluding chapter, Schopenhauer sums up his results. Necessity has no meaning other than that of the irresistible sequence of the effect where the cause is given. All necessity is thus conditioned, and absolute or unconditioned necessity is a contradiction in terms, and there is a pg 486 fourfold necessity corresponding to the four forms of the principle of sufficient reason. 1. The logical form, according to the principle of the ground of knowledge, on account of which if the premises are given, the conclusion follows. 2. The physical form, according to the law of causality, on account of which if the cause is given, the effect must follow. 3. The mathematical form, according to the law of being, on account of which every relation expressed by a true geometrical proposition is what it is affirmed to be, and every correct calculation is irrefutable. 4. The moral form, on account of which every human being and every brute must, when the motive appears, perform the only act which accords with the inborn and unalterable character. A consequence of this is, that every department of science has one or other of the forms of the principle of sufficient reason as its basis. In conclusion, Schopenhauer points out that just because the principle of sufficient reason belongs to the a priori element in intelligence, it cannot be applied to the entirety of things, to the universe as inclusive of intelligence. Such a universe is mere phenomenon, and what is only true because it belongs to the form of intelligence can have no application to intelligence itself. Thus it is that it cannot be said that the universe and all things in it exist because of something else. In other words, the cosmological proof of the existence of God is inadmissible. pg 487